I'm back from another world, but dungeons are appearing on Earth too. Harem Level Up Skill System. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue Goodbye, Isekai. Suddenly, I found myself in a grand party hall. Glittering furnishings, exotic cuisine, people dressed in elegant nightgowns and tuxedos, live music playing in the background. A place I, as an ordinary citizen, would never have stepped foot in before. After bumping into someone in the venue, I ended up cooling off on the balcony in the night breeze. It's been 5 years since I got summoned here. I really did my best, huh? Who would have thought that the guy who used to puke after killing a single goblin would end up slaying the evil god, leader of the rebel demon army, the forces that betrayed both humanity and the Demon King? Well, guess those days of fighting are over now. It was decided from the start, after defeating the evil god, the deity promised to send me back to my original world. The only problem, I had one massive regret. Everyone in this world is ridiculously good-looking. Call me shallow if you want, but after living here for 5 years where everyone's looks are at least a 90, my standards shot through the roof. Plus, I've always had a thing for beautiful women. I really wanted a girlfriend. Well, my deal with the god was that I'd get forcibly sent back once the evil god was dead. So I avoided getting too close to anyone. I could have just paid for a courtesan or something, but there was this one girl in my party who was insanely cute and totally my type. Our party consisted of me, the hero, plus the saintess, the holy knight, the sage, and the thief, 3 guys and 2 girls. The saintess was originally this kingdom's princess, and she was drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, I fell for her at first sight. I'd have died to protect this world if it meant she'd be safe. She probably had some feelings for me too, but toward the end of our journey, she started sneaking off every night with that ridiculously handsome holy knight. Guess I never stood a chance from the beginning. Damn bastard wasn't a holy knight, more like a horny knight. I'm so jealous. The other girl, the sage, was a busty, baby-faced elf, and a Rolf. After saving her life and her homeland, she started clinging to me like a cat, perching on my lap, sleeping beside me at night, just cuddling, nothing more. But just like the princess, she ended up vanishing into the city every night with the tanned, blonde, pretty boy thief, the kind of guy you'd see surfing at Shonen Beach. Again, no chance. What, were they having nightly beach parties or something? I'm so damn jealous. And after returning to the capital, the party disbanded without even a proper goodbye. As I was lost in these bitter memories, the sound of the balcony door opening snapped me back to reality. Then came footsteps, measured, precise, and deliberately quiet. Ah, that's Yuki's footsteps. Yuki was a girl I saved 5 years ago when I first arrived in this world, during the massive invasion of human territory by monsters. She was the sole survivor of a village attacked by those creatures. She had lost parts of her memory, including her name, so I named her Yuki because of her silver-white hair, like freshly fallen snow. With no family left, she was taken in as a maid in training at the castle, and now she's grown into a proper maid. Whenever I visited the castle, she'd attend to me personally, though with those hollow eyes and an icy, expressionless demeanor. "Yuuki-sama, His Majesty the King is looking for you." Her voice was flat as she spoke, those empty eyes fixed on me. "Got it. Thanks you, then I shall take my leave, Kai." With that same frosty demeanor, she bowed and swiftly walked away. Guess she still hates me. Of course she does. After losing her parents right in front of her, she was forced into servitude as a maid in a royal castle full of noble-born girls, with no one to rely on but me. Can't blame her. Shaking it off, I left the balcony and made my way toward the king, seated at the center of the VIP area. "My apologies, Sid-sama, I kept you waiting." "Oh ho. Yuuki, there you are." The man who greeted me was a dignified, middle-aged king with a well-groomed beard, Silvera-Doodle Liebenstein, ruler of this nation. Early on, I struggled with the language, so I ended up calling him Seed, based on the only syllables I could catch from his name. He was so delighted, he officially approved it. "Sorry for making you wait." "Not at all. If anything, I should apologize for pulling you away from the festivities, especially today of all days. And yet, my daughter couldn't even be bothered to show her face. I was just resting on the balcony to clear my head. Besides, if Aerith still isn't feeling well, there's nothing to be done. That's right, I hadn't seen my party members in 7 days. Ever since we returned, all of them had fallen ill, refusing to even leave their rooms. The royal physicians and healers had checked on them, so I wasn't too worried, but it wasn't like I had any high-tier healing magic to help. Besides, seeing them now would just make it harder to leave. I also regret that we couldn't reward you properly. The deity made it clear I can't take anything from this world back with me, so it can't be helped. At least I got to enjoy plenty of delicious food and explore the capital one last time. Oh, and thank you for looking after Yuki. You needn't worry, I'll ensure she's well taken care of. As we exchanged these pleasantries, the clock struck midnight. My body began fading, transparent like mist. Time was up. Sid-sama rose to his feet, his voice booming across the hall. People of the court, our hero, Yuki, who saved this world, now returns to his own. Let us send him off with our applause and gratitude. The once silent hall erupted in thunderous applause and cries of thanks. Bathed in that sound, my consciousness slipped away. Chapter 1. The everyday life I returned to and the power beginning to awaken. That day, I had a long dream, a dream where I was summoned to another world and saved it. That dream felt way too real. I shut off the alarm that had started ringing, washed my face in the bathroom, and changed into my uniform, my usual morning routine. Morning, Mom. Ara Yuki, you're up early today. Really? Feels about the same as usual. Don't lie, you always make Hikari-chan wait for you in the morning. Since you're up early for once, why not try waiting for her instead? Got it. Section. After eating the breakfast Mom had made, I headed for the front door. The moment I stepped outside and put on my shoes, Mizushiro Hikari, my childhood friend from the house across the street, came out as well. Feels like it's been a while since I've seen her face. Wait, why does it feel like that? Morning, Hikari. Morning, Yuki, you're early today. Woke up early for some reason. Figured I'd try surprising you. Oh, bold of you to say that. Guess I'll have to look forward to tomorrow too. Yeah, leave it to me. We exchanged playful banter as we started walking to school side by side. I've known Hikari since we first met in preschool, and our families have been close ever since. Since she's half Japanese, she used to look like a cute little doll when we were kids, but now she's grown into a stunning Nordic beauty. Right after we started high school, there was a secret popularity poll among the boys, and she won first place by a landslide. Because of that, she gets 2 or 3 confessions every month. And since she always turns them down, people started thinking we were dating. In the beginning, I got some flack for it, but since we were always together, by the time 6 months had passed, people were joking that we were basically married. Neither of us really cared, though. Hikari looks even cuter than usual today. Why is that? Oh yeah, what's today's schedule again? First and second periods are PE, then Japanese and math. After lunch, we've got music and home ec. Ugh, PE first thing in the morning, on a Monday no less. It's supposed to be pretty hot today, so don't forget to stay hydrated. Yeah. Has it really been 5 years since we last talked like this? Wait, 5 years? Why are you smiling like that? You look like you're lost in thought. Ah, no, it's nothing. Huh, you're acting kinda weird, Yuki. Feeling an odd sense that I hadn't walked this path to school in years, I continued toward school with Hikari. Section. All right, today the boys will play soccer and the girls will play tennis. Okay. The PE teacher announced it like it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Soccer? Huh, it's been a while. What are you talking about, Kaminagi? We played last week. Are, we did. A classmate whose name I couldn't remember called out to me. Why did it feel nostalgic? Well, Kaminaga's not really good at sports anyway. Yeah, if you get hurt, Mizushiro-san will be sad, you know. No way, Hikari wouldn't. No, she definitely would. She'd probably come running, all worried about you. Totally. For some reason, my classmates were all nodding in agreement. I don't think that would really happen, though. After warming up, the soccer game began. Well, of course this would happen. I was standing as a right defender, waiting for the ball to come my way. Let's see, there's offsides and stuff, right? I should probably stay, lined up with my teammates. While I was thinking about that, the ball came flying toward me. All right, Kaminaga's no match for me. The opponent was someone from the soccer club. I'd heard his name earlier, but I couldn't remember it. If I remember right, the defenders on the other team would stick close when the opponent had the balls. As the opposing player received the ball and stopped in place, I mirrored the defensive move I'd seen earlier, sticking close so he couldn't get past me. Huh, wait, you're supposed to be bad at this. I don't really get it either, but I saw you doing this earlier. Damn it, then how about this? He tried to slip past me on the right, but when I caught up, he spun around right in front of me. What the? Heh, no way you can keep up with that. He got past me and took a shot, scoring a goal. The girls and the other soccer club members watching from the sidelines started booing. That's cheating, don't use fancy tricks. Yeah, he's just a regular student, take it easy on him. What, that was just instinct. No way a beginner could react to a roulette like that. But the heckling from the soccer players didn't seem all that serious. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Yeah, there's no way you could stop that kind of move. It's not your fault, they're from the soccer club after all. Still, what's with you, Kaminagi? You were super quick just now. My body just felt light for some reason. Everyone stared at me, dumbfounded. Well, I'd probably have the same reaction if someone said that out of nowhere. Well, now that I've seen it, I think I can pull it off next time. Hey, stop standing around. We can't start if you're not in position. Ah, right. Everyone returned to their positions. Not long after, the ball came flying toward the same soccer player from earlier. Let's try that move from before. I dashed forward, intercepted the ball in midair, and mimicked the move he had used earlier. Here we go. What? No way. I slipped past one opponent and started dribbling down the field. Hey, somebody stop him. At the sound of his panicked yell, the other players rushed toward me. But I dodged one, then another, until only the goalkeeper stood in front of me. Yuuki, kick it as hard as you can. As I prepared to shoot, I heard Hikari's voice and swung my leg with full force. Chapter 2, Lunch and Growing Unease. The morning classes ended, and lunchtime arrived. Hikari pulled her desk over to mine so we could eat together. Yuuki, did you bring a bento today? Yeah, Mom tried out a new recipe, and told me to have you taste it too. Yay, Yuyuka-san's new recipe. Mom trusts your taste, you know. I'll go grab us something to drink. What do you want? Really? Then I'll have some tea. Got it, be right back. Okay, I'll wait for you. After that relaxed exchange, I headed toward the vending machine area near the cafeteria. I bought 2 teas, one for me and one for Hikari. On the way back, I ran into someone I really didn't want to see, waiting at the landing. Hisuzumi Kia. He's considered the most handsome guy in school, with top grades and a good reputation with the teachers. Outside of school, he even works as a magazine model. He's got a lot of fans in the school, but for some reason, he's always picking fights with me, probably because he's got a thing for Hikari. By the way, he's already been rejected once because of, well, something. This is a pain. I took the quiet route to avoid running into anyone, but it backfired. I really didn't want to deal with him, so I tried to walk past without saying anything. Hey, hold up. Yeah, what is it? I'm about to have lunch with Hikari, so make it quick. I replied flatly, not bothering to hide how annoyed I was. Hisuzumi clicked his tongue and shot me a glare like I was garbage. Don't get cocky, you damn loser. Wow, first thing out of his mouth is an insult. Who exactly says this guy is a top student? Cocky, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Hikari. She's the kind of girl who belongs with me. Stay the hell away from her. Seriously, who calls this guy smart? Besides, Hikari really hates him because of that incident. You're seriously annoying, you know that. Did you two start dating or something? Shut the hell up. If some bug is hovering around my girl, obviously I'm gonna swat it away. What? That logic is so twisted I'm honestly speechless. Is this gonna take long? Because I'm leaving. I sighed and started up the stairs. Hey. I said wait, whoa. Suddenly, he grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. I thought he was about to grab me by the collar, but he completely lost his balance. Wait, is he even trying? There's no weight behind his grip at all. What's this? No matter how much you try to keep up appearances, getting caught like this would be the end of you, senpai. Just then, I heard the voices of some girls coming down from the floor above. Hisuzumi must have heard them too because he clicked his tongue and let go of me. He couldn't afford to make a scene here, so he just gave me a bitter glare and walked away. That was weird. He didn't have his usual intensity. After that, I returned to the classroom. Hikari, who had probably been waiting eagerly, smiled as I sat down. I opened my bento to reveal a colorful assortment of side dishes with a bed of white rice underneath. Today's sides included me-trapped vegetables, unagi wrapped in egg, spinach and asparagus with sesame dressing, tofu meatballs, and Mom's new creation, shrimp and mushroom terrine. Oh, that's Yuyuka-san's new recipe. It looks delicious. Hey, don't just assume you're gonna eat all of it. You can have one piece. What? Don't be stingy. Nope, I want to eat it too. Then I'll give you one of my special karaj in exchange. Nice. It's been a while since I've had Hikari's karaj. This feels so familiar, Hikari's bento, and this exchange. Wow, this terrine is amazing. Wait, Yuuki, are you okay? Huh? Suddenly, Hikari looked at me in alarm and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe my face. Aw, sorry, your karaj was just so good that I must have started crying without realizing it. The nostalgia hit so hard it brought tears to my eyes. I quickly smiled to cover it up. You've had my karaj plenty of times. Was it really that good? Well, to me, it's more familiar than my mom's cooking. It's basically what you'd call comfort food. Mom doesn't fry things much, so when it comes to stuff like karaj, Hikari's the expert. And since Mom's work schedule keeps her busy, Hikari has made food for me more times than I can count. Well, I made a batch for tonight's dinner too, so I'll bring it over. Seriously, you're the best. Want to just have dinner at my place? Really? Then I'll get Yuyuka-san to teach me more recipes. That works. If you're there, Mom will probably get excited and start making more stuff. Mom loves cooking when Hikari's around, so there'll definitely be extra side dishes. And honestly, eating Hikari's cooking right now makes me so happy I could cry. Plus, we need to celebrate your first goal in P. Stop, that's embarrassing. It was just a fluke. It wasn't a fluke. You dodged 3 people and scored. Yeah, well, I just kinda went for it and it worked out. That's still amazing. You totally showed some hidden talent. Hikari poked my cheek with her finger, grinning. Honestly, we're at school, so I wish she'd stop, but knowing Hikari, that's not gonna happen. Seriously, stop, it's embarrassing. Too bad I'm not stopping. We kept teasing each other while finishing our bento. Dinner tonight's gonna be great. Meanwhile, the silent thoughts of everyone nearby. Just get married already, you two. Chapter 3, The Return to Everyday Life and the Encroaching Otherworld. After school, I left with Hikari. When I told her we'd be having dinner together tonight, she was thrilled. Mom also took the opportunity to ask us to pick up a few things while we were at it. Since Hikari-chan is coming over, I'd like to add one more dish. You two can decide what to get. Oh, and it's fish tonight, so just let Hikari-chan know. Got it. We'll stop by the usual supermarket on the way back. You can make it a date if you want, but don't stay out too late. Stop saying weird stuff. Anyway, I'm hanging up. I ended the call and slipped my phone into my pocket. Hey, Yuuki, what's Yuyuka-san making tonight? Something with fish, but I'm not sure what exactly. Fish, huh, that's tricky. Hikari put her hand to her chin, looking thoughtful. We already have karaj for the meat part. What about you, Yuuki? What do you feel like eating? Something light maybe. In that case, how about eggplant soaked in broth with grated daikon and ponzu sauce? The oil from the karaj and the meat juices would balance it out perfectly. That sounds amazing. Just hearing about it made my stomach rumble. My lunch hadn't been enough today, so I was already looking forward to dinner. All right. Looks like Yuuki's stomach approves. Let's pick up some eggplant. We already have daikon and ponzu at home, right? I'll check, hang on. I texted Mom, and she replied that we had daikon for grilled fish. We still had ponzu, but it might run out, so she asked us to buy more just in case. That's the deal. Got it, we better hurry so Yuuki's stomach and back don't end up stuck together. Hikari grabbed my arm. Well, more like she yanked me forward and started walking quickly. She was pulling me along more forcefully than usual. After buying the ingredients for dinner, Mom's extra requests, and some snacks, we stepped out of the supermarket to find the sky glowing a warm, reddish orange. Wow, the evenings are getting longer, huh? Yeah, summer solstice is coming up soon, right? Yup, summer's almost here. Balancing skillfully on the curb, Hikari hummed a tune, clearly in a good mood. Careful, you'll fall. I'll be fine, whoa. She nearly lost her balance, but I caught her just in time. Usually, since I'm slightly shorter than her, we'd end up falling together. But today, for some reason, I managed to hold my ground. Thanks. See, I told you to be careful. Yeah, sorry. Section, Hikari's mood suddenly returned to calm. We returned to our usual route home, walking down the familiar path while chatting about nothing in particular. Just as Hikari was starting to seem a little calmer, a piercing scream split the air. Did you hear that? It came from the park on the way home, right? Hikari, stay here. I'm coming too. If it's an accident or something, 2 pairs of hands are better than 1. We ran toward the source of the scream and arrived at the park. Ugh. The moment we saw the scene, my stomach twisted painfully. A pool of blood spread across the ground. Lying in the center was a young woman, probably a high school student. A goblin stood over her, holding a machete. It had just severed one of her legs and was gleefully devouring the fresh meat. Why? Why is a goblin here, in this world? Yuoki, that's... I don't know, but The goblin noticed us. Its twisted face curled into a hideous grin as if it had just found its next prey. Seeing the grotesque face and the brutal scene before her, Hikari collapsed to the ground, frozen in fear. I reached instinctively for my waist, but my hand grabbed at empty air. Right when I came back to this world, I returned my sacred artifact to the gods and my mithril sword to Seed. Wait, but why does it feel like I'm holding a sword? Jaya! With a feral scream, the goblin hurled something at us. It hit the ground with a sickening squelch right in front of me. The moment I realized what it was, rage surged through my body, boiling my blood. Along with that rage, I felt something deep within me, a power I hadn't sensed in years, stirring awake. This is magic, I know how to use it. No, my body remembers it. I channeled the magic welling up inside me, blending it with the mana of this world. Images of the techniques my comrades had used in the other world surfaced in my mind as I began to weave a spell. Jaya. The goblin held up the severed leg and lunged at me with its machete raised high, ready to split my head open. I focused my magic into a shield, just like the Holy Knight had once taught me. Shield bash. The goblin, clearly not expecting me to counter, was sent flying backward. I had used my bag in place of a shield, reinforcing it with magic. Seizing the opening, I summoned another spell. Let's finish this. Lance of Ice pierce my foe and freeze, Ice Lance. A spear of ice, roughly 70 centimeters long, materialized in my hand and shot toward the goblin. It pierced straight through its chest, freezing its blood solid as it fell limp to the ground. I managed to destroy the magic stone too. Magic stone, core, how do I even know about this? I stood there in a daze until I heard Hikari's desperate voice. Yuoki. Sorry, Hikari, are you okay? I'm fine, but that girl. Right. I helped Hikari to her feet and hurried over to the injured woman. The goblin's severed trophy lay beside her. She was still breathing, barely. This is awful. Her fingers are broken, her eye has been gouged out, and her leg it's been torn apart. The only healing magic I've ever managed was to close small wounds, but with her magic. Work please, O wounded one before me, be healed by my power. Let this force mend all injuries, heal. The instant the spell was chanted, the woman's leg sealed shut as if never injured. Missing flesh regrew and shattered fingers straightened themselves. Amazing. Ahaha, I did it, thank goodness. After being healed, the woman fell unconscious, so they laid her on a bench. Yuki called both an ambulance and police, then waited while talking to Hikari. Yuki, what was that monster? It looked like a goblin straight out of manga or games. And you used something like magic just now. No idea, but it looked exactly like an enemy from my dream today. The healing magic was what my dream companion used. Huh, really? What kind of dream? I only remember the broad strokes. I recounted my 5-year dream journey. How I initially clashed with a princess, defeated an evil god's lieutenant to save an elf girl's forest, and nearly died protecting a beastkin village from annihilation. Sounds like one crazy dream. It felt unnervingly real, though. Maybe you really traveled to another world. Ahaha, if that's true, I wish they'd at least let me keep the height I had there. When police arrived to collect the goblin corpse, they asked, did you kill this creature? And I claimed we'd found it already dead with the woman collapsed in blood, playing ignorant. After repeating the same story to paramedics, the sleeping woman was loaded into the ambulance. Section. Finally free, me and Hikari reached home. I'll go after putting my stuff away. Got it, I'll take a bath first then. Do that. I'm frying stuff, so I'll wash before dinner. You're the best. Yeah, see you later. After taking a bath, I ate the dinner Hikari and Mom made. I checked the news every now and then, but it revealed nothing about the incident. Section. Late at night, before going to bed, I was relaxing by reading light novels in my room when Hikari came in. Are, what's up? Well, ahaha, couldn't sleep after remembering today. She was probably thinking about what just happened this evening. With Hikari's family abroad, she was home alone. Right, tomorrow's Saturday. Wanna play something? Let's do Tetsu 99. No way, we'll pull an all-nighter. At least pick Uncle Beard's racing game or some Smash. Fine, but I won't hold back. Giggling, Hikari grabbed a controller. We played together until dawn broke. Interlude 1. A story of a married couple and the gods of the world. PM 21:00, Utori residence. A smartphone rang out loudly. Picking it up to answer, I felt a little irritated since I had been about to turn in for the night. Yes, this is Utori. What I heard next from my subordinate, a police inspector, was something that made me question my ears. A goblin. What are you talking about? This isn't the time for movie talk. No, sir, this is all real. It's not some copycat crime or a movie set. We've dispatched a car to pick you up for an emergency meeting. Please come immediately. It's that serious. Yes, sir, there have already been casualties. Got it. Sounds like this isn't a joke. I'll head out right away. After ending the call, I changed into my familiar uniform and went downstairs. My wife, Nana, seemed to still be in the kitchen. I opened the door and stepped inside. Tatsunasuke-san, what's wrong? Sorry, but I've been called in for an urgent and unusual case. I'm not sure if I'll be back by morning, so I won't need breakfast. I bowed my head apologetically. That's fine. I was just about to start prepping anyway. More importantly, if you're heading out this late, you'll probably be up all night. Please don't push yourself too hard. We've been married for 20 years now, yet she's never once complained. She's always been a good wife who supports me no matter what. By the way, Rena's still not home yet. She's at cram school tonight. She should be back in about an hour. Our daughter Rena, a high school senior this year, was working hard at her studies even now. I see. Let her know not to overwork herself. I will, but Tatsunasuke-san, you should praise her once in a while too. Just then the doorbell rang. Looks like my ride's here, I'm off. All right, take care. Section. The night Yuuki returned to Earth. A lone figure stood in a pure white space. A being with a halo above their head and angel wings on their back, neither clearly a boy nor a girl. They might have looked like an angel, but they were, in fact, a god, one tasked with managing multiple worlds. Oh, that was brutal. Rubbing my wounded arm, I tapped at the floating console and muttered to myself. Whoa, the world's all distorted. This is bad. The display showed 2 worlds. Unlike the others that were running normally, these 2 were a mess of jumbled parameters. Originally, these 2 had existed as separate dimensions. Under my jurisdiction, they had been operating smoothly alongside countless other worlds. I had been a unique case, a human scouted to become a god. Because of that, my superiors kept a close eye on me and relied on my work. One day, however, I was attacked by a fellow god who governed another world, a god who had grown jealous of my abilities. That god used an evil deity to try and destroy one of the worlds under my care. But thanks to the efforts of myself, him, and our allies, the world was saved. I managed to protect the other world from my fellow god's assault. However, the attack left distortions in both worlds. Honestly, I even had to reclaim the holy sword I gave him, which was supposed to serve as an anchor for maintaining the world's balance. If I try to force it back into place, both worlds could collapse. What a mess. As I floated in thought, a visitor appeared in the space. How are you holding up? A beautiful voice called out as the visitor approached me. Ah, God of Fate-sama. Thank you for healing me. Yes, as one of the overseers of the gods, I must apologize for what happened. As for that fool, he has been subjected to divine judgment. His powers as a god have been stripped, and he's been exiled. He won't be able to wield divine power for the rest of his life. Thanks to God of Fate-sama, a greater god, I was healed when I was on the brink of death and somehow managed to survive. That's good to hear. So you came just to tell me that? No, the main reason I'm here is because you seem troubled. I wanted to offer some advice. Advice, is it? Yes, what you're struggling with isn't a problem. In fact, it would be better if you went ahead and acted boldly. Things will improve if you do. God of Fate-sama smiled warmly. That soothing smile gave me the push I needed. Understood. In that case, I'll entrust it to the people of that world. Yes, but even if I hadn't advised you, you would have made that choice anyway. Perhaps I was meddling too much. No, God of Fate-sama's words gave me the confidence to go through with it. I'm glad to hear that. Well then, I'll be going now. I'll bring another gift next time. With those parting words, God of Fate-sama disappeared. All right, I need to grant the powers that have begun to awaken in that world, and alter their perception so they think the dungeon's appearance is natural. That's going to be a pain. I slapped my cheeks lightly to refocus, then tapped at the console to calculate how long it would take for the distortions to stabilize. Ugh, 1,000 years. Even if I leave it to him, his lifespan won't be enough. What should I do? Technically, as a god, I could just make him immortal. But I don't like the idea of granting someone immortality on my own. More than that, I've already caused him enough trouble. Oh, I've got it. I want him to keep working hard from now on. If it's just this much, it shouldn't be a problem. All right, now I just need to figure out the right time to explain it. Maybe I should bring him here. I turned around to see the same stark, empty space stretching endlessly before me. Chapter 4, There's no such thing as gods. If they did exist, Utori Rina's point of view. This is bad, I'm going to miss curfew. On my way back from cram school, I muttered to myself as I pedaled my electric bike, trying to make it home before the 10 p.m. curfew my parents had set. After the lecture at cram school ended today, I stayed in the study room to review. There was a part of my school lessons I was struggling with, and one of the tutors happened to be free and helped me out. That part was fine. But then I started solving problems smoothly, and it got fun, so I ended up throwing myself into both review and preparation. By the time I realized it, it was already time to leave. I hurried home on my bike, obeying traffic rules even as I rushed. As the daughter of highly respected parents, both of whom are chief of police, I couldn't afford to break the rules. Phew, if I turn at that corner, I'll be home. Out of breath from the gentle uphill climb, I turned the corner and saw my father's secretary's car parked in front of the house. Is father heading out for work? That's unusual. Thinking that, I approached the car. Its hazard lights were on, but when I looked inside, there was no one there. Maybe they're running late. Feeling a little curious, I stood in front of the gate. The police officer stationed in the security box wasn't there either. Are, someone's usually here, but there's no one. The strange feeling grew stronger as I parked my bike in the bicycle rack. What is this metallic smell? A smell I didn't usually notice made me feel uneasy. As I approached the front door and opened it, my blood ran cold. Secretary Sato and the police officer who had just started today were collapsed on the floor, covered in blood. Even if I didn't want to understand, I knew instantly they were dead. What is this? The horrifying sight made my stomach lurch. Sour bile rose up from my throat. I immediately shut the door and stumbled over to the flower bed by the entrance, where I vomited. The sharp smell filling my nose briefly masked the stench of blood. Ah, this is Mother's precious flower bed. I made a mess of it. I need to apologize later. My legs felt weak, but I somehow managed to stand up, swaying. My mind spun in confusion, but I managed to tap 110 on my phone. With a trembling voice, I gave my name. The officer on the other end sounded shocked, but when I told them that Secretary Sato was dead, they said they would send officers immediately. After ending the call, I collapsed to the ground. Ever since father became chief of police, I'd seen Secretary Sato often coordinating work schedules, driving us places. He was always kind, encouraging me to do my best with my entrance exams. Having witnessed the death of someone so close, tears began to well up. What would father do in a situation like this? I don't know. I staggered toward the front door. If the perpetrator was still inside, going back in would be the worst possible move. But the thought of my missing parents filled me with fear, and my hand reached for the door handle. 10:05 p.m. When I opened the door again, the overpowering stench of blood engulfed me. I silently apologized to Secretary Sato in my heart as I stepped over his still body, walking down the hallway with my shoes still on. I followed the light coming from the living room, and what I saw there was a nightmare. Father lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Two green-skinned monsters stood over him, laughing. One of them had its foot on father's head. Mother, stripped of her clothing, lay beneath them. A knife was stabbed into her body while the creature moved its hips. When I saw that, my vision turned red. An indescribable hatred and rage boiled up from deep inside me. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. What happened after that is a blur. By the time I came to my senses, my right hand was clutching a kitchen knife, the throat of one monster torn open, its head rolling on the floor. The other monster's brain was splattered across the wall, turning it into a grotesque decoration. Ugh, ahhhhh. After that, I held Mother's lifeless body and cried next to Father's corpse, until the police arrived. 11:20 p.m. I don't know how much time had passed since I called. By the time the officers rushed in, several of them ran to the bathroom to throw up at the sight of the room. I sat there, dazed. A female officer wiped the monster's blood off me, then helped me change into fresh clothes. After that, I was put into a car and taken to the Metropolitan Police Department. They brought me to the office Father always used. This is Father's. I shook my head and glanced at the clock. It was 11:20 p.m. Normally, I'd be sound asleep in my warm bed by now. Why did this happen? What did I do wrong? The feeling of my parents' growing coldness haunted me, and tears spilled from my eyes again. I don't know how much time passed before I heard a knock at the door. Without waiting for a response, a voice called out, "Excuse us," and several men and women entered the room. We apologize for the delay. We are from the newly established Dungeon Countermeasure Committee under the Cabinet Office. We are deeply saddened by the loss of your parents. The man speaking bowed, followed by the others behind him. The Dungeon Countermeasure Committee. Yes, we would like to explain the details surrounding this incident, if that's all right with you. As he spoke, he handed me a file. Inside were descriptions of various monsters, including the ones that had violated my parents. They're called goblins, mysterious monsters that have appeared across the world in the last 4 to 5 days. Goblins, like the monsters from fantasy stories, and they're appearing worldwide. Yes, this information has not been made public yet, but monsters like these, along with the dungeons they inhabit, have suddenly appeared across the globe. But I haven't seen or heard anything about that on the news. Yes, because this phenomenon only began a few days ago. The governments of every nation, including our own, have been keeping it classified. And you're telling me this? Yes, we have our reasons for doing so, and we'll explain them now. They explained how dungeons had suddenly appeared in this world, and how monsters were emerging from them. How, in some countries, even the military had been deployed to deal with them. And how, at the same time, certain young individuals had begun to awaken to powerful abilities. I was starting to see where this was going, why they were revealing this to me, and what they wanted in return. I think I understand. Go ahead. We haven't even explained the details yet. You want me to be a symbol, a figurehead to gather people who can fight those monsters, right? That's exactly right. But I have no special power. I'm just a high school girl. Are you sure you've got the right person? Yes. But you're mistaken about one thing. You do have power, Utori-san. We'll provide you with the weapons and equipment to harness it, along with the position and authority to use them. A man stepped forward and handed me a file. Inside was a document marked Test Results, a report about me. My eyes were drawn to a section labeled Job. Berserker. Berserker, that's kind of rude, isn't it? So, you're saying I won't just be a figurehead, I'll actually be able to kill those things. As many as I want. Yes, we may stop you from engaging in excessively dangerous actions, but aside from that, you'll have free reign. Understood. It doesn't matter, berserker or whatever, they killed father and mother. I'll kill every single one of those disgusting goblins. Is this burning impulse inside me the effect of being a berserker? Or is it the sense of justice I inherited from father? Either way, it works in my favor. Understood. To protect people from this threat, I'll do it. Thank you. As of this moment, you are Japan's first officially registered explorer. As I shook the man's hand firmly, I swallowed down the flames burning inside me. Chapter 5, A Changing Earth and a Changing God. 2 days after defeating the goblins, it was Sunday morning, but the media was dominated by one particular story. That day, Japan, no, the world had changed forever. The governments of various countries announced the confirmed existence of dungeons and monsters, as well as the measures being put in place to combat them. Along with that news came reports of the incident from the previous night, the attack on the police commissioner's residence, and the tragic death of the commissioner and his wife. The news also reported that around the time dungeons began to appear, people with special abilities, known as jobs, started emerging across the globe. Incidentally, Japan's first officially registered explorer was none other than the daughter who had slain the goblins during the attack on the commissioner's residence. Explorers and jobs, I wonder if this has something to do with what happened yesterday. As I sat there thinking about it, a press conference started airing. And then, I couldn't look away. The beauty of Utori-san on the screen had me completely captivated. She was standing under a barrage of flashing lights, her black and crimson-streaked hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a fitted suit. Her perfectly balanced features radiated strength as she faced straight ahead with unwavering confidence. But what stood out most were her eyes, strikingly beautiful. Those eyes, they look like someone's, but I don't have any friends in this world. There it is again. Thinking about this world like that, that's kind of weird, isn't it? What's wrong, Yuuki? You're spacing out. No, I was just thinking how incredibly pretty she is. I was so surprised by my mom's sudden comment that I ended up saying it out loud. Hikari-chan's gonna stab you, you know. What you say, Mom? Nothing, just wondering if I need to start planning my son's funeral. Isn't that a bit harsh? Why would you even say that? While I was dealing with my mom's side comments, the press conference had ended. Afterward, a police representative and a government official from the cabinet office explained various matters about the monsters that had become humanity's enemies and the dungeons that had appeared out of nowhere. They also talked about the establishment of emergency shelters in schools and local districts and explained the current understanding of jobs. The key points were as follows. Fantasy-like monsters have appeared all over the world. Dungeons, the places where these monsters are born, have also appeared. People with special abilities, jobs have begun to manifest worldwide. So far, jobs have only been observed in people under the age of 40, with the highest occurrence rate among children. Currently, only melee-based jobs have been discovered. Dungeons are under government control, and entry requires a permit. Ability assessments and dungeon permits are free of charge. Those with strong abilities often develop physical traits reflecting their power. For example, Rina-san's hair gained red streaks. Rina-san is a high school second year. This part is important. Underage explorers will have the option to transfer to a specialized explorer academy, which is scheduled to open soon. There will be an entrance exam for the academy, which will involve the use of a dungeon. Adult explorers will be treated as public servants, receiving a base salary plus performance-based bonuses, which will be tax-exempt. Deaths among explorers will be treated as self-responsibility, though condolence payments and survivor pensions will be available. Using abilities to commit crimes will be treated as a serious offense. The information on the flipboard was pretty much summed up like that. Yuuki, are you thinking about becoming one? Well, it'd be helping people, right? I replied to my mom without giving it much thought, and she immediately started laughing. You really are your father's son. I don't want you to push yourself too hard, but if you decide to go for it, make sure you talk it over with Hikari-chan first. Yeah, she's my childhood friend, so I should definitely talk to her about it. That's not exactly what I meant, but whatever. With that, Mom headed off to work. Section, dating a girl that beautiful would be a dream come true. After finishing the breakfast my mom had left for me, I went to the bathroom to wash my face. After what happened 2 days ago, I thought maybe something about me had changed. But unfortunately, the face and body reflected in the bathroom mirror and the full-length mirror in the hallway were the same as always. Just my plain, forgettable face staring back at me. Once I finished breakfast, I went back to my room and started reading a light novel. A perfectly relaxed and peaceful day off. Through the window, I could see Hikari's room across the way. The window was open, and my childhood friend was vacuuming inside. Good luck, I'm getting sleepy. Even though it was still early summer, it already felt like the height of summer outside. But with the AC running inside, it was paradise. It's nice and cool, maybe I'll take a nap. Just as I finished reading a volume, a wave of drowsiness hit me hard. Deciding to indulge in a luxurious midday nap, I slipped under the covers. And just like that, I drifted off. Section, when I opened my eyes, I was in a completely white world. Wait, isn't this the place where I met the god? Why did I automatically think God just now? That's because your memories from the other world and this one are starting to merge. Who's there? Startled by a cheerful child's voice, I turned around and saw a breathtakingly beautiful boy standing there. Yaho, long time no see, Yuki-kun. The boy smiled brightly and called out to me, who are you? I would definitely remember meeting someone this stunning. No way I'd forget a face like that. Ah, right. This is the first time you're seeing me like this. Or maybe your memories haven't settled in yet? I'm the god who sent you to the other world, used up too much divine power and ended up looking like this. Tehipera. Wait, the god who sent me to the other world. You mean that ripped, bodybuilder-level god. Like Shao-Chan levels of muscle. Yup, that's the one. With a snap of his fingers, the empty white space transformed. A large cushion and a table with a tea set appeared out of nowhere. Anyway, why don't we have some tea? Sure. Chapter 6, The World Changed. I sat down on the cushion, still trying to wrap my head around everything. The cushion was insane. It felt as comfortable as the Yagibo at Hikari's house. Oh wait, it actually had a Yagibo tag on it. How's the seat? It's amazing. Feels like it could completely ruin my motivation to do anything ever again. Glad you like it. Ordering it from your world's online shop was totally worth it. Wait, you can get deliveries here. Well, I do have temporary residences set up all over the world, so I just have things sent there. Anyway, I'd like to get to the main topic now. Is that okay? Yeah, but first, can you explain what's happening to me right now? Great, then let me explain, and I'll answer your questions along the way. Yes, please. God-sama cheerfully poured tea into a cup, looking way too pleased with himself. First of all, the dream you had 2 nights ago, it was real. You really did spend 5 years in that other world. But wouldn't that mean my body's age shouldn't match up? Exactly. That's why your body from the other world is stored over there. He pointed toward a spot in the white space. There, I saw an older version of myself peacefully sleeping. See, the divine blessing you had over there wasn't necessary in this world. So I separated that power and stored it along with your body. I see, honestly, I wish I could have kept at least the height. Ahaha, don't worry, you're still growing. Even 5 years from now, you'll be taller. Seriously. Yeah, but you'll need to do some strength training and regular exercise to build up your body. Ugh, got it. I hate working out, but I guess I'll have to suck it up. Compared to the training I did in the other world, working out here should be way easier, though. So, your memories were pretty easy to restore. But your power won't manifest until your body is physically ready for it. Right? What would happen if you forced it to return right now? I wouldn't recommend that. If your body isn't developed enough, you wouldn't be able to control the output. You'd probably end up destroying yourself. Like the protagonist in the early chapters of Hero Aka. Oh wait, you read manga. Of course. It's fun. God-sama grinned as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. Anyway, back to the point, I'm gradually merging the body you had in the other world with your current one, so your powers can adjust naturally. Is that because of the dungeons that appeared here? I asked, and God-sama smiled warmly, a smile that somehow felt maternal, despite his younger appearance. No, that's not it. You granted my wish in the other world. This is your reward. The rules of that world originally forbid bringing anything back, but I thought it would be wrong for you to lose the power you earned through your own hard work. God-sama. My chest warmed at God-sama's thoughtfulness. Besides, the appearance of dungeons in this world wasn't just a coincidence. What? It happened when you defeated the evil god in the other world. As a last-ditch effort, the evil god's soul split into 2 parts. The darker half followed the trail of power left from summoning you and used it to link the other world's dungeons to this world. And then it fled here. That was insane. The worlds were connected. Wait, does that mean the evil god is still alive? No, I've already dealt with it. 1 half is currently in the process of being reborn as a good being under my care. God-sama smiled sadly. So, the dungeons in this world are because of that. That's right, the 2 worlds have become linked. You mean the other world I went to? Exactly. Is there no way to sever the connection? God-sama's face immediately darkened with exhaustion. They're not connected physically, it's deeper than that at a fundamental level. It can't be undone so easily. I don't really get it, but sounds like a huge pain. Exactly. The evil god poured everything into this. It'll take at least another 1,000 years for things to stabilize. 1,000 years. Sorry. God-sama spoke apologetically, but I used quite a bit of my power to give this world a way to fight back. You mean the jobs everyone got? Correct, but you see, since it's distributed across the whole world, most people didn't get as strong of a blessing as you. Some particularly talented individuals stand out, though. I see. Wait, does this mean God-sama reads Bleach too? Yeah, it's a great series. Stop reading my thoughts. Ah, sorry. My powers are still unstable, so yawn. Are you okay? God-sama suddenly let out a huge yawn, swaying as if about to fall asleep. Sorry, I'm fine, but looks like I'm out of time. I've been pushing my limits just to bring you here and explain everything. I'm kind of out of juice, yeah, gonna. Rest, call me, later, zzz. God-sama collapsed onto the bed, and at the same time, I felt my consciousness being pulled away. Ah, I guess I'm waking up. I felt myself being pulled upward, my mind floating toward the surface. Chapter 7, The long day begins. When I woke up, I saw Hikari peering down at me from beside the bed. Her face was way too close. Morning, been a while since yesterday, huh? Yeah, good morning. Hikari seemed down. I could tell she was upset, but I didn't have the ability to read a girl's mind that well. I glanced at the clock. It was past 3 o'clock. I'd slept for quite a while. Hikari, how long have you been sitting there? About an hour. That long? You could have just woken me up. I tried. I called out to you and even shook you, but you wouldn't wake up. I thought maybe you'd caught some weird disease or something. All right, I guess I just fell into a deep sleep, haha. God, this is so awkward. I was acting all cool earlier, so I have no idea what Hikari is thinking now. And I can't exactly tell her I was talking to a god. To cover up the awkwardness, I wrapped my arms around Hikari's head, the same thing I always did when she was feeling down. What's wrong, Hikari? You don't seem like yourself. I kept my voice soft as I gently stroked her hair. Are you really going to become an explorer, Yuuki? Ah, so it's about that. I guess that scene earlier must have hit her hard. She'd probably been thinking about it while cleaning, from the looks of it. She'd been working on autopilot. I'm still thinking it over. But if I can protect people with my power, I'm leaning toward doing it. I see, you've always been like that, Yuuki. If someone's in trouble, you help them without even thinking about yourself. No, I'm not that selfless. But well, Dad always used to say, it takes courage to help others, and sometimes it'll be hard. You might even hear hurtful things from the people you save. But only kind people can save others, so you should grow up to be kind and help as many people as you can. Ah, there it is, Yuuki's dad's, helping others philosophy. Hikari smiled, she seemed a little better now. Yeah, though the part that follows, and if you help others, it'll eventually come back around to you. Kinda ruins the message. But you don't actually think that far ahead, do you? Hey, I do think about it, okay. I'm not that careless. Hikari laughed, then leaned into my chest and took a deep breath. It was a little embarrassing, to be honest. Okay, I feel better now. After about 5 solid minutes of deep breathing, Hikari's face looked refreshed. Right on cue, my stomach growled. I hadn't eaten since before noon, so it made a pretty loud noise. We glanced at each other and laughed. Hikari stood up and held out her hand to help me up. Geez, how long have you been asleep? Last time I checked the clock, it was around noon, so about 3 hours. Good grief, Yuuka-san's at work, right? I'll make something for us. Oh, Hikari's cooking 2 times in a row. This is rare. I'm excited. Since I had memories of spending 5 years in the other world, it really did feel like it had been a long time. What do you mean, it's been a while? You just ate my cooking 2 days ago, and you've been swiping food from my bento too. Come on, you know I love your cooking. It's exactly my taste. I'd happily eat it every day. Hikari's face instantly flushed bright red. Okay, that kinda sounded like a proposal. Why, Yuuki? What was that supposed to mean? My stomach growled again. Great timing, or maybe terrible timing. Ah, I'll whip something up right away. Yeah, I'm counting on you. After finishing the late lunch Hikari made, fluffy fried rice and egg soup, we sat side by side on the living room sofa, casually watching TV. Just then, the broadcast switched to a report about the ability assessment site that had opened today. Hey, Yuuki, wanna check that out? Hikari pointed at the screen, where the ability assessment venue was shown. You mean the ability test? Do you want to become an explorer too? Whether I actually become one depends on you, but I figured there's no harm in getting tested. I heard they hand out exploration permits for free anyway. But it looks super crowded, doesn't it? That's in Tokyo. It probably won't be that busy around here. Plus, I was thinking we could grab dinner afterward. Yuyuka-san's working late today. Oh, right, I totally forgot Mom's working late tonight. It's your dinner, you should at least remember that much. Hikari puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Ah, sorry. I guess I was just looking forward to eating your cooking too much. Honestly, let's head out soon, okay? I'm going to get ready for our date. That word date made me freeze mid-stand, and I dropped right back onto the sofa. Seeing my reaction, Hikari grinned like a mischievous child whose prank had just succeeded. She skipped out of the living room, calling out from the hallway, "Hurry up and get ready." Got it, guess I'll hop in the shower. I stood up and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. 30 minutes later, I went to pick up Hikari. The door opened almost immediately after I rang the bell. Hikari stepped out with her hair in a half-up style, wearing a blouse with subtle but eye-catching frills, long skirt-style pants, and ankle-strap low-heeled sandals. I'd never seen Hikari dressed like this before. She looked insanely cute. Yeah, dangerously cute. Why are you staring at me like that? She shifted awkwardly, looking a little embarrassed. Yeah, still dangerously cute. Sorry, you just look so cute it made my brain shut down. Wah. Hikari's face turned as red as a pressure cooker about to blow. Yeah, dangerously cute. No, seriously, dangerously cute is the only phrase I can come up with right now. When I said that, Hikari started stammering. Like a broken machine. Her eyes were practically spinning. Hey, Hikari, you okay? Nope, she was totally out of commission. What now? Chapter 8, let's go to the aptitude test. We stood outside the entrance for about 10 minutes while Hikari slowly cooled down from her human kettle mode. Once she finally returned to normal temperature, we set off. By the way, Hikari, where exactly is this testing site? Hold on, let's see. It's near the school, so about a 20-minute walk from here. She held up her phone to show me the map. Looks like she had already looked it up beforehand. Hikari was always prepared like that. Ah, the cultural center over there, huh? Yeah, that place is pretty big. The cultural center was on the way to school, a fairly large building often used for small concerts and choir competitions. It also had conference rooms, so it made sense to hold the test there. Ah, that's when I noticed the park where we had encountered the goblins 2 days ago. As we approached it, Hikari suddenly took my hand. My face flushed at the unexpected gesture. Hikari wasn't usually the type to do something like this. When I glanced at her, she was pale as a sheet. Sorry. She tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tighter. Well, yeah, I'm used to it now, but Hikari's not. After seeing something like that. It's okay. If anything happens, I'll protect you. You okay? That sounded so cheesy. This is embarrassing as hell. Feeling awkward, I avoided looking at her, but I made sure not to let go of her hand as I took half a step ahead. Whether it was from the summer heat or the warmth from holding hands, I wasn't sure. But by the time the cultural center came into view, my face was burning. It was livelier than expected, with a decent crowd gathering around the entrance. Ugh, that's a lot of people. Yeah, looks like that's the reception desk. Seems like we need to grab a ticket from that machine over there. Hikari pointed to a ticket dispenser near the reception area. We took a ticket and waited for a bit until our number was called. Then we stepped up to the desk. Hello, are you here for the ability assessment today? Yes, there are 2 of us. How long will it take? Let's see, the assessment itself has about a 20-minute wait right now. If you'd like to receive your permit today, I'm afraid the wait is over 3 hours. So, all those people sitting around are. I glanced around. There were probably 70 to 80 people waiting. Yes, those are the people waiting for same-day issuance. That's a lot. What about if we get it issued later? If you take the temporary certificate we issue today to your local government office, you can receive the permit the same day. If you choose to have it mailed, it will arrive in about a week. The receptionist handed us a form and explained the process. I see, Hikari, what do you want to do? I'm fine with just getting the certificate. Mailing it is good enough. Got it, in that case, please send it by mail. Understood, please fill out this form with your name and address. Once you're finished, place the copy of your certificate into this envelope and return it to us. After finishing the explanation, the receptionist handed over the forms. Got it, thanks for the clear explanation. I gave a slight bow and took the 2 sets of documents. We filled them out and then headed to the testing area, where we grabbed 2 new tickets from another dispenser. Afterward, we sat down on the row of chairs. Hikari, sitting next to me, was fidgeting restlessly. Ugh, I'm kinda nervous. Why does Yuuki look so calm? Well, we're already here, so whatever happens, happens. Yuuki's acting kinda different today. Hikari puffed her cheeks and gave me a pouty glare. She had a point. Before today, I probably would have been way more nervous about something like this. Maybe it's because I've already been through more intense ceremonies in the other world. Aerith and the head maid had drilled me on etiquette and formal protocol for hours on end. Hey, Yuuki. What's wrong? Before I realized it, Hikari was tugging on my sleeve, snapping me out of my thoughts. You know how they say seeing someone more nervous than you helps you stay calm. Even so, you seem too calm. Yeah, honestly, even I'm wondering why I'm this relaxed. She narrowed her eyes at me suspiciously, so I decided to change the subject with a question that had been bugging me. Anyway, why did you suddenly decide to take the aptitude test? Hikari hesitated for a moment, letting out a thoughtful hum before answering. It's kind of vague, but I have a feeling you're definitely going to become an explorer. And when that happens, I don't want to be left behind. Her voice trailed off at the end. She wasn't wrong. If there was something I could do, I was the type to go for it. So Hikari's reasoning made sense. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave you behind. Really? If anything, I can't even imagine being apart from you. Yuuki, what are you saying? Hikari's face instantly turned bright red, like a kettle about to boil over. That totally sounded like a proposal. Once I realized it, my own face started to burn. I'm pretty sure the old me would have never said something like that. Chapter 9, It Could Be Bad. Ping pong. Just then, our number flashed on the digital display. Look, Hikari, it's our turn. Why, yeah. Since both of our faces were still bright red, the receptionist gave us a curious look. After completing the check-in, we were directed to a partitioned space where we handed over our forms to the staff. Thank you very much. You're Kaminagi Yuuki-san, correct? I'm Wadabe, and I'll be assisting you with the registration process today. Nice to meet you. First, please place your hand on this device. A machine that looked like some kind of scanner emerged. I placed my hand on it and waited. Please hold still for a moment. All right, that's all set. That's it, that was pretty simple. Yes, the test itself is quick. The mechanism isn't fully understood, but this will reveal which job you're suited for. Pretty convenient. It will take a little while for the results to print, so in the meantime, I'll explain some key details about becoming an explorer. Understood. Please go ahead. Wadabe-san then gave a general overview of the explorer system. Explorers receive a regular salary for participating in dungeon dives, students included. Bringing back materials from the dungeon earns a special tax-free bonus. Materials include parts from defeated monsters like goblins. There are bounties for eliminating specific monsters. Fighting between explorers inside and outside dungeons is prohibited. Using abilities in such conflicts is a legal offense. Harming civilians is strictly prohibited. Self-defense is an exception. Violating the last 2 rules can result in license revocation or other penalties. Students who receive high-ranking job results during testing are eligible to transfer to newly established government-run schools. Outstanding performance in dungeons can also open up transfer opportunities to these schools, which come with a full-ride scholarship. There were more detailed explanations, but that was the gist of it. That concludes the basic explanation. We'll also provide you with a pamphlet, so please take a moment to review it later. Understood. Thank you for the detailed explanation. Not at all. It's always rewarding to explain things to someone who listens as attentively as you, Kaminaga-san. Just as Wadabe-san wrapped up the explanation, the results of my test were printed. No, Kaminaga-san, your test results have been issued, but there seems to be a slight problem with your job classification. A problem? My heart began to race, and a cold sweat broke out across my back. I hadn't done anything wrong, but for some reason I was getting nervous. A problem. Yes, the job classification section seems to be corrupted. More specifically, the text has come out as garbled characters. Garbled characters. I was relieved for a moment. At least it didn't say something crazy like hero, or something equally ridiculous. We tried printing the data we obtained several times, but every time, the job section came out garbled and unreadable. Could you try placing your hand on the scanner again? Sure, no problem. I placed my hand on the device again and waited. But once again, the job section was nothing but garbled text. It's no good, the result is still corrupted. I see, well, I'm not in any rush to get the license, so it's not a big deal. But won't this cause issues for the registration process? Yes, that's why I need to check with my supervisor. Could you wait here for a moment? Of course, should I just stay here? Yes. I'll be back shortly. With that, Wadabe-san walked off toward the back office. There was some commotion from behind the partitioned area. Section. 20 minutes later, Wadabe-san returned, bowing apologetically. I'm very sorry. I checked with the higher-ups, and they advised us to register you temporarily as a warrior. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but we'll have to proceed with that classification for now. It's fine. It's a machine I've never seen before. Errors are bound to happen. Please don't worry about it. Wadabe-san lifted her head and handed me the certificate. Honestly, being a warrior or whatever didn't matter much. I already knew what I had to do. Thank you. If you could come back another day, the results might be different next time. Understood. I'll give it some time and try again later. Once again, I sincerely apologize for the trouble. Wadabe-san bowed once more, and I bowed back politely. After leaving the private room and heading back to the waiting area, I spotted Hikari sitting with an unfamiliar woman. Chapter 10, Mate. Mizushiro Hikari's point of view. After being led into a partitioned area, I underwent the examination and listened to the explanation. Eventually, the results were printed out. The woman in charge, Wadabe-san, frowned as she looked at the results. Is something wrong? Well, it seems to be a job I've never seen before. I'll need to confirm this. Please wait for a moment. Saying that, Wadabe-san stepped toward the back of the booth. I could hear a commotion from deeper inside the room. When she returned shortly after, her hands were trembling, and her expression was one of complete shock. Mizushiro-san, actually, you've been registered as the world's first mage. Mage? Like the kind that wear pointy hats and cast spells in fantasy stories. Or maybe like one of those magical girls from anime. Ado, you mean that kind of mage. The scene from yesterday flashed through my mind when Yuuki defeated that goblin with ice magic. That had definitely seemed like magic. But me, a mage. Yes, probably the kind you're thinking of. The ones you see in anime and the like. I see, but what do you mean by the world's first? Currently, there's no record of a mage in the global database. There may still be others who haven't been measured yet, but as of now, you are the only one in the world with this job. I see. Then maybe Yuuki will turn out to be a mage too. If we both ended up with the world's first jobs, that'd be pretty cool. It has a nice ring to it. While I was caught up in those thoughts, Wadabe-san's smile faded, her expression growing serious. Mizushiro-san, from this point on, I'll be speaking from my own judgment. Okay. I was overwhelmed by the intensity in her voice as she leaned forward. First, there are some precautions you'll need to take in your daily life from now on. Since you hold the world's first job of this type, you will inevitably attract attention on a global scale. While your privacy will be protected, and the media won't be allowed to broadcast this information, various governments and organizations will likely take great interest in you. That means there's a possibility that you and those around you could be exposed to danger. Please be very careful not to speak about this carelessly or share it on social media. Why, yes, I'll be careful. Finally, because this is such an extraordinarily rare job, the government may summon you at some point. If that happens, we would appreciate your cooperation. I nodded slowly, the weight of the situation sinking in. Wadabe-san lowered her head apologetically. I can't make any promises, but if that happens, I'd like to discuss it with Yuuki, someone very important to me, before making a decision. The moment I said that, my face started burning up. Oh no, did I just say something super embarrassing? Wadabe-san's expression shifted into a playful smile. Ara, is he your boyfriend? Or maybe your fiancé? My. Wadabe-san leaned in, her eyes sparkling. The composed, professional image she had a moment ago was quickly falling apart. What? And no, he's just my childhood friend. Oh, really? How cute, I love that kind of story. Ehata. Help me, Yuuki. For a while after that, Wadabe-san kept prying into my relationship with Yuuki. Eventually, I was released when another staff scolded Watare's-san. Since Yuuki's examination didn't seem to be over yet, I decided to wait for him in the waiting area, spacing out a little. That's when I heard a familiar voice. Huh. Hikari-chan, long time no see. I turned around to find a slightly tanned blonde girl in a sharp business suit, an outfit that didn't suit her at all. Hey, who are you? Ah, right, you wouldn't recognize me. It's Shiratori Tsugumi. What? Tsugumi-chan, no way. She was a former classmate from middle school. We used to be pretty close, but she transferred out when her parents relocated for work, and we lost touch after that. Wait, Tsugumi-chan, what are you doing here? Ahaha, my parents got transferred overseas, so my little sister and I are staying at my grandmother's house now. We just arrived yesterday. Tsugumi-chan smiled cheerfully. Back in the day, she had the vibe of a serious bookworm, but now. I see, but why are you at the Ability Testing Center? Oh, I'm working here part-time, just helping out for a bit. My shift ended a little while ago. So what about you, Hikari? Ah, well, Yuuki seemed interested, so I tagged along. Ah, I see, so you're here to support your boyfriend. Did you finally get married? Huh? And no, not yet. I stammered, flustered, while Tsugumi-chan burst out laughing. Come on, we're still in high school. We're the same age. You know that's not possible yet. Ugh, don't tease me. Sorry. But wow, you really are the same as always. Totally in love with Yuuki-kun. Jesus, seriously. Of course, I knew she was joking, so I wasn't upset at all. If anything, it felt nostalgic to laugh with Tsugumi-chan like this. Haha, this feels so familiar. Right? We used to talk like this back in our second year of middle school. Yeah, but Tsugumi-chan, you've really changed since then. You look totally different. I know, right? When I started high school, I decided I'd try being a Gyaru. I put a lot of effort into it, but it turns out there weren't any Gyarus at my school. But I kept up with my studies even with this look, so they just let me keep my hair dyed, figuring I'd change it back eventually. I see, she's gotten way more talkative too. Ah, sorry. I know I should try to tone it down, but honestly, I feel more comfortable like this. Tsugumi-chan smiled apologetically. Knowing how serious she used to be, this was probably a bit of a rebound from all that pressure. It's totally fine. Honestly, you used to seem really stressed out, so if you're more comfortable like this, I think it's a good thing. Ugh, that's exactly what I'd expect from a wife. You're too good, Hikari. I'm not a wife. We kept chatting about old times, losing track of how much time had passed. Yuuki-kun's taking a while, huh? Yeah, I wonder what's going on. By the way, Hikari, did you take the aptitude test? Yeah, I did. What job did you get? Oh, I got tailor, by the way. What about you? I got mage. Mei. Tsugumi practically shouted, drawing attention from the people around us. Hey, Tsugumi, not so loud. Ah, sorry, but seriously. Yeah. I showed her my certificate, and Tsugumi's eyes went wide. Whoa, a rare job, huh? Rare job? Yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. A job that's extremely rare or unconfirmed. My tailor is considered a rare job too. Apparently, there are only about 10,000 of us worldwide. Wow, that's pretty amazing. No, you're the amazing one. Ano, excuse me. At the sound of that voice, a shadow fell over us. Chapter 11, Tsuzuri Nui. When I returned to the waiting area, I saw Hikari chatting with two unfamiliar women in suits. Both of them were stunningly beautiful. One looked like a college student. She had blonde hair, tanned skin, and that flashy vibe typical of Joris, the type I'm honestly not very comfortable around. The other woman had a striking appearance, so distinct that I couldn't even tell if she was Japanese. Her figure was on par with Hikari's foreign-born mother, and she had long, deep violet hair. Feels awkward to interrupt. Maybe I should grab some drinks since I made her wait. I headed to the vending machine, bought drinks for all of us, and returned. Hikari, sorry to keep you waiting. As I called out to Hikari, both women turned to look at me, wearing unsettlingly mischievous smiles. I've got a bad feeling about this. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the woman with violet hair stood up and handed me a business card. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yuuki-san. I'm Tsuzuri Nui from the Cabinet Office's Dungeon Bureau, Dungeon Countermeasures Committee, Dungeon Countermeasures Division. I hope we'll get along. Tsuzuri-san's blue eyes fixed on me as she spoke. I'm Kaminagi Yuuki. It's nice to meet you. I accepted the business card and shook her hand. Her fingers were smooth and delicate, like whitefish. Feel free to speak casually. I'm not too fond of formalities myself. Got it. Then I'm Kaminagi Yuuki, childhood friend of Hikari over there. Understood, pleased to meet you. Now then, we were just talking about Hikari-san's job earlier. Tsuzuri-san's expression sharpened. Did something go wrong? Hikari's job, did something happen? Yes, regarding that matter, I'd prefer to speak about it in a more private location. I've already secured permission from both parties. As Tsuzuri-san said that, I noticed the Gyaru and Hikari approaching us. Yo, long time no see, Yuuki-kun. It's been, 3 years? It's me, Shiratori Tsugumi. Shiratori, I think there was someone by that name in our class. Yup, that Shiratori. The one who was super close with Hikari. Hearing that jogged my memory. I did recall a girl by that name who was close with Hikari back in middle school, but she looks so different now that I hadn't recognized her at all. Surprised, it's my high school debut, you know. She grinned and struck a playful pose. Shiratori burst into laughter, her chest bouncing in sync with her laughter. Somewhere deep inside me, the little mustached devil was screaming, boobs. Bouncy boobs. Hey, Yuuki-kun, you're staring too much if you're gonna stare at someone. You should be looking at Hikari instead. And no, I wasn't staring that hard. Suddenly, Hikari, who had somehow ended up next to me, started digging her knuckle into my side. Shall we move to a different room for now? I'd like to hear more about the two of you as well. Aki. Sounds good. As we walked to the new location, Hikari slipped her arm around mine, and then pinched my bicep. Ugh, that hurts. Got anything to say for yourself? I've realized that staring like that is rude. Yeah, I had that one coming. Section, Tsuzuri-san led us into an unused conference room. Hikari and Shiratori sat a bit apart from each other, but once everyone had settled into their seats, I handed out the drinks I'd bought earlier. Tsuzuri-san's expression turned serious as she began speaking. Let me explain the situation first. Hikari-san will definitely be transferring to an explorer school, regardless of her personal wishes. Is that because of Hikari's job? Yes. Hikari-san has awakened to the extremely rare job of mage, currently the only one in existence. Exactly. At present, around 45% of the world's population under the age of 40 has undergone the aptitude test, yet no other mage has been identified. Due to her value as a rare asset, the government will place her under its direct supervision. It felt like I'd just been smashed over the head. Hikari is leaving. I glanced at Hikari, who smiled awkwardly. The thought of my precious childhood friend, who had always been by my side, disappearing from my life sent a chill through my veins. Please listen carefully, Yuuki-san. This only applies if Hikari-san chooses to refuse the transfer. That said, Hikari-san has already agreed to transfer if you accompany her. She said that, I guess I jumped to conclusions. However, there's one issue. Unlike Hikari-san, who holds a rare job, Yuuki-san will need to pass an entrance exam if your job is considered ordinary. Tsuzuri-san's voice softened with a trace of apology. An entrance exam. Yes, Hikari-san will be enrolled in the government-run Explorer School's Special Training Division. Most students there are government-sponsored, but to fill the remaining spots, we hold an additional entrance exam. If you pass, you'll be able to transfer alongside Hikari-san. So you're saying you'll create a special spot for me, but I'll need to pass the test. Precisely. I'll personally handle the recommendation for your exam slot. By the way, Yuki-san, what's your job? It's probably faster if you take a look at this. I handed over my certificate. I handed over the test result paper. Tsuzuri-san took it, saying, "Let me take a look," but her expression quickly shifted to one of surprise as she read it. It seems the test machine kept displaying an error no matter how many times I tried. So, for now, I've been provisionally registered as a warrior. Understood. I'll make sure to inform the higher-ups about the error as well. Thank you. When will the exam be held? Let's see. Tsuzuri-san checked her tablet. With the current preparations for the new school building, it will likely be held in about 3 weeks at the earliest and within a month at the latest. A month? Can they finish building a new school that quickly? They're not building it from scratch. The area within a 2-kilometer radius of the dungeon was already designated for evacuation, including nearby companies, residences, and schools. The government purchased the land, so the facilities are already in place. There are enough existing classrooms for basic learning. Remodeling and rebuilding are planned for the future, but for now, it's usable as is. I see, the government's moving unusually fast on this. Normally, it takes forever to get anything done. That's true, but this time, there's been almost no resistance from the local residents or even in the Diet. It's progressing almost like magic. If only things always went this smoothly. Tsuzuri-san shrugged with a tired smile. Also, dungeon outbreaks have been classified as designated emergency disasters. That's why the response is being handled so quickly. So it's being treated like a typhoon or an earthquake. Exactly. Anyway, that's enough serious talk for now. Why don't the four of us go out for dinner? My treat. Tsuzuri-san's professional expression melted into a bright smile. Are you sure? Of course, we'll be working together from now on, after all. Besides, Yuki-san, I get the feeling you have some kind of mysterious power. And I have a hunch you're going to get caught up in something big, so I'd like to stay on your good side. And I also want to hear more about how you two got together. With that, Tsuzuri-san stood up and headed toward Hikari and Shuratori, who were still deep in nostalgic conversation. So this was the bad feeling I had. Later, we ended up at a slightly upscale family restaurant. Hikari and I were grilled relentlessly by Tsuzuri-san and Shuratori about our past and our daily lives. I got teased mercilessly the whole evening. Chapter 12, God-sama and the Power to be Revealed. Ugh, it's so bright. I woke up to a blinding light and found myself back in the same space where I'd met God-sama before. Sorry, did I wake you up? I turned toward the cheerful voice, and sure enough, God-sama was standing there. Ah, it's you, huh? Good morning. Wow, you're not exactly excited to see me, huh? God-sama grabbed my shoulders and started shaking me. I was sleeping, so my brain is newt warkiving riet nua. I answered while my head was being jerked around. I see, okay then. God-sama snapped his fingers. Instantly my mind cleared and I was wide awake. All right, that's better. I even made you some tea, so come on, let's drink. Still as pushy as ever, huh? That's rude. I'm just trying to look out for you. Stop reading my mind so casually. Awa, don't be so cold. You're a god, stop acting all cutesy. Come on, pay attention to me. God-sama clung to me, and since prying him off seemed like a hassle, I let him stay there as I sat down. So, did you call me here just to hang out? Nope, that's not it. Then, did something happen? Nope, everything's fine. Then why? It's about you. Me, huh? I had no clue what he was talking about. You know how the aptitude test for explorers didn't display your job? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that. I didn't really think much of it. I mean, I was a hero in the other world, right? Over there, people kept calling me a hero and treating me like one. Honestly, it was embarrassing. Though after 3 years, I got used to it. Exactly. You were a hero over there, but you've evolved now. You've become a brave. Like I said, you've gone from hero to brave. So, does that mean I'm stronger than I was as a hero? That's right. Your potential has increased, so eventually, you'll be far stronger than you were before. But right now, your body isn't fully developed, so you can't handle the same level of power you had in the other world. You mentioned that before, right? Good, I was a little worried you wouldn't remember. My divine power was still recovering back then, so I wasn't sure if the explanation synced with your memory. God-sama looked relieved, but there was something else I wanted to ask. Ah, you mean about the brave thing, right? Don't read my mind so casually. Sorry. Anyway, about the brave, the highest potential of that class is reaching the level of a god. Did he seriously just say that? Wait, seriously? Isn't that kind of overkill? Well, it's because you're mixed with the other world's influence. It's just a precaution, really. Are you saying something even stronger than that evil god could show up? I remembered the terrifying strength of the evil god. We only managed to defeat it because God-sama weakened it. Plus, I had the help of my sacred relic and my companions. If something like that showed up in this world. Don't worry. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. What concerns me more is the strength of the monsters in this world. Ah, right, a single goblin over there could be taken down by a kid. But I was completely useless at first, Even though I'd been summoned as a hero, I'd barely managed to defeat a goblin that even kids could handle. I almost died, and the princess, Aerith, looked at me with the most disappointed expression. You're this weak. Are you really a hero? That stung. Yeah, the people in that world were just fundamentally stronger than the ones here. Even Aerith, the princess who traveled with us, could overpower a goblin with a single knife. And lately, the dungeon monsters have been getting stronger too. Wait, seriously? Yup, you know guns from your world, right? A handgun's bullets. These monsters can withstand dozens of them. If you fire 100 shots, they'll probably go down, but realistically, you'd need something like a machine gun to take them down consistently. How the hell is anyone here supposed to survive that? That's why I gave you power unlike bullets. Swords are better at channeling unstable internal magic power. Because bullets leave your hand when you fire them, so the unstable magic power can't be maintained, right? Exactly. Did he just quote JoJo? Ebooks are so convenient, aren't they? Wait, you have internet here. Yup, super fast Wi-Fi too. How fast are we talking? Ahaha, anyway, back to what we were talking about. Like you said earlier, regular bullets don't really work on goblins. But if someone's good at imbuing magic, they could take one down with an arrow, just like in the other world. I see, so there are people who can use bows like that. Yup, though no one's discovered it yet, they're definitely out there. I see, but bows in this world, huh? Well, in your case, Yuuki-kun, throwing knives would probably work better than a bow. Right. It'd be easier to keep magic infused in thrown weapons than in a bow, huh? Exactly. Even for regular people, as long as they can imbue a little magic, they'd be able to take down monsters with swords and other blades. They wouldn't even need to control the magic directly. That's useful to know, but yeah, guns weren't a thing back in the other world, after all. As I was getting lost in thoughts about the mechanics of this world, something came to mind. Oh yeah, God-sama, why did Hikari become a mage? That's because of your influence. It's the power of your evolved brave class. You mean the ability to share my power? Well, something like that. I guess I'll figure it out eventually. Exactly. I want you to figure it out on your own. There are a lot of restrictions, but I've also granted you an appraisal ability. Appraisal. Seriously, are you sure about that? Appraisal was super rare in the other world. I want you to face your own strength head-on. Besides, I trust you not to abuse any power you gain, no matter how strong it is. Why do you trust me that much, God-sama? I mean, first he made me a hero in another world, and now he's giving me insane powers in this one. He trusts me a lot for some reason. To be honest, I've been watching you since before you got sent to the other world. What? Wait, don't freak out. I'm a god, you know. I manage several worlds, so of course there are a few people I keep an eye on. So that's how it is. So I got summoned to another world because you I caught your attention, huh? You almost said stalk, didn't you? That's harsh. Well, I mean, you're pretty friendly now, and it feels like we're kind of friends. Tunk. God-sama's cheeks flushed as he repeated that out loud. Come on, you're making it weird by reacting like that. Ahata, but I'm really happy. And well, that's why I'm not worried about giving you power. I know you won't misuse it. God-sama's ever-changing expressions settled into a gentle smile. Understood. For the sake of an important friend, I'll make sure to understand my own power and never misuse it. Seriously, I'm weak to straightforward emotions like this. That's exactly the kind of thing I like about you. Please stop reading my mind. After some light-hearted chit-chat, God-sama said he was going to rest to recover his divine energy, so I took my leave. When I woke up, it was just after 7 a.m., my usual wake-up time. Guess I'll try out this appraisal power. Appraisal, all right, here we go. Job. Brave. As I mumbled to myself, a window appeared in front of me, just like the kind you'd see in a typical status screen from those you-know-what type manga. But when I read the contents, I couldn't help but grimace. Brave. An evolved version of the hero Job. After saving the other world, the hero was evolved by God-sama, possesses multiple unique abilities. Unique ability, brave prefer romance. Protects those who have pledged their love or formed a bond with the user. The more there are, the stronger the effect. The strength increases based on the depth of affection from the other party. Mutual understanding amplifies this effect further. Conversely, if the bond weakens or the affection fades, the user becomes weaker. Order of strength gain. Partner mutual love, romantic interest affection. Flattery and surface-level feelings won't count. Only mutual love or deeper connections qualify. Unlocked abilities. boosts the abilities of those under protection, Harem. Grants the user access to the abilities of those under protection, provided they have the aptitude. Unique ability. Brave's Tale. Strength increases upon overcoming difficulties and obstacles. Dramatically increases power when rescuing those left behind or imprisoned princesses. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the user becomes. You've got to be kidding me. I buried my head in my hands on the spot. Chapter 13, Mizushiro Hikari's Long Day 1. You've got to be kidding me. God-sama, what the hell did you give me? I held my head in my hands as the window hovered in front of me. The ability Brave's Tale was fine, in fact it was more than welcome. The problem was the other one, Brave Prefer Romance. A harem? Seriously, I've never even had a girlfriend before. And if we're talking about girls I'm close to in my personal life, there's only Hikari. My classmates sometimes ask me for favors, but that's only now and then. Besides, I can't even imagine being in that kind of relationship with any of them. But even if that's the case, what am I supposed to do by telling Hikari about it? Besides, how do I really feel about her? She's my childhood friend, we've been together since we were kids. She's as beautiful as Aerith or Yuffie, and when she called it a date the other day, my heart definitely skipped a beat. We're always together, and when people joke about us being a married couple, it doesn't feel bad. It'd be a lie to say I don't have feelings for her. In fact, being around her feels natural, and I can't even imagine being apart from her. But it's not the same feeling as falling in love, like I did with Aerith in the other world. I mean, if I'd known how to deal with women back then, Aerith and Yuffie wouldn't have ended up with someone else. I writhed on my bed, clutching my head. No, I was going to return to this world eventually. Hooking up with someone there would have been messed up. I'm not the kind of scumbag who'd sleep around knowing I was leaving. What the hell am I supposed to do? At some point, I'd gotten lost in my thoughts, but then my mom walked in and said, "You're about to be late, you know." That sent me into a panic, and I rushed to get ready. Because I was in such a hurry, I skipped breakfast and ran out the door. My body felt lighter than usual, probably thanks to the new job. It's this late already. Hikari's probably already left. I checked my phone when I woke up, but there weren't any messages from her. It's this late, so she probably left already. I sped through the streets, which were unusually packed with black luxury cars, and sprinted toward school at double my usual pace. When I finally burst into the classroom, Hikari wasn't there. Crap, I screwed up. To make things worse, I'd forgot my phone at home, so I couldn't even contact her. I started to head back, thinking maybe something happened to her on the way to school. But just my luck, I ran into the homeroom teacher. "All right, everyone's here. Sensei, Mizushiro-san isn't here." "Ah, Mizushiro's out for a few days due to family matters." "Kaminagi, you've got some handouts for Mizushiro, right? Make sure you bring them to her." "Yes." I'm relieved, but also kind of disappointed. Between what happened this morning and the lingering unease from Hikari's absence, I couldn't focus on class at all that day. Section, Mizushiro Hikari's point of view. Yesterday was such a whirlwind of a day. Goblins and other monsters, like the one Yuuki and I ran into on our way home, had started appearing all over the world, completely changing the rules of society. The government established a new system of explorers to deal with the dungeons, and I somehow became the world's first official mage. On top of that, I reunited with Tsugumi, an old friend, though after that, she wouldn't stop prying about me and Yuuki. Still, Yuuki was really cool yesterday. For the past few days, Yuuki had seemed different. He used to give off this unreliable vibe, but suddenly it was like he'd grown up overnight. In gym class, where he usually blended into the background, he'd suddenly started outplaying even the soccer club members and scoring these amazing goals. And yesterday, when we went out, he showered me with compliments, though his phrasing was, "Well, that was a work in progress." But Yuuki's always noticed when I change my hairstyle or try a new lip color, and he always tells me if it looks good. That's one of the things I really like about him. As I was thinking about that, Tsugumi's words from yesterday came back to me. "Wow, you're still head over heels for Yuuki, huh?" Well, yeah, obviously. A memory from the past floated to the surface of my mind. Beep, 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 beep. Ah, I need to get up and get ready. My backup alarm was going off. If I didn't hurry, I wouldn't have time to make lunch. I rushed through my morning routine, quickly preparing both breakfast and a bento for lunch. By the time I finished eating breakfast, it was almost time to leave for school. I went to my room and peeked out the window toward Yuuki's house. His curtains were still closed, which usually meant he'd overslept. All right, time to wake up sleepyhead. We've been walking to school together almost every day since kindergarten. Yuuki tends to sleep in about once or twice a month. On those days, I usually wait at his house. But when he's running really late, I'll sometimes head to school without him. Hopefully today is not one of those days. Murmuring to myself, I opened the front door. And standing at the gate was a woman in a maid outfit. "Good morning, Mrs. Shiro-sama." She gave a graceful bow at the perfect angle. "Good morning, Ado, who might you be?" The woman lifted her head and answered smoothly, without a hint of hesitation. "I am Mira, secretary and maid in service to Utori Rina-sama." "Utori Rina? You mean the one that's been in the news lately?" "Yes, I believe you are thinking of the correct person." "So then, why are you here, Mira-san?" "For that, the answer awaits over there." I followed the direction of her hand and saw a sleek black luxury car parked outside. A limousine, right? But wait, how did that even get down this narrow street in front of my house? After Mira-san said please come with me, I hesitantly followed a few steps behind her. Then, as the limousine's door opened, the person who stepped out was none other than Utori Rina, the very same woman I'd seen on TV yesterday. "Good morning, Mizashiro-san. I'm Utori Rina." She gave a flawless bow with an elegance that seemed almost rehearsed. "Gee, good morning. I am Mizashiro Hikari." Ah, I panicked and messed up my introduction. How embarrassing. When I raised my head, Utori-san's expression was slightly tense. But when our eyes met, she gave me a composed, graceful smile. "She's really beautiful. I apologize for the suddenness, but we're short on time. Would you mind stepping inside?" She gestured toward the open door of the limousine. I hesitated, unsure whether to trust her. "I assure you, I have no intention of harming you. I simply wish to speak with you about your future. Would you mind joining me?" Still cautious, I stepped into the car. Utori-san followed, and the limousine slid into motion, moving as smoothly as if it were gliding on air. "Utori-sama, Mizashiro-sama, would you care for a drink?" Mira-san's tone was composed, as she began preparing glasses with practiced ease. "I'll have orange juice. Mizashiro-san, what about you?" "I'll have the same." Mira-san accepted our orders with a polite nod. The way she poured the juice was so graceful, I couldn't help but be mesmerized. Even though the road was fairly bumpy, not a single drop spilled from the glass. "Here you go." Utori-san took a sip and said, this is delicious." Feeling slightly more at ease, I cautiously took a sip as well. It was light and refreshing, yet rich and flavorful at the same time. It really is good. Once Utori-san had wet her lips, she turned toward me and began to speak. "Mizashiro-san, I'm sorry to spring this on you so suddenly, but would it be all right if you skipped school today?" Her expression was a mix of uncertainty and quiet concern. "Yeah, that's fine, wait, what?" The delicious juice must have lowered my guard because I blurted out my surprise without thinking. "Ado, may I ask why?" "Yes, I intend to visit your parents to formally introduce myself." "Huh? Eh?" My voice came out louder than it had all year. Chapter 14, Mizashiro Hikari's Long Day 2. Before I knew it, everything had been handled so quickly that I barely had time to process it. Now I was seated on a plane, high above the clouds. Ugh, I didn't get a chance to call Yuuki. Wrapped in a blanket, I sat curled up in a seat on a dimly lit private jet, clutching my phone. I connected to the onboard Wi-Fi and opened my messaging app. Yuuki's name was pinned at the top. A lot happened, and now I'm heading to see my parents. What do you want as a souvenir? As soon as I hit send, the read receipt popped up. "That thing you always bring back." By that thing, he meant nougat, a chewy treat made from sugar, honey, nuts, and dried fruits. It's kind of like a heiuo. Yuuki's always had a sweet tooth since we were kids. "Got it. Which flavor? Surprise me." "Then the usual one, okay? Perfect. I'll be waiting." "Are you only waiting for the candy?" "Of course not. I was really worried about you this morning." My face burned at the unexpected message. I froze for a moment, and then another message came through. "Hey, you okay?" "Oh no, this is making me way too happy." Feeling a little shy, I replied. "I'm fine, I'm going to sleep soon." "All right, don't catch a cold, it's okay." The temperature isn't that different from Japan, and unlike you, I don't sleep with my stomach exposed. You be careful too. Got it. Thanks, good night. Good night, I whispered as I sent the final message and placed my phone on the side table. There were still a few hours left until we arrived, but the unease I'd felt about leaving Japan had completely disappeared. Pulling the blanket snug around me, I let my eyes close and drifted off to sleep. Section: Mizushiro-sama, Mizushiro-sama. Where am I? A gentle shake pulled me from sleep. When I opened my eyes, Mira-san was leaning over me. Good morning. We'll be landing soon, so please fasten your seatbelt. Ah, good morning. Okay. Good morning. I'm glad you managed to sleep soundly. Ah, yes. You seemed so anxious earlier. I was worried. Utori-san spoke with a slightly apologetic expression. I'm sorry for dragging you into this so suddenly. Oh, it's okay, but why all this? I'll explain the details later. But Mizushiro-san, you were about to be drawn into some troublesome affairs. I decided to act before that could happen. Troublesome affairs? Yes, looks like we're about to land. The plane began its descent, gradually lowering altitude until we landed smoothly in Barcelona, where my parents were. Utori-san, about what you mentioned earlier. I'll explain everything with your parents present. Also, please call me Rina. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of each other from now on. Okay, then please call me Hikari, Rina-san. Understood. It's a pleasure to meet you properly, Hikari-san. A car was already waiting for us. It took us into the city, heading straight for one of Barcelona's most famous hotels. After changing into an evening dress that had been prepared for me, I was led to a restaurant where my parents, whom I hadn't seen in 6 months, were waiting. Rina-san, standing beside my surprised parents, gently suggested, let's have dinner first. We made our way through a multi-course meal, the kind I wasn't really used to. Once we finished, we were led to a private room in the hotel. As I mentioned earlier, let me formally introduce myself once more. I am Utori Rina, an explorer affiliated with the Cabinet Office's Dungeon Agency, under the Dungeon Countermeasures Committee. This is my secretary, Mira Mio. Mira-san gave a polite bow at the mention of her name. So her name is Mia. The Dungeon Agency, so you're with the government. I am Mizushiro Seigo. I am Mizushiro Alina. The four of us exchanged bows. Now then, there's something important that we need the two of you to know. Something we need to know. Yes, the Japanese government intends to make Mizushiro-san an explorer. Are you familiar with explorers and dungeons? Yes, we saw reports about it on both the local and Japanese news yesterday. But why Hikari-chan? My father frowned, while my mother tilted her head curiously. Actually, it's been confirmed that Hikari-san possesses the world's first known job mage. And as of now, she's the only one in the world to have awakened to it. My parents' expressions became complicated. Being called the only one in the world probably didn't feel real to them. It didn't feel real to me either. And here's where things get serious. Because of the nature of this situation, we are currently in the process of protecting Hikari-san. Protecting? Why? Protecting, why would they need to? Rina-san's expression darkened as she spoke. To put it simply, countries like the United States, Russia, and China, as well as neighboring nations and even smaller Middle Eastern states, have all made demands for Mizushiro-san to be turned over to them. What? To be honest, none of this made sense. I'd never used magic in my life, and yet somehow I'd become the target of interest from countries around the world because of this mysterious power. Our expressions were a mixture of confusion and shock. The world's only known and most rare job, and because it's still unknown, it holds unlimited, no, infinite potential. That's why the concept of magic has drawn so much attention. But how does that relate to becoming an explorer? My father, looking troubled, raised the obvious question. It's true, why did I have to become an explorer because of this? That's a fair question. Some extremist factions have already expressed the belief that if Hikari-san refuses to cooperate, they'd be justified in confining her to secure her abilities by force. To keep those factions in check, we believe the best course of action is to have Hikari-san become an explorer and demonstrate her abilities publicly, at least within the dungeon. That would ease the pressure from those groups. But what about Hikari-chan's safety? That will, of course, be guaranteed. We can also lift any restrictions on her activities, both inside and outside the dungeon. While we will need to monitor her, I personally will remain by her side to protect her. Rina-san's offer sounded reassuring, but the uncomfortable look on her face suggested she wasn't entirely confident. Seeing that expression, my father stood up. Utori-san, may we have some time to discuss this as a family? Of course, it's already late, so let's continue tomorrow. Also, please make use of this room for the night. And one more thing. Rina-san took a small device like a portable battery from Mira-san and handed it to me. This is a portable Wi-Fi. I'm guessing there's someone you'd like to contact? She smiled knowingly. Then, if you'll excuse us. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. With that, Rina-san and Mira-san left the room. I glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight local time. My parents sat side by side on the sofa, and I took the open seat across from them. All right, first, we'd like to hear how you feel about all this. Though I think we already have a pretty good idea of how you feel. Well, it's him, after all. He's his father's son. So, Hikari-chan, have you talked to him about it? Both of them looked straight at me as they spoke. I thought back to what Yuuki had said to me yesterday at the testing site. I'm not going to leave you behind. But Yuuki is definitely going to become an explorer. He can't help but rescue people when they're in trouble. It's just who he is. And I want to stay by his side. Hikari-chan, if you're trying to figure things out, isn't there someone you should talk to before us? My mother smiled knowingly. I am going to call him. Saying that, I rushed out to the balcony. He shouldn't have left yet. I unlocked my phone and opened the chat history at the top of the list, his name. Then, I hit the call button. Chapter 15, Thoughts and Feelings. MMM and an NGH, what time is it? That day, for some reason, I woke up earlier than usual. I normally get up around 7, but today I was awake about an hour early. Maybe it's because of yesterday, or maybe it's because I didn't get to talk to Hikari. I stared blankly at my phone, which was still charging, the only connection I had to my childhood friend far away. Then, suddenly, it started ringing. I jolted at the sudden sound, but quickly unlocked the screen. The voice on the other end belonged to the very person I'd just been thinking about. Hello? Hikari. I'm the one calling. Who else would it be? Haha, yes, you're right. My bad. Geez. Normally, conversation flowed easily between us, but for some reason, the words weren't coming out today. Ano, you first, you first. Hahaha, fufu. We laughed together for a while, and somehow the tension in my chest started to ease. Geez, why are we both so nervous? Yeah, seriously. Hey, Yuuki. Yeah, Hikari. Hikari's voice grew a little more serious. I heard her take a quiet breath. I am thinking of becoming an explorer. So. I see, then I'll become one too. Actually, I already became one. What do you mean? Yesterday, Tsuzuri-san came by and left me an authorization certificate. She also told me about the situation you're in. So I figured, if you're going to take that step, I need to stand beside you properly. That's why I asked Tsuzuri-san to help me too. Yesterday, when Tsuzuri-san handed me the certificate, she explained Hikari's complicated situation in detail. Yuuki, isn't that a proposal? Hey, I'm being serious here, don't mess with me. No, think about it. You heard about my complicated situation and decided you wanted to stay by my side. Anyone would see that as a proposal, right? She said it so casually over the phone, but now that she pointed it out, it kind of did sound that way. Well, when you put it like that. Well, we'll talk about that in person. Hikari's words sped up, her voice rising slightly. My face suddenly felt hot. Oh, okay. You're staying over there for a while, right? Yeah, not sure how long yet. I'll probably be with Rina-san most of the time. Rina-san. Yeah, Utori Rina-san. The pretty one, right? Hikari's voice instantly dropped. Crap, what the hell did I just say? And no, I meant, in a general sense. Oh, really? Shoot. I have to get up now. Hey, wait, Yuuki. I tried to brush it off and hang up, but my hand froze mid-motion. Hikari, when you get back, let's talk properly, okay? Yeah, okay. I'll be waiting for a souvenir, so take care over there. You two don't overdo it, okay? All right, see you. Yeah, see you. After hanging up, I realized it was about time to get up and start getting ready for the day. Section. The next morning, I went to school in unusually high spirits, a complete turnaround from yesterday. Naturally, my classmates immediately noticed. Hey, Kaminagi, you're in a pretty good mood today. What happened? Yeah, Kaminagi-kun. Yesterday you looked like a walking corpse. Did something happen with Mizushiro-san? No way, were you cheating on her because your main wife isn't around? Nah, come on. Kaminagi's head over heels with Mizushiro. No way he'd do that. But you know, sometimes the ones who are crazy in love are the ones who. Questions and comments came flying at me from all directions. I froze under the sudden barrage, tripping over my words. Hey, one question at a time. Kaminagi-kun's overwhelmed. The one who stepped in was the class rep, a lively girl who was pretty popular in the class. What was her name again? Sorry, Kaminagi-kun. Everyone's just worried since Mizushiro-san suddenly took time off. Plus, you looked totally out of it yesterday. Was I really that bad? Yeah. You looked like dried fish. You were totally wilted. Didn't even eat lunch. We didn't even know how to approach you. Everyone piled on without hesitation. Was I really in that bad of shape? And then today you're all cheerful. It's impossible not to think something happened. HMPH, cheating is unacceptable. No way, Kaminagi would never cheat, right? Hey, what the heck do you guys take me for? So, what about Mizushiro-san? Hikari's with her parents right now. She's in Spain. Seriously? Spain? Wait, she's half. Dude, that much is obvious. The classroom erupted into chatter. Wait, was it okay for me to say that? I should probably apologize to Hikari later. And she's probably going to stay there for a while, so she won't be back anytime soon. No way, the class's shining star is leaving. What's the point of even coming to school anymore? We finally ended up in the same class as Mizushiro-san. Some of the guys started slumping over their desks, on the verge of tears. Hey, what the hell is that supposed to mean? You guys are such idiots. Boys are the worst. And now the girls were pissed. Ahaha, well, thanks for letting us know, Kaminagi-kun. Yeah, but was it really okay for me to say all that? The guys kinda had it coming. The class rep shrugged and walked off to settle the brewing conflict. I watched her go, then sank into my seat. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 16, To My First Dungeon. After finishing the day's classes, I returned home to find a note from my mom saying that a package had arrived. Mom's working the night shift today. I guess I'll just grab dinner somewhere. With both Hikari and Mom away, I started thinking about where to eat. Since Mom and Hikari's cooking is always so good, I don't usually eat out much. When I do, it's usually just a family restaurant. When I got back to my room, I found a massive cardboard box sitting right in the middle of the floor. I didn't remember ordering anything that big. Maybe the light novel I pre-ordered finally arrived. But when I checked the sender's name, I was caught off guard. Wait, from Godsama? How did a regular delivery service even handle this? Curious but wary, I tore open the box. Inside was something very familiar wrapped carefully in a cover, along with a letter. Hey there, how have you been? I figured you'd be diving into dungeons soon, so I'm sending you the sword and shield you used in the other world. Just like the letter said, inside were the silver sword and shield made of mithril that I'd used before receiving the holy sword from the princess, Aerith, in that other world. Wow, this takes me back, and they've been kept in such good shape. The fine scratches were still there, but the deeper gouges on the blade had been repaired. Someone must have fixed them after I returned to this world. The moment I gripped the hilt, the cool sensation in my hand brought back a wave of nostalgia. A glance at the clock told me it was just past 5 p.m. Maybe I should take a quick trip to a dungeon. There's one nearby, right? I opened my laptop and typed in the address Tsuzuri-san had given me. A list of currently discovered dungeons popped up. The closest one is about an hour away by bike. Apparently, a landslide had opened up a dungeon near a mountain campsite I'd visited with my family when I was younger. There's a curfew at 11 p.m. in this prefecture, but if I leave now, I'll have plenty of time. All right, let's do this. Acting on impulse, I changed into some comfortable clothes and strapped the sword and shield to my back. I tossed a bag with a change of clothes into my bike's front basket. Okay, let's go. With a burst of energy, I kicked off toward the dungeon. Section, Beginner Dungeon, a city K prefecture. I made it while it was still light out. I had to stop and rest a few times, so I was worried I wouldn't make it before dark. But I got here way earlier than expected. So this is a dungeon. It's surprisingly well-maintained compared to the ones in the other world. Though, it's got a pretty ominous vibe. I couldn't see the entrance from where I stood, but the high walls lined with barbed wire gave it the look of a prison straight out of a crime drama. A 5-meter-high watchtower stood nearby, complete with a mounted machine gun. The security setup seemed more focused on keeping things from getting out rather than keeping intruders from getting in. Just like Tsuzuri-san had explained yesterday, there was a lodge near the entrance where you had to check in and out. "Excuse me." "Hey, welcome." The moment I opened the door, a deafening greeting practically assaulted my ears. At the reception desk sat a man in a camouflage uniform, built like a tank with a wide, beaming smile. "Hey kid, you got your explorer's ID?" "Nicely." The intensity of his smile was overwhelming, frankly, terrifying. It was a completely different kind of fear from facing monsters in the other world. "Why yes, here it is." I handed over my explorer's ID, which the man accepted carefully before scanning it with a card reader. He started processing the paperwork with practiced efficiency, finishing in no time. "Yuki Kaminagi, right? First time in a dungeon." "Yes, today's my first time exploring." "Looks like you've got your own weapons. But if you need anything, we have rentals too." "Ah, right. Do you have knives around, 15 cm long?" "Yeah, we've got those. How many do you need?" "3, please." "Got it. Do you want to carry them by hand? Do you have any buckles or straps?" "Sure do, here you go." He handed me a belt-style knife holder designed to be worn around the waist. "Thanks, that should be everything." "All right. You can store your belongings in the locker. You've read the manual, right? Just bring back whatever's easy to confirm as a subjugation part." "Got it." "All right, one last thing." The man leaned in slightly, flashing that same intense smile. "Don't get greedy and end up dead, yeah." "Yes, understood." I answered with as much energy as I could muster, and his smile widened. "Oh, and one more thing." "Yes." "Underage explorers have to be back by 9 p.m. Don't be late." "Understood." "All right, then get going." After passing through the gate and entering the walled area, I stowed my gear in a locker. I gave a polite nod to the guard, watching the iron gate at the dungeon entrance, and stepped inside. This takes me back. It feels just like the first time I entered a dungeon in the other world. The dungeon's interior was lit by glowing moss, casting a soft, ambient light. It looked bright enough that I wouldn't need a flashlight or any extra lighting. Remaining on high alert, I took my first step forward into the depths. Chapter 17. Hello, Protagonist Goblin-san. First floor. I moved carefully through the dungeon and soon spotted a goblin. Slowly closing the distance, I drew my sword and raised my shield. It seemed to notice me, screeching, "Jaya, Jaya," and flailing about. "Let's start with a warm-up. I'll block with the shield and counter." As I approached, the goblin lunged at me, swinging a wooden club. It charged in a straight line, easy enough to parry. The moment the club hits the shield, deflect it left. Crack, the wooden club made a dull sound as it snapped in two. Spotting an opening, I drove my foot into its exposed side, channeling magic into the strike. Bugya! I could feel the crunch of breaking bone through my boot. The goblin was sent flying several meters, landing in a crumpled heap. Green blood oozed from its mouth as it wobbled to its feet, desperately trying to crawl away. "You're not getting away." I caught up to it and swung my sword at its neck, severing its head in one clean strike. The goblin's head rolled to the ground with a brief death rattle. Phew, my body's moving better than I expected. "Oh, right, better collect the proof of kill first." I crouched down and sliced off the goblin's ear, dropping it into the plastic bag I'd brought along. Next, I pried a small magic stone from its chest. Magic stones probably aren't used much in this world since there's no magic gear, but it doesn't hurt to hold on to them. After pocketing the magic stone, I wiped off the goblin's green blood with a worn-out rag. As I cleaned up, the goblin's body slowly disintegrated into ash, fading into the dungeon floor. Monsters killed inside dungeons dissolve into ash and return to the dungeon's ecosystem. If they're killed outside, though, the body remains, and you have to burn it or dispose of it somehow, which is a hassle. All right, on to the next one. I pressed on through the brightly lit corridor, lit by glowing moss. For a while, I didn't encounter any other monsters, and before long, I spotted a staircase leading to the next floor. It's 6:30 p.m. now, huh? Only one goblin so far. Grumbling to myself, I descended the stairs to the next level. Second floor. Even after reaching the second floor, I still hadn't run into any enemies. Weird, where are the monsters? Normal dungeons usually have a decent number of enemies, and low-tier mobs tend to respawn quickly, but I hadn't seen a single one. If there's nothing here, I might as well head down to the next floor. Picking up the pace, I made for the lower levels. The upper floors of this dungeon were relatively straightforward, so there wasn't much risk of getting lost. Maybe someone just cleared this floor recently, but for an entire floor to be empty, that's strange. Lost in thought, I spotted the stairs to the third floor. With no monsters in sight, I had cleared the second floor in just 15 minutes. Third floor. The moment I stepped onto the third floor, I immediately ran into two goblins, one armed with a knife and the other with a spear. Weapons are pretty rough for a beginner to deal with. To regain my rhythm, I started banging my sword against my shield as I approached. The goblins turned toward me, readying themselves for battle. Jaya Jaya. Jaya Jaya. The spear-wielding goblin jabbed wildly, clearly lacking any real sense of range. I deflected the attack with my shield and slid my sword into the goblin's exposed neck. Jayu. My blade slid in easily, severing its head, which rolled to the floor. Without losing momentum, I charged toward the knife-wielding goblin, throwing my weight behind my shield and infusing it with magic. The goblin flew about 3 meters before crashing to the ground. Haya. As the goblin scrambled to get up and flee, I snatched up the fallen knife and hurled it. The blade whistled through the air and embedded itself in the back of the goblin's head, snuffing out its life. After confirming both goblins were dead, I collected their ears and magic stones, then retrieved the goblin's knife. Having extra throwing weapons never hurts. That makes 4 knives on hand now, might as well test them in the next fight. As I moved forward, I spotted 2 more goblins walking ahead, one with a spear and the other with a club. At this range, this should work. I charged magic into 2 knives and threw them. One knife struck cleanly into the goblin's head, while the other stabbed into its eye. As expected, aiming gets shaky when I throw in quick succession. I threw another knife at the surviving goblin, delivering a fatal blow. After confirming they were both dead, I collected my knives, magic stones, and proof of kill. All right, time to move on. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. It sounded like someone was running. Damn it. We were doing fine up to this floor. Just shut up and run. 2 people rushed past me, looking panicked. Moments later, 5 goblins appeared from deeper in the corridor, giving chase. 5 of them might be a good chance to try that. I took a deep breath, stretched to avoid straining my muscles, and let magic flood through my body. This was a basic physical enhancement spell, strengthening my entire body. Over here, I launched myself forward like an arrow loosed from a fully drawn bow. The nearest goblin barely had time to react before a knife pierced its head, sending it flying from the impact. Switching to my sword midair, I twisted my body and leapt into the middle of the remaining 4 goblins. I intended to cut them all down in a single sweeping strike, but it didn't quite go as planned. Ah damn, guess I missed one. 3 goblins were cleanly cut down, but one was left half severed, its body twitching and gurgling. Gyujigi gabu. Sorry about that. Gyuha. Without hesitation, I pulled my sword free and finished it off. The goblin let out a short death rattle before collapsing to the ground. Back in the other world, I could take down 7 or 8 cleanly in one strike. My technique, or more accurately, my level of refinement, had definitely deteriorated. Judging from the cut marks, the 3rd goblin's wound was ragged. Gotta train more. After collecting the goblin's ears and magic stones, my stomach growled. I'm starving, what time is it? Checking my watch, I saw it was 7:30 p.m. Since I hadn't eaten anything but a light snack before diving in, hunger was starting to hit hard. I decided to head back. On the way out, I took down any goblin I ran into with a single blow, using it as physical enhancement training. After collecting magic stones and proof of kill, I reached the dungeon exit by 8:30 p.m. Section. At the guild outpost, a different man was working the reception desk this time. I'm back. Here's the proof of kill. I handed over the plastic bag filled with goblin ears. The clerk looked stunned. It seemed like taking down that many goblins solo on the first day was unheard of. We offer free showers if you'd like to use one. Ah, thank you, I appreciate it. After borrowing the shower at the facility, I packed my sweat-soaked clothes into my bag. Then I stopped by a family restaurant for dinner before heading home. Since the room was hot and humid, I switched on the air conditioner. Ugh, I'm all sticky. Guess I'll take another shower. If Hikari was here, she'd probably have the bath ready for me by now. Now that I think about it, isn't that kinda? A slow heat crept up my face. Damn, it's hot. I cranked up the air conditioning and took a shower. When I got back to my room, I found a message from Suzuri. Hey, Yuuki-kun. About that exam I mentioned before. It's set for 3 weeks from now. Details about the location and travel arrangements will probably be settled about a week beforehand. 3 weeks, first, I need to focus on training my body. As soon as I collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion from both physical and magical exertion pulled me under. Azizuze. Chapter 18, Beginner Dungeon on a Day Off 1. It's been a little over a week since my first dungeon dive in this world. Today, I'm using my day off to visit a dungeon in a neighboring prefecture. Thank you, Tsuzure-san. Don't worry about it. Utori-san's got Hikari-chan covered after all. I never imagined Hikari would end up hanging out with a celebrity. Oh no. If we're talking about fame, Hikari-chan's pretty famous too. You just don't hear about it. Haha, yeah, even now, people from some foreign country keep lurking around our house. Seriously? Well, there's no official record of her leaving the country, and right now, she's allegedly training at a hotel gym, so things are under control for now. Still, it's a relief that the government over there is being cooperative. It's not that simple. Right now, it's only fine because they haven't recognized Hikari-chan's face. But from what I've heard, her parents were nearly detained. Now they're moving around Europe with Hikari-chan's body double. Wait, seriously? Hikari never said a word about that. My heart jumped at the thought of even his aunt and uncle being targeted. They're trying not to burden you with any more stress, Kaminagi-kun. Ugh, she could have at least mentioned it. Well, her parents seem to be enjoying a bit of an early vacation, so it's not all bad. A vacation? Yeah, it sounds like they've got protection from Japan, and the European countries have agreed not to hand over any data on Hikari-chan, even if they detain them. That's made things a bit less tense. That's a relief. Though it's just a temporary fix. If we could just deal with the people hanging around your neighborhood, they'd be able to come home. Come to think of it, the day Hikari left for overseas, I did see a bunch of blacked-out luxury cars parked nearby. Since his address and high school were on record, people had apparently been lying in wait along his commute. Even now, suspicious people have been spotted wandering around town. It's gotten to the point where local schools are handing out flyers warning students to stay alert for suspicious individuals. So, it's still going to be a while before she can come back, Yeah, it'd be nice if she could make it back before your exam, though. Well, whether she's here or not, I'm going to pass that exam. Oh, I like that confidence. Judging from your hunting record, you should have no trouble at all. Wait, you can see my hunting record. Yeah. Since you get paid for each monster you take down, there needs to be proof. Only monsters confirmed through proof of kill, like parts or magic stones, get counted though. I didn't know that. How many did I even take down this week? I already lost track. You don't even remember, huh? Well, you've taken down 237 goblins so far. That puts you at the top tier among high schoolers. I've defeated that many. Yup. You've pretty much been hitting the dungeon every day. And on your days off, you've been spending the whole day in there, right? Yeah, that sounds about right. I've also been working on body strengthening and building up my physique. The fact that the dungeon has showers and rest areas is a huge plus. It's basically like a free gym. By the way, that sword of yours is pretty impressive. It's not just that it's well made, it feels different from normal weapons. Yeah, I guess so. But actually, it was sent to me by an unknown sender. Wait, and you're okay using it. At first, I wasn't sure what to do with it, but when I held it, it just felt right in my hand. Plus, it's so light it feels like I'm swinging a feather. That's pretty strange. Well, duh, it was custom made for me by a master blacksmith from the other world. Of course it feels right. We were still talking when we got off the highway. Apparently, the dungeon was just around the corner. Kaminagi-kun, mind if we stop by a convenience store? Sure, sounds good. After driving for about 5 minutes, we pulled into the parking lot of a convenience store. Several JSDF vehicles were parked there, and a few people who looked like they were heading to the dungeon were hanging around. Come to think of it, isn't this area designated as an evacuation zone? That's right. But it'd be pretty inconvenient if there were no stores around for people heading to the dungeon. Running it through the JSDF would put a huge strain on their resources, so they've got civilians handling it. As long as the JSDF has personnel rotating through for security, they can keep the store running even in an evacuation zone. So that's why those JSDF vehicles are parked outside. Exactly. Having them nearby helps with security too. After using the restroom and grabbing some snacks, we set off again. The dungeon was only a short drive away from there. Section. I'm beat. Thanks for driving. We arrived at a well-maintained parking lot near the dungeon. But seriously, are you sure it's okay to take me all the way out here? Now that I thought about it, asking her to drive me out here on her day off was probably a big ask. Oh, don't worry about it. I've got plans too. Plans? Yeah, while you're in the dungeon, I'm going to enjoy the hot springs nearby to the fullest. She pulled a Boston bag from the trunk and declared it proudly. That's right, this area was pretty famous for its hot springs. So that's why you told me about this so suddenly yesterday. Exactly. Plus, since I'm driving you, I get to save on travel costs. Seriously, I don't get much time off, so I have to make the most of it when I can. Besides, I've set things up so I can handle work remotely if something comes up. Tsuzuri-san stretched her shoulders with a deep sigh, and I could hear her joints crack. She really seemed exhausted. Got it. I'll probably be in there until at least evening, so take your time and enjoy yourself. All right, good luck in there. After unloading my gear, Tsuzuri-san drove off toward the hot springs. All right, time to get to work. Chapter 19, Beginner Dungeon on a Day Off too. Whoa, this place is incredible. After finishing the registration process and stepping inside, I found myself in a cavern that looked like a massive limestone cave. From the feel of it, there are probably aquatic monsters deeper down. If that's the case, I'd likely run into water goblins. They're basically regular goblins, but with webbed hands and feet, making them strong swimmers. Hopefully, there won't be any mermen, though. They might look weak, but their scales are tough, and they can use simple water magic. Even in the other world, they were mid-tier monsters that weren't easy to take down. The real problem with mermen is how they always show up in groups. Not as bad as G's, but if you see one, there are usually around 20 more nearby. If you get surrounded, you're as good as dead. For a beginner, running into them would be a death sentence. Note, G equals gakaberry equals cockroach. I kept moving while thinking about all that. Honestly, I was bored out of my mind. The first floor was packed with people, so there weren't any monsters left. With nothing to fight, I resorted to using my stealth skills, one of the perks of being an introvert. Currently on the second floor. Still too many people. Well, of course, there'd be a lot of people here. It reminded me of those packed supermarkets during a flash sale that I sometimes went to with Hikari. Might as well hurry through this floor too. I continued moving quietly, blending into the background. Monsters were already getting farmed so efficiently that people were basically waiting for them to respawn. Currently on the third floor. At this point, I'll just head deeper. Too many people, same problem as before. Omitted for sanity's sake. Currently on the fifth floor. Finally, fewer people. Even the fourth floor had a decent number of people, so I skipped through it and made my way to the lowest level of this dungeon. It ended up taking 2 whole hours to get here. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that no one's this deep in. There was a safe zone between the 4th and 5th floors, so I could probably settle in and stay for a while. All right, let's get started. I lightly reinforced my body and started running, starting with my usual strength training. Section. Few, gather to my hand, become water and fill this vessel, water. I used simple water magic to fill a plastic bottle, then mixed in some sports drink powder and shook it up. Gulp gulp, ah. I was pretty thirsty, so I downed about half the bottle in one go. It had been 30 minutes since I started training near the entrance to the 5th floor, but not a single person had come down this far. There were people on the 1st through 4th floors, so why is it so empty here? Oh well, if no one's around, that means I can use magic freely. Since it was more convenient this way, I gathered up my gear and started moving again. After a short walk, I came across a 3-way fork in the path. Judging by the wear on the ground, the middle path was the most traveled. All right, Let's try the right path first. I took the right path and kept walking for a while until I reached a dead end. But this place was a monster house, huh? It would probably activate once I stepped into the enclosed area. Well then, might as well go for it instead of overthinking it. I stepped inside. The moment my foot touched the floor, waterfalls erupted from every wall of the room. Jaya. Jijige. Gujiajiajia. Water goblins immediately appeared, wielding what looked more like harpoons than spears. Sorry, but you're going to be my practice dummies. I raised my shield and held my sword in a reverse grip with the same hand. This time, instead of a knife, I brought a hand axe. Hup. With a heavy slicing sound, I hurled the hand axe. It smashed through a water goblin's head, scattering its insides. Jiggy. Gujiajiajia. Too slow. One goblin staggered in shock, while another lunged at me. I dodged the thrust of its harpoon, spun around, and bisected it with my reverse grip sword. Without wasting a second, I pulled out my other hand axe and charged at the last one. Haya. Geh. The axe split its head from the side in a clean strike. Thanks to my recently recovered weapon enhancement magic, it went down in one blow. Splash, Jaya. Grrrll. Yujajege. 3 more goblins burst out from the water wall, this time armed with scythes and cleavers. All right, let's try this next. I strapped the sword and shield to my back and gripped both hand axes. Not quite dual swords, more like dual axes. Let's go, I shouted as I dove toward the water goblins. Section. It took about an hour. After taking down around 60 water goblins, no more appeared. The water was still flowing, so I waited near the entrance just in case. I passed the time watching some videos for about 10 minutes, but nothing else showed up. Peeking inside, I saw that half the room had collapsed. I was hoping to test a few more things. When I retraced my steps, the path to the monster house had naturally sealed itself off. Is this what they call getting banned? Naturally, no one answered. With no other choice, I headed down a different path. After about 5 minutes of walking, the passage narrowed and ended at a dead end. I felt around the walls, but there was nothing, just a dead-end path, maybe still in development. Just as I was about to give up and turn back, Aya! A loud scream echoed through the dungeon. From the direction of the last passage. I sprinted back toward it at full speed. Please make it in time. The scenery blurred as I ran, my enhanced body letting me cover ground quickly. Are you okay? I burst into a large chamber, where I saw the massive shadow of a monster. If this gets its attention, I've got a chance. It seemed to work. The huge shadow turned toward me. Chapter 20, Beginner Dungeon on a Day Off 3. As the orc and its lackeys turned toward me, I hurled the hand axes I had prepared while running earlier. Giarugi. Giararlu. With my strength enhanced by body reinforcement, the axes flew with lethal precision, reducing 2 goblins' heads to pulp. Next, ice spears, pierce and scatter, ice lance. I used a shortened chant to conjure 2 small ice lances and flung them. They pierced the goblins' stomachs, sending them flying. Gyujajil. Jayahia. The impact shattered the ice lances, and blood gushed from the wounds as the goblins slumped motionless against the wall. All right, now for the last one. Buharu. I drew my sword and took a stance. With the lackeys gone, only the orc remained. Buhu buhuo. Getting excited, huh? Buharu. Thud thud thud. The orc charged forward, raising its club. Taking that hit directly would be dangerous. But, look out. Bumuo. Crash, I'm taking this head on. Buharu. I deflected the blow with my enhanced shield and immediately sliced off the orc's arm with my sword. I leapt backward as the orc's severed arm flailed uselessly in the air. Bahia bahia. I don't want to drag this out, so let's end it with this. I closed the distance in an instant, aiming for its neck. I crouched low, then sprang upward with explosive force. Haya. My sword severed the orc's neck midair. With a loud thud, the massive body collapsed as the head rolled across the floor. Phew, are you alright? After wiping the blood from my sword, I turned toward the person the orc had been attacking, and met eyes with them, Kaminagi-kun. Huh. Standing there was Yamanaga Takyo, the class representative. Beside her lay an unconscious girl I didn't recognize. Section, Eido, Yamanaga-san. Kaminagi-kun. We both stood frozen for a moment, until the other girl suddenly began convulsing. Oh crap. Kana. Hey Kana. Excuse me, Yamanaga-san. I shoved Yamanaga-san aside and rushed to check on the girl named Kana. At a glance, I could tell it was a serious injury. Is it just a broken arm? Yamanaga-san, how exactly was she attacked? It was a surprise attack from behind. I wasn't hit directly, but Kana and I were both blown away. Ow. Sorry, I need to check the wound. I'll cut this a bit, okay? Ugh, I cut open the hem of her clothing and spread it apart to examine Yamanaga-san's leg. Her lower leg was badly deformed, with bones sticking out. This is bad at this rate. Kazama-san's condition wasn't clear, but through her torn clothing, I could see her abdomen turning blue and what seemed like broken ribs. Her pelvis might be fractured too. I guess there's no other way. Before me, let the wounded be healed by my power. Restore all that is broken, perfect heal. As I chanted the spell, light enveloped their bodies. Yamanaga-san's leg was healed, and Kazama-san's entire body recovered. Ha ha, thank you, Kaminagi-kun. Yeah, you're welcome. That response left the air feeling awkward. This is Kazama-kana, my best friend. She's in the class next door. I see. I see, come on, say something better. I should gather the spoils from the hunt. Trying to escape the awkwardness, I headed toward the orc's corpse. I'll help too. Goblin parts are fine, right? Thanks. Amid the heavy atmosphere, I collected the orc's nose, ears, and magic stone. Yamanaga-san gathered the goblin's ears. The air is so heavy. What am I supposed to talk about? You're really strong, huh? Well, I just happened to get a strong job, but more importantly, Yamanaga-san, I need you to keep quiet about what happened here. She gave me a puzzled look. Ada, what part exactly? The part where I defeated the goblins and healed you two with magic. So that was magic. Yeah, the truth is, I explained that Hikari had become a mage and was now being targeted worldwide. Hikari had managed to go into hiding overseas, but I wasn't so lucky. So yeah, if people find out I can use magic, it'll be bad. I see, wait, won't I get captured and tortured just for knowing this? I'm not really sure. Don't say that. I don't want to die again. That's why, it'd really help if you kept quiet about this. Got it, I'll take this secret to my grave. Yamanaga-san finally seemed back to her usual self. I smiled at her, just as Kazama-san, who had been unconscious, slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? Kana. Wati tak yo. Waya, I'm so glad you're okay. Wow, what's going on? By the way, I was turned away from them. Kazama-san's clothes were pretty much destroyed, so I'd covered her with the jersey I was wearing. Section. So, let me get this straight. I passed out and was on the verge of death, and Takyo's classmate saved me. Waya, that's right. I'm Kaminagi Yuuki. I'm Kazama Kana. Thank you for saving me, Kaminagi-kun. She held out her hand, and I shook it lightly. Her complexion was still a little pale, but she seemed okay. So, Kaminagi-kun. Yes, what is it? Can I keep borrowing the jersey for a bit longer? Yeah, that's fine. But do you have a change of clothes? What should I do? I don't have any. Me neither. What to do? Oh, how about asking your parents to bring you some? Well, I live with a single parent. Oh, sorry. Nah, it's fine. But this kinda sucks, I mean. We came all the way out here, and now it's all a loss. A loss? Yeah, like I said, my mom's working too, but she doesn't earn much. Our finances are pretty tight, so I was hoping to make a little extra money here. I see, so that's not really an option then. What about you, Yamanaga-san? I called out to Yamanaga-san, who had finally stopped crying. My parents are working today too. Actually, they run their own business, so they barely get any days off. Then how did you two get here? There's a bus from the station, so we took that. I see, so buying clothes on the way home isn't an option either. I know. Just wait here for a second. I called Suzuri-san on my phone. For some reason, cell signals worked inside the dungeon, so I always carried my smartphone with me. Kaminagi-kun. What are you doing right now? Sorry, I was wrapped up in a massage chair. I see. Sorry for interrupting. No, it's fine. So, what's up? After explaining the situation, while keeping the magic part under wraps, Suzuri-san readily agreed to help. All right, I'll head over there now. Okay, thank you. I hung up and went back to explain the situation to the girls. Thank goodness. By the way, Kaminagi-kun, are you actually some kind of big shot? Yeah, I mean, he healed our wounds. Ah. Huh. Healed. Can you keep what I'm about to say a secret? I explained the same story again, and Kazama-san suddenly dropped to her knees and bowed deeply. Thank you so much. I didn't realize how badly I was hurt. No, really, just covering for me is enough. Got it, I swear I won't tell anyone. That's a relief, thank you. After that, the three of us started walking toward the dungeon entrance. Section Yamanaga Takyo. Yuuki and Hikari's classmate, a lively and cheerful class rep, though she sometimes messes up. Her family runs a small diner. Yuuki saved her and Kana when they were attacked by an orc in the dungeon. Kazama Kana, Takyo's best friend. Yuuki saved her and Takyo when they were attacked by an orc in the dungeon. She suffered severe injuries, but was completely healed by Yuuki's magic. Kana's family struggles financially, so she entered the dungeon to earn money. Her personality is similar to Takyo's. Chapter 21, The Aftermath of the Dungeon and the School's Reaction. When we stepped out of the dungeon, the sun was already setting. First, we needed to submit the target parts, but wow, it's crowded. We got in line with the flow of people at the reception desk. I'm exhausted. Yeah, same here. Good work, you two. Kaminagi-kun, you look totally fine though. He's amazing. Just a while ago, he looked like he hated gym class. Really? Yeah, we were in the same class in first year. Kazama-san tilted her head. Well, I guess that's fair. Back then, I kept my head down because of all the resentment I got for being connected to Hikari. You know, Kaminagi-kun is Mizushiro-san's childhood friend. Mizushiro-san's husband, right? No, I'm not. You're not. I'm definitely not. But the annoying girls who always hang around, and the useless guys in our class said so. Useless guys, huh? Yeah, I guess I can't really argue with that. Even at the sports festival's scavenger hunt, she turned down every single request to participate. In the end, I was even dragged along, and when someone confessed to her in front of everyone, she would shut it down immediately with, yeah, I'm not interested in that stuff. But now I get it. Mizushiro-san likes you for a reason. I mean, even though revealing your secret could put you in danger, you still helped someone like me without a second thought, right? Exactly. Most people would have just left us behind, but you put yourself in danger to save us. That says a lot. They both leaned in, pressuring me. But it's not like I'm some kind of saint. Well, I mean, if I could save you but didn't, I'd feel guilty, you know. Even so, fighting alone was still crazy, right? I knew I could handle it, though. If there's something I can do, I want to do it. At that, both of them stared at me, wide-eyed. Fufu. Ehata. Huh, did I say something weird? No, Fufu, it's just funny. Yeah, I mean, you're always helping people at school too, right? Come on, it's not that funny. While we were talking, our turn at the reception counter finally came up. Are the three of you part of a party? No, we're just school friends. We happened to meet inside and came out together. Takyo and I are in a party, though. In that case, the reward will be split separately. Is that okay with you? The two of them responded with a quick yes to the receptionist, but if we did that, actually, let's register it as the three of us. We formed a temporary party, after all. Kaminagi-kun. Understood. In that case, please present the defeated parts, A. I pulled the loot from my pack, about 65 goblins and several orc parts. It was a massive haul. No way. That's incredible. The people around us started murmuring. All right, here you go. Understood, we'll take care of this. Two staff members struggled to lift the haul and carried it toward the back. Since there was so much, they handed us a numbered ticket. Edo Kaminagi-kun. Why? It was natural for them to ask. Additional rewards for subjugation are usually split among party members. Since we registered as a trio, the reward would be divided 3 ways. Well, Kazama-san needs to replace her clothes, and Yamanaga-san skipped helping at her family's shop today, right? That's true, but still. Besides, we were able to take down the orc thanks to you two being there. As soon as I said that, the murmuring around us intensified. Did he just say an orc? No way. He probably just mistook a big goblin for an orc. While the crowd buzzed, our number was called from the back. Excuse me, could you all step into the room in the back? Sure, no problem. Okay. We were led to a back room, where a senior-looking official and Suzuri-san were waiting. Oh, it was Kaminagi-kun after all. Suzuri-san, you know him. Yeah, a little. Why are you here, Tsuzure-san? Ahaha, well, after Kaminagi-kun called me to pick him up, I was waiting in the staff area when someone came running and shouting. A high schooler just took down 72 goblins, and an orc on top of that. So you know. Tsuzure-san smiled wryly. Yeah, I guess that kind of number would definitely raise some eyebrows. Well, if it's Kaminagi-kun, it's fine. He's already set the record for the most goblins taken down by a high schooler in Japan. What? Seriously? Yamanaga and Kazama's eyes widened. Yeah, I only found that out today too. Apparently so. I don't really know the details myself though. Anyway, since it's Kaminagi-kun, it's not an issue. Please process it. Why yes. The staff hurried off. After that, the two of them were shocked when the reward was split 3 ways, and on the way home, I got dragged along to a fashion store for some shopping. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I collapsed onto my bed and fell asleep before I could even check Hikari's messages. The next morning, Hikari unusually hadn't messaged me, so I sent her a quick text before heading to school. When I entered the classroom, Yamanaga rushed over. Good morning, Kaminagi-kun. Her loud greeting instantly set the whole class buzzing. Good morning, Yamanaga-san. Thanks for yesterday. Both Kana and I were saved thanks to you. Yeah, don't mention it. She approached with the energy of an overexcited large dog. At the same time, the sharp gazes of the class, especially from the girls, started cutting into me. It was like sitting on a bed of nails. Eido, Takyo, what are you doing? A voice came from behind Kazama-san's voice. Kana. I was just thanking Kaminagi-kun for yesterday. If that's the case, maybe you should give him a little space. Yes, sorry. Sorry, Kaminagi-kun. I figured Takyo would get like this, so I came over just in case. Looks like I was right. Kazama-san gave a wry smile as she casually pulled Nagayama-san away. Yeah, thanks. You should head to your seat while you still can. MMM. Thanks. And good morning. After saying that, I hurried back to my seat. Kazama-san dragged Nagayama-san, who was still struggling, out of the classroom. That left me behind to endure the whispering from my classmates. Cheating. It's cheating, right? With 2 girls at once. Wait, isn't that Kazama-san from class 3? Yeah, she's pretty popular, you know. Why him of all people? Does he have some kind of hypnosis ability or something? No way, but maybe. About 5 minutes after the whole Kaminagi Yuuki cheating scandal kicked off, Nagayama-san and Kazama-san returned to the classroom. Aided, Nagayama-san and Kazama, but what's wrong? One of the class's notorious gossip girls approached Nagayama-san. Well, you two seem pretty close with Kaminagi-kun. Did something happen? Nagayama-san glanced at me. Hold on a sec. Kaminagi-kun, is it okay if I tell them? She practically shouted across the classroom. Well, at this point, might as well. As long as it's not everything, it's fine. Okay, got it. So, yesterday, Kana and I went to the dungeon together. Dungeon? You mean that dungeon? Yep, the one everyone's been talking about. While we were there, we got ambushed by monsters and ended up in a pretty desperate situation. Desperate? Yeah, we got surrounded by goblins and an orc at the end of a dead-end room. There was no way out. The classmates listening and gasped at how serious it sounded. And then Kaminagi-kun showed up and saved us. Not only that, he fought the orc by himself. Thanks to him, we were able to regroup and escape. Whoa. As the two of them explained, all eyes in the classroom turned toward me. Kaminagi-kun, is that true? A guy sitting nearby asked hesitantly. Yeah, it's true. The moment I said that, the classroom exploded into a chaotic buzz that didn't calm down until the homeroom teacher arrived. Chapter 22, Transfer Exam 1. A few days after helping my classmates, the day of the transfer exam finally arrived. I had already notified the school about taking the exam, so I had the day off today. Earlier, while getting ready, I received a message from Hikari. A sticker of a rabbit with flames blazing behind it and the message. Good luck on today's exam. I replied with, thanks, I'll do my best, and she zoned me. She's supposed to leave today, right? If that's the case, she's probably busy with the paperwork and stuff right now. Recalling our conversation from yesterday, I slipped my phone into my bag. At the appointed time, I got into Tsuzuri-san's car. Good morning, Kaminagi-kun. Good morning, Tsuzuri-san. All right, hop in quickly. The exam site is in the neighboring prefecture. Thank you for taking me there, Tsuzuri-san. I'll be in your care. Of course, I'll make sure you get there safely. After saying goodbye to my mom, Tsuzuri-san got into the driver's seat and we set off. Sorry about this, Kaminagi-kun, you're the only one taking the exam in the neighboring prefecture. It's fine, but are you sure it's okay for you to drive me there? No problem, no problem. Everyone else is either taking the exam nearby or stayed overnight at the venue. I see, but in that case, wouldn't it have been better if I stayed overnight too? About that. See, travel expenses and lodging costs usually get covered by the association, but they're always trying to cut down on expenses. The kids who stayed overnight had to pay out of pocket. I wouldn't have minded covering my own expenses, though. Also, I'm technically one of the exam proctors, but I had work yesterday. Since I figured I'd have to take you there anyway, I stayed at a place near your house to save on costs. She gave a dry laugh, her gaze drifting far away. Being an adult sounds rough. I'll secretly cast a recovery spell on her later. Anyway, we'll take a break at a rest stop in a bit. We left early enough, so we should make it in time without any trouble. After we pulled into the rest stop, Tsuzuri-san dozed off, and I quietly cast a recovery spell on her. Recovery magic doesn't restore stamina directly, but it does alleviate physical fatigue. And sure enough, Tsuzuri-san looked visibly refreshed when she woke up. We arrived at the exam site ahead of schedule, before any of the other participants had shown up. Thanks to Tsuzuri-san's improved condition, we were the first ones there. Wow, Yuuki-kun, that drink you recommended works really well. I guess it's to be expected from someone whose mom's a nurse. I'm glad to hear that. But if you use it too often, it'll start to lose its effect. Got it. Anyway, if you have any bags to store, there are lockers over in that building. There's also a rest area nearby, so you can relax there if you want. There's still some time left. Understood. I think I'll take a quick nap. All right, I'll come get you when it's almost time. After Tsuzuri-san saw me off, I headed to the rest area. The place was clean and had a raised tatami floor. FYI, about 2 hours left, might as well sleep. I stretched out on the tatami, using my bag as a pillow. Since I'd been up early, I drifted off almost instantly. Section. Oni-san, please wake up. Oni-san, the exam's about to start. I was shaken awake by unfamiliar voices. My eyes fluttered open to find 2 girls standing over me, shaking me by the shoulders. Tsuzuri-san asked us to wake you up. She said to tell you, the exam is about to begin. Thanks. The 2 girls looked like twins, with one having cherry blossom pink hair and the other sky blue hair. Both of them were incredibly cute. Haruka-chan, Fayuka-chan, did you wake him up? A quiet, gentle-sounding voice called out. I turned to see a girl with chestnut brown hair, giving off a calm aura, and with a rather impressive chest. He's awake, he's awake. Okay, they'll be starting in about 10 minutes. The chestnut-haired girl spoke nervously, while the 2 others ran up to her. Thanks, all of you. Now I'll be able to get ready in time. And no, we were just asked to help excuse us. See ya. Excuse us. With that, all 3 of them left the room. All right, time to get ready. I headed to the locker room, changed into comfortable clothes, and geared up. Sword and shield, plus a few throwing knives should be enough. The axe broke last time, so that's out. Yeah, I threw the axe with full force last time and smashed it against a wall. Knives don't have that problem. They're lightweight and easy to carry, which makes them pretty useful. All right, ready to go. Section. After storing my belongings in a locker and stepping outside, I noticed several groups gathering nearby. One was a 5-person party centered around a girl with striking crimson hair. Most of them carried swords, except for one person who had a crossbow and a pack of supplies. Another was a group of 3 men clad in full armor, each armed with a sword and spear. The last group was the trio of girls I'd seen earlier, one holding a large shield, another with a bow, and the third with a sword. As I idly observed them, Tsuzuri-san stepped onto a platform with a megaphone in hand. Thank you all for gathering here today. This is the entrance exam for the special training course at the Explorer Academy. You will pass the exam as long as you meet the set requirements. The contents of the exam will differ for each party. You'll receive a written explanation of your specific task shortly. This dungeon has already been cleared, so we have a full understanding of the floors. While there shouldn't be any danger, dungeons have a tendency to shift and change. If you notice any abnormalities, abort the mission immediately and report back. After explaining the details and safety precautions, Tsuzuri-san glanced around at everyone. Once you've received your exam instructions, please take time to strategize with your party. You'll be called in order, so wait until it's your turn before entering the dungeon. The parties began collecting their exam sheets one by one. Since I was last in line, I waited until it was my turn. All right, good luck. Thanks, leave it to me. After receiving my exam instructions, I looked over the details. Objective: defeat the boss monster on the 5th floor. Submit proof of defeat, specific body part, or retrieve the designated exam item located in the innermost chamber. Boss info: 2 orcs and 7 goblins. As I was reviewing the details, one of the staff members approached me. Since I was participating solo and my task involved reaching the boss, I'd been scheduled to enter the dungeon first. All right, let's do this. The entrance creaked open. I took a deep breath and stepped into the dungeon. Since the goal was the 5th floor, I figured it'd take a few hours to reach the end. I'd have to cut down anything that got in my way quickly. 1st floor. All right, time to activate body reinforcement and weapon enhancement. Let's clear this fast. I surged forward, cutting down goblins that appeared along the way. Since I was focusing on speed, I only dealt with the ones directly in my path. All right, 1st floor cleared. Time, 10 minutes. Not bad. Let's keep this pace for the 2nd floor. I descended the stairs to the next floor, determination surging through me. Chapter 23, Transfer Exam 2. 3rd floor. After clearing the 1st and 2nd floors, I sat down on the stairs leading to the 3rd. I conjured some drinking water using water magic and took a sip to soothe my dry throat. Thanks to repeated practice, I could now cast basic spells like this without needing an incantation, or by concentrating internally, I could manage a silent chant. Phew, even with all my training, clearing 2 floors in 20 minutes was probably overdoing it. I pulled out the map I'd been given and started considering my route. The 1st and 2nd floors were easy since they were only populated by goblins. According to the notes, though, orcs would start appearing from this floor onward. Orcs are a pain, even though I've taken one down before. Their thick layers of flesh and fat make it easy for a blade to get stuck. For that reason, targeting blood loss is usually the safest strategy for rookies. Alternatively, letting a mage handle it with magic is even better. The common approach is to destroy the core where the magic stone is located with a single strike, or to decapitate them using a large weapon. Blunt force trauma to the head also works. Honestly, I'd rather avoid relying on brute strength like last time. It's rough on my weapons. All right, let's move carefully. As I proceeded cautiously down the corridor, I spotted a group of goblins. They were eating each other. It was a rare sight. I think I was warned about this. Cannibalism among monsters can result in an evolved variant appearing. Still, how do I report this? Saying something like, an evolved monster might appear, probably wouldn't sound very convincing. 3 of them. Weapons, hand axe and machete. All right, I'll just take care of them now. I readied my sword and sprang into action. Enhanced by body-strengthening magic, my speed and weight combined with my reinforced shield to send the first goblin flying. It smashed headfirst into the wall, its skull caving in with a sickening crunch. That's one. Jaya. Elgi. I spun around and slashed the remaining 2 with a single sweeping motion before they could even scream. All right, better let Tsuzuri-san know. After collecting the usable hand axe and machete, I pulled out the device I'd been given, a so-called flip phone. I pressed the single registered contact and made a call. Hello, what's wrong? Tsuzuri-san. Ah, Yuuki-kun. Did something happen? Yeah, I saw monsters eating each other. Cannibalism? You mean that kind of cannibalism? Yeah. Tsuzuri-san fell silent for a moment, clearly thinking it over. Is it cannibalism caused by starvation? No, it wasn't that. It was just regular goblins eating each other, so there might be some underlying reason. I see, I'll look into it on my end. Ah, Tsuzuri-san, one more thing. What is it? I think the cannibalism might lead to the birth of a higher-ranking variant. Tsuzuri-san went quiet on the other end of the line, muttering thoughtfully to herself. Understood. That might be a real possibility. I'll warn the others to be cautious. Thank you. No, I should be the one thanking you. Any detail, no matter how small, can be valuable when dealing with dungeons. Glad to hear that. If you come across a higher-ranking orc, don't push yourself, retreat if necessary. Got it. I'm on the 3rd floor right now, so please make sure the others are prepared. Wait, what? 3rd floor already? I'm heading back to exploration. Bye. I ended the call and slipped the phone into the pouch at my waist. All right, sorry to keep you waiting. Standing before me was an orc, already in a combat stance. It must have shown up while I was on the phone, and it had been glaring at me the whole time. Bumuwu. Hiya. A dull sound rang out as I deflected its club with my shield. Sorry, but I'm ending this in one strike. Buma. I drove my sword cleanly through the orc's core, killing it instantly. If this were a normal situation, I'd try to draw out the fight to gain some more battle experience, but conserving both stamina and magic took priority right now. I pulled my sword out and used water magic to clean the blade. I decided to leave the orc's body. Harvesting it would just slow me down. All right, looks like I'm only about a third of the way through this floor. Let's keep going. From that point on, I didn't encounter any more orcs. Only goblins showed up, and I managed to avoid any unnecessary fights. 4th floor. As soon as I descended to the 4th floor, I spotted an orc. Without hesitation, I hurled the battered hand axe I'd taken from the goblins earlier straight at its temple. Whoosh! A faint cutting sound sliced through the air as the axe spun toward its target, and shattered the orc's skull, turning its head into an unrecognizable mess. Guess that was a bit overkill. The sheer force had left the orc's head a pulpy mess. The axe, already in rough shape, had split apart in several places from the impact. What a waste, oh well, let's keep moving. I continued forward and spotted an orc walking down a narrow passage ahead. It hadn't noticed me yet. From this position, I should be able to target the cervical spine and take it down in one blow. I silenced my footsteps as much as possible and crept closer. At about 5 meters away, I sprang toward it. The orc reacted, but its movements were sluggish. I struck from its blind spot and killed it instantly. All right, just a little more to go. The 5th floor is entirely a boss room, aside from the safe area. Once I get there, I should be able to rest properly. I quickened my pace and descended the staircase to the 5th floor. 5th floor. I took a short break and had a quick meal in the safe area. For some reason, monsters don't enter or descend into these zones. However, since they avoid the area completely, I can't hunt them here either, which is a bit inconvenient. I remember Aerith telling me, stop trying to be clever and fight properly. As I recalled that moment, the timer went off. I stood up, stretched, and checked my condition. I couldn't see my magic power directly, but it felt almost fully recovered. My meal had settled well too. All right, I'm good to go. I stood before the boss room's massive door, pushed it open slightly, and slipped inside. I quickly surveyed the room. Several goblins were roaming about, while 2 orcs were sleeping at the back. The problem was the color. Both the orcs and goblins were the wrong color. Normally, goblins and orcs have green skin. However, the mutated variants have reddish-brown skin, while the higher-ranking variants have gray skin. These were definitely mutated and higher-ranking types. This is bad. Both orcs are a mutated and higher-ranking type, and the number of goblins is way off. The mission briefing said there would be 7 goblins, but a quick glance told me there were over 20. Including those lurking in the back, there were at least 30. Even though I had masked my presence to analyze the situation, one of the wandering goblins spotted me. Jaya Jaya Jaya. The goblin shrieked, and the others immediately converged toward me. Damn it! O ice, become countless arrows that pierce my enemies, ice bullet. O wind, become the storm dragon's blade and tear through my foes, wind storm. And now, 2 opposing forces merge and become a raging blizzard that annihilates my enemies, ice storm. I unleashed ice storm, a custom wide-range annihilation spell that combines the area damage of ice bullet with the tornado force of wind storm straight ahead. Jaya! The goblins were instantly caught up in the storm, their screams echoing as they were torn apart. Crack, crack, crack. The ground and the enemies froze, while the howling winds carved into them. Sand and stone shards whipped through the air. When the storm subsided, what remained was a higher-ranking orc with deep gashes across its body and a few goblins that had managed to avoid a direct hit. Figures they'd survive that. I reached back and drew throwing knives from the holster on my back. I aimed to cripple the orc's movement first, hurling the knives toward its knee and face. At the same time, I shot forward with magically enhanced strength. The knife aimed at its face was intercepted by the orc's hand, but the one targeting its knee hit dead on. I followed through, smashing the orc's knee with my reinforced shield, shattering it completely. Buguwa. The orc screamed in agony as I twisted my body and severed one of its arms. It howled again, writhing in pain. I aimed to finish it by going for the neck, but a goblin charged in from the side, forcing me to pull back and gain some distance. I drew 2 more knives from my back holster and threw them, taking down 2 of the remaining goblins. That leaves a crippled orc and 4 goblins. Bahua Bahua. The orc's already near death and can't move well, I'll take it out first. O earth, O gold, O iron, mighty forces of nature, become a great spear and pierce the massive foe before me, grand lance. I raised my mana while chanting, picturing a massive earthen spear crushing my target in my mind. I launched it toward the orc. With a deafening roar, a cloud of dust and debris filled the room. When the dust settled, the orc's upper body was completely gone, and the goblins were reduced to mangled pulp. In the end, I had to rely on magic, but damn, that felt good. I moved to the back of the room and found the designated item lodged in a rock, hidden to avoid detection. I pulled it out and slipped it into my pouch. Then I took out my phone and made a call. Chapter 24, Transfer Exam 3. I called Suzuri-san. She picked up after half a ring. Kaminagi-kun, what's wrong? Suzuri-san, I don't know if it's a problem or if it's already over, but... Ado, okay, just tell me what happened. A higher-ranking species and a mutant species showed up. Also, there were several times more goblins than reported. Wait, hold on, higher-ranking and mutant orcs plus several times the expected number of goblins? Yes, I've already taken care of them, though. What? Suzuri-san's voice trailed off in disbelief. I said, I already took care of them. Wait, seriously? Yes, seriously. But there's one thing that's bothering me. Something bothering you? Yes. It's just a theory, but something might be happening inside the dungeon. What do you mean? Mutual predation, the abnormal increase in goblins, the appearance of mutant and higher-ranking boss species. It's all too strange. You're right, now that you've said it, this combination of factors is unsettling. It might be a good idea to confirm that everyone else is safe. Got it, I'll contact them. All right, I'm heading back. Okay, Kaminagi-kun, be careful. I ended the call and slipped the phone into my pouch. I should hurry back. I retraced my path through the dungeon. By the time I reached the 3rd floor, I hadn't encountered a single enemy along the way. I expected to run into at least an orc or 2, but all I saw were goblins, and they were in a state of panic. Are they scared of something? This isn't good. In the other world, I'd seen this kind of behavior before, monsters trembling in fear within a dungeon. It only ever happened when a mutant, a creature born through extreme evolutionary mutation, was lurking nearby. I pulled out my phone while running and called Suzuri-san again. Kaminagi-kun, what's wrong? Did something happen? Suzuri-san, have you confirmed everyone's safety? Yes, everyone's accounted for. 2 parties have already made it back. So one group is still missing. That's not good. What do you mean? I'm on the 3rd floor, but I haven't seen a single orc, only goblins, and they're all panicking. That's strange. The others who returned said they saw multiple orcs on the 3rd floor. There might be a powerful mutant species or a high-ranking monster nearby. Understood, I'll call in the self-defense force. Kaminagi-kun, if you encounter it, don't fight, just run, got it. I'm moving fast. I reached the 1st floor while we were talking. Now I just had to get outside. Kaya. Just before the exit, I rounded a corner and crashed into someone. Even though I'd already released my body enhancement and slowed to a jogging pace, the difference in strength between us caused her to be thrown back. Sorry, are you okay? Oh, thank you. I reached out my hand, and the girl sitting on the ground was the busty one from the trio who had come to wake me up earlier. You seemed like you were in a hurry. Did something happen? I asked gently, trying not to scare her. As soon as her eyes met mine, tears welled up in them. Please help me. Tears ran down her cheeks as she begged for help. I couldn't see the rest of her party members anywhere. That meant they were either caught in some kind of trouble or they'd encountered a mutant. Calm down for now. Just tell me what happened. Hick, W, We were on the second floor when this huge silver monster appeared. I've never seen anything like it. A bad feeling started creeping through me. And what happened after that? I forced myself to stay calm as I asked, bracing for the worst. We managed to escape to the first floor, but 2 of them got caught in a trap and fell into a pit. A pit trap? What was at the bottom? I don't know. Haruka-chan had the rope, but she fell with it, so I was going back to get help. All right. The dungeon exit is right over there. Let's head back first. Do you have a map? Can you mark the location? Why, yes. Also, what's your name? Tsumugi Tamo. Got it. Tamo-chan, can you mark the spot for me? She marked the location on the map, and we left the dungeon. As soon as we stepped outside, Tsuzuri-san spotted us and ran over. Kaminagi-kun, Tamo-chan. Tsuzuri-san. Haruka-chan and Fayuka-chan, there. Tamo collapsed to the ground, and Tsuzuri-san's face went pale as she turned toward me. No. They got caught in a pit trap. I think they're still alive, so I'm going back in to save them. That's reckless. Even if you're strong, Kaminagi-kun, the dungeon is uncharted territory. I know that, but I'm not the kind of person who can abandon lives I know I can save. I know that. I know you're probably the strongest person in Japan, but your mother asked me to keep you safe. At that, Tsuzuri-san and the staff around her drew their guns and aimed at me. But those 2 girls are someone's family too, right? It's a taser gun. If you take a single step, we'll stop you. Her eyes were serious. I could tell she was genuinely worried about me, but I wasn't about to back down. I'm sorry. You can yell at me later. Oh, my power, create sand and turn it to stone, give form to countless objects, create rock. I slammed my foot into the ground, raising a cloud of sand. The taser fired instantly, but I blocked it with a thin stone wall I had conjured from the sand. Then, without hesitation, I sprinted toward the dungeon entrance. Stop. Yuki-kun. Ignoring her shout, I threw myself back into the dungeon. Chapter 25, Rescuing Twin Sisters. Since Tamo-chan had already told me where the pit trap was, I sprinted straight there. When I arrived, the hole stretched deep into darkness, its bottom nowhere in sight. I can't even see the bottom, but I already promised Tamo-chan I'd save them. I remembered the words I'd spoken to her while she was marking the map. There should be some loose rocks around here. Oh, there we go. I picked up a rock and tossed it in. Whoosh, clink, clink. At first, I heard the sound of it falling, but partway through, it turned into a rolling noise. So it's like a slide, huh? Well, that makes things easier. Worst case scenario, I'll just heal myself. This is faster anyway. All right, here goes. Wait, what the hell? This thing's way too long. I slid down noisily. The rush of air and the feeling of my body speeding through the dark reminding me of that giant slide Hikari, and I rode a Nagano when we were kids. Gwei. I was finally spat out at the bottom. I stood up, brushed off the dust, and spotted a narrow path leading to a stone door. From the other side of that door, I could hear the sound of a fight. That's gotta be them, all right. Reinforcing my body, I took a running start and kicked down the door. Inside the room, I saw them, the twins, holding back a horde of goblins while gradually thinning their numbers. Take this. Stay back. Hyla. They were working together as an archer and shield combo, skillfully keeping the goblins at bay, but they were getting pushed back toward a corner of the room. Hey, I'm here to help. I deliberately shouted to draw the goblins' attention. Hey. I charged in, kicking a goblin aside and cutting down another with my sword. The goblins attacking from behind started to falter. Get the hell out of my way. I tore through the group, scattering goblins left and right until I reached the twins. You two okay? Why, yes. We're fine. I gave them a once-over. They were dusty and covered in minor cuts, but nothing serious. Jaigia. Jiujugo. Gob. It looked like we were in a monster house. Goblins kept crawling out of the walls. You two, can you still fight? Yes, we can. We're good to go. Their energetic voices gave me a boost of strength. I'm going to charge in. Can I count on you two to cover me? Why, yes. Leave it to me. Suddenly, I felt a surge of strength welling up from deep within me, a nostalgic sensation. This must be the power of the Brave's tale. Here I go. Hyla. I leapt in and cut down 3 goblins with a single sweep. The one trying to flank me from behind was swiftly taken out by an arrow from the blue-haired girl. That's impressive. She nailed a vital spot with one shot. The girl with the shield is also good at deflecting attacks, and she's landing precise damage with her knife whenever she sees an opening. As I swung my sword, arrows flew to guard my back. It reminded me of the coordination I had with Yuffie, the sage, in the other world. With the three of us working together, the goblins were taken down in no time. Section. Once the goblins stopped spawning, the three of us sat down in the room to catch our breath. Phew, good job, you two. I'm so glad. We're saved. It had only been about 10 minutes, but the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. Partway through, the blue-haired girl ran out of arrows and had to scramble to retrieve them. We should probably start with introductions. I'm Kaminagi Yuuki. Tomo-chan asked me to come help you. Nice to meet you. We're Takanashi Haruka and Tauka. The girl with cherry blossom-colored hair was Haruka, and the one with sky-blue hair was Tauka. I'm really glad you two are safe. Wait, are you hurt? Haruka had some fairly large cuts on her thigh and upper arm. Even with the high defense of a large shield, there were limits. Tauka had cuts on her legs and hands, and her palms were scraped and bleeding, probably from pulling her bowstring nonstop. Just to be clear, it's not like I was staring at their thighs or anything. Yeah, when did that happen? Just now maybe, ow. Haruka pulled a first aid kit from her bag. It was packed with all sorts of emergency supplies. She was well prepared. Haruka-chan, you don't need to use that right now. But... Oni-san, you don't have any supplies, right? You too, keep what you're about to see to yourselves. To those wounded before me, heal your injuries, area heal. A soft light filled the area, and their wounds began to heal. At the same time, their expressions turned to surprise. Our wounds. That should do it. Once we've rested a little, let's hurry back. Why yes. That was amazing. After that, Haruka-chan treated us to some light snacks she had prepared, and we helped Tauka-chan retrieve any arrows that could still be used. While we were doing that, I got a call from Suzuri-san. Yuki-kun, you finally picked up. Yeah, sorry about that. Seriously, you've made the cleanup a nightmare. I'm sorry anyway. I've found the two of them and they're safe now. Really, that's a relief. I'll pass the phone to them now. I handed the phone to Haruka-chan. It's Suzuri-san. She's worried, so let her hear your voice. Okay, hello. Suzuri-san. Haruka-chan bowed repeatedly while talking on the phone. Oni-san, you slipped away pretty smoothly, huh? Ugh, you saw right through me, huh, Tauka-chan. So, what exactly did you do? I was planning to tell you later, but after I explained the current situation and the worst-case scenario, Tauka-chan's playful expression stiffened. Seriously? Yeah. Tauka, Suzuri-san wants to talk to you. Okay, make sure to fill Haruka in too. Got it. Tauka-chan flashed a forced smile for a brief moment before taking the phone from Haruka-chan and starting to talk. Yuuki-san, what were you talking about with Tauka? Well, actually, I told Haruka-chan the same thing I had explained to Tauka-chan. Her face turned pale as she listened. Just as I finished, Tauka-chan came back after ending the call. Oni-san, Suzuri-san is furious. You're definitely in for a serious scolding once we get back. Ugh. I took back the phone, feeling the heavy weight in my stomach. I had already resigned myself to getting scolded, but there was something more important right now. Listen up, you two. I looked at both of them in turn, making eye contact. Just like I said earlier, this situation is honestly pretty bad. You could even call it the worst-case scenario. Ugh. Yeah. Both of them visibly tensed up. I hated having to say this, but it needed to be said. But I'll protect you. Even if I die, I won't let you die. I'll make sure you both get back to your parents, no matter what. So you don't need to worry. Just rely on me as much as you need to. I placed a hand on each of their heads and met their gazes. Slowly, the anxiety on their faces began to fade. Okay. So cool. Tauka-chan teased me, but this time her smile looked genuinely relieved, not just a forced front like before. Geez, Tauka, don't tease Yuuki-san. Come on, it's times like this when we need to keep things light. Honestly, Haruka-chan sighed, but then smiled softly. When she turned back to me, her expression was clear and resolved. Yuuki-san, thank you. Since you're protecting us, I'll protect you too. So if we're going back, let's go back together, all three of us. That's right. I'm not just going to sit back and be protected either. I'll help you, Yuki-san, so we can all get out of here together. Haruka-chan, Tauka-chan, you're right. No point dwelling on the negative, we need to focus on moving forward. If I died and went back like this, Hikari would definitely chew me out. I need to make it back alive so I can tell him off properly. Section. After that, we went over some basic movements and shared what each of us could do. We had to prepare for the worst if it came to a fight. All right, let's get out of here safely. Yeah. I led the two of them out of the monster house and into a wide corridor. We didn't encounter any more goblins or other enemies as we made our way toward the staircase to the first floor. But waiting for us, there was the last thing I wanted to see. Damn it, we were so close. Standing there was a war demon with silver skin, armed with a massive shield and greatsword. A high ogre that had undergone a mutated evolution. Even in the other world, these were considered monstrously powerful. Only the most battle-hardened ogres could reach this stage. That silver hide had given me hell even back in the other world. In my current weakened state, I'd be lucky to survive 2 deaths against it. Grrrr. The silver ogre's eyes locked onto me, and a twisted grin spread across its face. Maybe it was thrilled to see the prey that got away, or maybe it was just pleased to finally find a worthy opponent in this dungeon. Chapter 26, The Worst Enemy. The silver ogre grinned and raised its sword. In the next instant, it was right in front of me, its greatsword swinging down with terrifying speed. Yuuki-san, ga. Haruka's voice rang out as my body was violently thrown backward. The sound of steel clashing echoed through the hall as Haruka and I were both sent flying. Haruka. I told you I'd protect you. Haruka had blocked the silver ogre's attack with her shield, but her lower body had been deeply slashed, and blood was pouring out. Damn it, those wounded before me be healed by my power. Let this strength mend every injury. Perfect heal. Are you okay, Haruka? Yes, thanks to you, Yuki-san, I'm fine. Haruka stood up beside me. I hadn't let my guard down, or so I thought, but I had clearly underestimated the situation. I glared at the high ogre. The way it stared at us, watching Haruka recover instantly, suggested that it had expected as much, or maybe it was just thrilled to have found a worthy opponent in this dungeon. Or perhaps it was simply confident. Either way, it let out a vile, echoing laugh. You bastard. I gripped my sword and shield tightly, and channeled reinforcement magic throughout my body. I launched myself forward and drove a powerful kick into the silver ogre's shield. Crack, crack, crack. The shield was reinforced with metal, but it was still wood-based, and it splintered under the force of my kick. Using the shield as a foothold, I twisted my body and aimed for its neck. Ha! The high ogre leaned back, narrowly dodging the attack. I flipped backward and created some distance, but it quickly turned toward me. Graya! It roared and charged at me, the sheer pressure of its presence overwhelming. Yoo-hoo! I raised my shield and focused my magic to parry the blow, but the sheer strength behind the strike made my hands go numb. You goddamn brute! I countered, aiming for the softer flesh inside its joints. The strike wasn't deep, but it managed to draw blood. Gah! Hewa! Our blades clashed repeatedly, each exchange leaving new wounds on the ogre's body. Every time I created an opening, Tauka's arrows would fly in, disrupting its movements. Yuga! Frustrated, the silver ogre ripped a chunk of rock from the wall and hurled it toward Tauka, but Haruka's shield intercepted it, blocking the attack completely. Yuga! Like hell, I'm letting you through. As the silver ogre tried to charge toward them, I struck at a vulnerable point, aiming for a spot that could have been a fatal blow. Grah! Damn it! It's this dangerous even when it's just flailing around. Its massive sword came down, but I deflected only the strikes aimed directly at me. The problem was the sheer unpredictability of its wild swings. True, but this does open up some openings. Clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing and sliding off shields echoed through the hall as we traded blows. Strike after strike, the fierce exchange continued. Little by little, the silver ogre was accumulating wounds. From an outsider's perspective, it might have seemed like we were gaining the upper hand, but internally, I was growing more and more desperate. I can't create an opening for a decisive strike. A powerful spell would give us an advantage, but casting one would require time, and just defending against these attacks was already pushing me to my limit. I couldn't possibly ask Haruka to hold the line alone, and shortening the chant would weaken the spell's power, meaning it wouldn't be enough to deliver a fatal blow. If I'm going to strike, It has to be with everything I've got. Haruka, work with me, we'll parry it together and gain some distance. Yes. Hylia. Clang, 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 and here's a bonus, Tauka. Leave it to me. Jayag. We knocked it off balance. Its knee left unguarded, and I drove a throwing knife into the exposed joint while Tauka's arrow pierced it from the opposite side. It was the first truly effective strike we'd landed. I backed away, catching my breath. At this rate, we were going to get worn down. The Silver Ogre's stamina was several times greater than ours. It was only a matter of time before we got overpowered. Looks like we'll have to go all in. Haruka, Tauka, get over here. They regrouped beside me as I kept my gaze fixed on the Silver Ogre. I quickly outlined the plan. Think you can pull it off, Haruka? You can count on me. Tauka, obviously. Good, then let's do this. We spread out, each of us raising our weapons. First, let me disrupt its vision. Shards of ice become sharp bullets and strike down my foe. Ice bullet. It was a shortened chant, so the ice bullets were only about the size of pebbles, but it was enough. The Silver Ogre wouldn't be able to ignore them. The barrage of ice struck the ogre's body. The damage was minimal, but the sheer number of projectiles clearly irritated it. It flinched, trying to swat them away. Tauka, now. Been waiting for this. Whoosh. At my signal, multiple arrows cut through the gaps between the ice shards, one of them embedding itself in the high ogre's left eye. Taking advantage of that moment, I closed the distance and drove my final knife into its other eye. Jaya. Gah. Blinded and in agony, the Silver Ogre thrashed wildly. One of its swings struck me hard, sending me flying. But before I hit the ground, Haruka caught me. Thanks, Haruka, my magic heal my wounds, heal. I restored my aching arm and stood up. Haruka, cover me. Yes. Oh, my magic, form a spear of absolute frost. Pierce through the enemy before me, freeze them to their core, and steal their life, ice trident. I gathered my magic, creating a massive three-pronged spear of ice. This ends now. I hurled the enormous ice trident toward the Silver Ogre. With both its eyes destroyed, it had no way to evade the attack. The spear struck dead center. An explosion of icy shockwaves and frozen mist erupted, sending the ogre sliding backward for several meters before coming to a stop. Chapter 27, Heavenly Eye. What just happened? The ice spear should have pierced its core directly, but the Silver Ogre had caught it in its hand and shattered it. No way, I blinded it and stopped its movements. The incantation was perfect. I poured nearly all of my magic into it. What went wrong? The Silver Ogre rose to its feet with ease, fixing its gaze on me as it let out a twisted gahahaha laugh. A third eye had appeared on its forehead. That eye. There was nothing like that on Silver Ogres in this world. Yuki-san. At Haruka's shout, I looked up to see the high ogre wearing that same twisted smile as it lunged toward me. Damn it. We clashed once, twice, my hand was already played. I had used up almost all my magic. From here on, I'd just be worn down bit by bit. There's got to be something. There has to be a way out of this. Gyuhahedis. Ugh. Gah. My shield was finally blown away, and my arm. It was bent completely the wrong way. Damn it, not like this. I fell back, forcing my arm back into place with healing magic. The Silver Ogre laughed triumphantly, as if it had gained some kind of omnipotent power. It's stronger and faster than before. If this thing gets out into the world, there's no doubt it'll be a massacre. Haruka and Fayuka were behind me. So were Tsumuga-san, Dad, Mom, and Hikari, who was on a flight home right now. Am I supposed to just sit back and let them all be slaughtered? My only option was a suicidal strike, going for mutual destruction and dealing a fatal wound in the process. At my current strength, I can close the distance, but the only attack that might cut it down would be a full-body thrust with everything I've got. Should I risk it? Haruka, when I give the signal, throw your shield at it with all your strength. Fayuka, aim for its eye and hit it with your strongest shot. I'll leave the timing to you. Understood. Got it. I'm going to land one more, full-powered strike. I steeled myself and stepped forward, removing my pouch and scabbard to lighten my body. The high ogre stared at me with a mocking grin, as if to say, is your pathetic little strategy meeting finally over? That face pisses me off. O fire, shroud my sword with your power and become the flames that burn my enemies to ash, flame, and chant. Gah. Flames wrapped around my weapon, radiating intense heat. The more magic I poured into this technique, the stronger the flames burned, but at the cost of burning the caster as well. Right now, I was using that very drawback to my advantage, letting the searing heat fuse my red-hot sword to my palm. Here I go. I let my magic course through my entire body and shot forward like an arrow. The silver ogre raised its massive sword to strike me down. Haruka, now. Understood, Yuki-san. Haruka hurled her great shield. Reinforced with her magic, the shield collided with the silver ogre's sword in a deafening clash of metal. The impact was powerful enough to halt the ogre's strike, sending sparks flying as the sound of metal fracturing echoed through the air. This is the end. Gujia Jayala. I drove my flame-clad sword into the high ogre's solar plexus with all my weight behind it. I felt the flesh tear apart beneath my hands and smelled the stench of burning entrails. But even as it was fatally wounded, the silver ogre raised its fist with the last of its strength, aiming to crush me in one final blow. Fayuka. I won't let you. Fayuka's arrow, charged with pure magic, ripped through the air faster than sound and pierced the silver ogre's third eye. A spray of blood erupted from the wound, but even as its body staggered, the high ogre's fist kept coming. Yuuki-san. Oni-chan. Huh? Their voices reached me at the same moment. The impact struck my abdomen. Bones shattered beneath the force of the blow. My lungs collapsed, and the air was forced from my body, leaving me unable to breathe. For an instant, my consciousness blacked out. Then, the sensation of being slammed into the ground brought me back to reality. Ga cough go ha ha serves you right. A red mixture of blood and bile spilled from my mouth as I gasped for air. Through my blurry, shaking vision, I saw the silver ogre's lifeless body. Its torso had been torn open from where my sword had struck. Wounded body, with the last of my remaining magic, let this power flow through you and heal your wounds, extra heal. Since I can't speak, I focused on chanting the spell in my mind, healing only my internal organs. But with my magic depleted, I couldn't mend my broken bones. My left shoulder joint, right leg, and several ribs were probably shattered. The sword, fused to my hand from the heat, was now cracked and broken. It was beyond repair. Damn, Aerith gave me that sword. My white-silver companion, which had been with me through countless battles in this world, lay dull and lifeless, as if it had fulfilled its duty. I'm sorry and thank you. Section. Yuuki-san. Oni-san. I must have worried the twins since I couldn't move from the pain coursing through my entire body. They rushed toward me. Haruka, Fayuka, did you recover the silver ogre's parts? Yes, Haruka took care of it. Fayuka held up the necklace that the high ogre had been wearing. I see, that's good. Now leave me here and get out of here quickly before more monsters show up. No way, we can't leave you behind, Yuki-san. That's right, if you're staying, we're staying too. Don't be stupid, I can't move anymore. You can't carry me, and if you stay, you'll just be putting yourselves in danger. Even in other worlds, if someone was too injured to walk back from a dungeon, they had to be left behind. That's why every party always had a healer to gauge the party's condition and adjust their exploration accordingly. In that case, it's okay, I have a great idea. Huh? With a bright smile, Haruka pulled a rope from her bag. And so, I ended up being tied to Haruka's back. On top of that, they even strapped my shattered shield, which had been blown away by the high ogre's attack, over me like armor. All set. Haruka, you're stronger than you look. Yup. We headed toward the first floor. The dungeon was eerily quiet. We retraced our steps through the corridors. Well, I was strapped to Haruka's back, encountering goblins twice along the way. Haruka handled them with swift, precise strikes, while Fayuka's arrows hit their marks with deadly accuracy. About 30 minutes later, we finally emerged from the dungeon. Night had already fallen. Yuki-kun, Haruka-chan, Fayuka-chan, Tsuzuri-san and Tamo-chan, who had been working with the self-defense force outside the dungeon, ran toward us. After Haruka set me down, the twins collapsed into Tamo-chan's arms, sobbing. As I watched them, I felt myself being loaded onto a stretcher and carried toward a helicopter. That was the last thing I remembered before I blacked out. Interlude 2. Report. Tsuzuri's point of view. Phew, I'm exhausted. After dropping off Haruka-chan and the others at the hospital, I was back at my hotel room late at night, working on my report. Finished. But there's no way anyone's going to believe this. I collapsed onto the bed and read over the finished report. It sounded completely ridiculous. Yeah, no one's going to believe this. Based on the Takanashi sisters and Tomo-chan's accounts, along with the proof of the kill, it was clear that the monster was a rare variant of an ogre. Yuuki-kun called it an irregular. Later, we also found out that the Kagura team, while not involved in the battle, had managed to catch a glimpse of it. One of their party members even got it on camera. But since the monster had been moving too fast, it only showed up as a blur in the footage. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a faint outline of a silver-bodied monster. Despite the unclear footage, and the fact that very few ogre variants have ever been recorded, the Takanashi sisters' story lined up almost perfectly with the known characteristics of ogres. Of all things, an ogre, and not just that, it grew a third eye on its forehead even after both of its regular eyes were destroyed, and it could stop attacks with that ability. A normal explorer wouldn't stand a chance. I glanced at the reports on regular ogres beside me. When ogres were discovered in dungeons in America and Russia, it reportedly took the lives of more than a dozen people to bring one down. In Australia, they apparently had to lure one out of a dungeon and take it down with over a dozen tank shells. But there was no record of an ogre with a silver body or a third eye. And yet, 3 high school kids managed to defeat such a monster. If I submit this report, the higher-ups are just going to think it's a fabrication. But the proof, the necklace from the ogre, is real. And even after mobilizing 100 JSDF members to comb the area, no trace of the ogre was found. Which means the ogre was definitely killed. This makes no sense. I buried my face in the pillow and screamed. If I didn't let it out, I was going to lose it. And there was one more thing bothering me. Yuuki-kun's medical report listed only bruises, fractures, and a blood transfusion. Considering the extent of his injuries, it didn't make sense that he didn't have any ruptured or damaged internal organs at the very least. And then there were the tears in Haruka-chan's clothes. The damage to her outfit was unnatural. Unless someone had taken off her clothes and deliberately torn only the area around her lower abdomen, that kind of tear shouldn't have been possible. Repairing only the body, no way. What came to mind was something straight out of manga and anime, healing magic. But is there anyone who can actually use it? Even mages are rare, with only one known in the entire world. Wait, could Ikari-chan's magic have come from Yuuki-kun? If that's the case, then everything suddenly makes sense. My instincts as a tactician were going wild. Well, I guess I'll try fishing for answers. No point overthinking it now. Tomorrow, if he's awake, I'll ask him. But I can't put anything uncertain into the report. With those thoughts swirling in my mind, sleep claimed me before I knew it. Report. Prepared by Tsuzuri Nui. Subject: Incident and subsequent investigation regarding the appearance and subjugation of a powerful entity within the dungeon during the entrance exam. Casualties: 1 high school student full-body fractures, currently under treatment. 2 high school students, minor injuries. No other casualties reported. Cause: unknown. It is possible that an anomaly occurred within the dungeon. Details on the main threat. The entity has been tentatively named the Silver Ogre, an ogre variant and classified as an irregular. Due to the lack of other known specimens, many details remain unclear. However, the retrieved necklace, which serves as proof of the ogre's defeat, is noticeably different in design from those of previously recorded ogres. This suggests that the entity was more resilient than regular ogres. The monster's estimated threat level likely falls within the high to special class range. Participants: the individuals involved in the battle, Kaminagi Yuuki, Takanashi Haruka, and Takanashi Tauka, have been recommended for admission to the newly established Explorer Academy as observation targets. Special notes: Kaminagi Yuuki, hereafter referred to as Subject A, is believed to possess special class combat capabilities. Subject A is reported to have cleared a 5-floor dungeon within a matter of hours and served as the primary combatant in the Silver Ogre battle. His true potential remains unknown and will require continued observation. Section: Yuuki's point of view. When I woke up, for some reason, I was resting my head on Godsama's lap. Ah, you're awake. Good morning. Good morning. Honestly, you really overdid it. Please don't say that, I'm still alive. Godsama silently averted his gaze. Wait, huh? Hey, I am alive, right? You were in pretty bad shape, though. That's a relief. Seriously, why did you do something so reckless? Well, they were people I could save. And more than anything, I knew I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I abandoned them. I looked straight into God-sama's eyes as I spoke. He let out a deep sigh. Sigh, yeah, I guess that's just how you are, Yuuki-kun. You saved me the same way back then too, without a second thought. You're just too nice for your own good. Sorry about that. God-sama was sulking adorably, which was dangerous since he's a guy. I almost mistook him for a girl. So, God-sama, there's something I wanted to ask. Why was there a silver ogre in that place? When I asked, his expression turned bitter. It was the work of the evil god. He wanted to kill you, the person who's inherited my power. You couldn't sense it beforehand. Shamefully, no. I'm still not at full strength. I've been using my divine power to maintain the balance of the world. While I'm correcting the distortions with my power, sometimes a singularity forms at a certain point. The evil god took advantage of that. God-sama's face twisted in frustration. That evil god sounds pretty clever. So that's how that thing came to be. The distortion should stabilize soon, though. Once that happens, the balance should hold, and something like that probably won't happen again. Probably, if it happens again. It's just a possibility, a possibility. Good luck with that. I don't know if I'll be able to help much, but I'll do my best. And honestly, your power is exactly the kind of strength we need right now. I might have to rely on you, sorry about that. God-sama looked sad. The guilt was overwhelming. Got it. I'll train even harder so I can be of more help to you. Yeah, but don't overdo it, okay? You're still not fully recovered. Understood. All right then, keep at it. I felt a sudden sensation of falling, and the next thing I knew, my consciousness was returning to the real world. Chapter 28, Harems just keep growing on their own, distant look. The day after the transfer exam, I woke up to find myself lying on a bed, completely wrapped in bandages. After a short nap, my magic power had recovered enough, so I used a bit of healing magic to reconnect the remaining broken bones. Thanks to the painkillers they were giving me through an IV, the pain wasn't too bad, but once they wore off, it'd definitely start hurting again. Better to just fix it now. I'm used to pain, but being in constant pain still sucks. Anyway, today's the day Hikari comes back. I really wish I could have gone to meet her. Given the state I was in, there was no way I could go meet her. Besides, trying to walk around with my body still a mess would basically be announcing to the world that I was doing something reckless. And more than that, if she saw me like this, she'd definitely freak out. Still, maybe I could get discharged today or tomorrow somehow. As I was entertaining that impossible idea, there was a knock at the hospital room door. Before I could even answer, the door opened, and my mom stepped inside. She was holding a large Boston bag in one hand. Oh, you're awake today, Yuuki. Good morning. I brought you a change of clothes. Good morning. Oh, right, I guess I would need a change of clothes. All I had been thinking about was how to get out of this place as soon as possible. Mom stepped into the room and set the bag down on the luggage rack. Then she pulled out the room's folding chair, sat down, let out a small sigh, and started talking. Seriously, yesterday, Tsuzuri-san suddenly showed up at the house, got down on her knees, and told me you were in the hospital with full-body fractures. I was shocked, you know. Ugh, sorry, Mom. I was surprised at first, but once I heard the story, it made sense. You got hurt trying to save someone, right? Just what I'd expect from your father's son. Wouldn't that make me both my father and mother's son? My father's a special rescue squad member. My mother's a nurse. My grandfather served as a medic during the war, and after the war, he and my grandmother ran a small countryside clinic. Helping others kind of runs in the family. I brought you a change of clothes, some toiletries like a toothbrush, and since you're probably bored, I also packed your laptop and handheld game console. So just take it easy for now. Okay, not that I can really use them, since my fingers are injured too. Oh, in that case, you don't need the game console then. Hey. That's not what I meant. Mom started putting the game console back into the bag to take it home. No, I'll play it once I've healed up a bit. Yeah, oh right. Also, make sure you contact Hikari-chan, okay? She called me in a panic because she couldn't get through to you. Ugh, so Hikari already found out. I really wanted to keep her from seeing me in such a pathetic state. Of course she did. A lot of people are worried about you, you know. Anyway, where is it? Ah, it's in a locker at the exam site. Got it, where's the key? It's a combo lock. I think I set it to 5525. Understood. I'll contact Tsuzuri-san about it. Thanks. All right, I've got a night shift coming up, so I'm heading out now. Ah, thanks for everything, Mom. I'll explain more next time. Make sure your father's there when you do. He'll be home soon. Got it. I'll stop by in 2 or 3 days to swap out your clothes. If you're discharged by then, your father will come too. Okay. Once I replied, Mom left in a hurry. After that, I managed to eat lunch one-handed. Then I booted up my laptop to check out the latest news. As for the exam, there it is. There's no mention of what really happened. Apparently, the official story is that an ogre appeared during the exam and was taken down by the self-defense force. Tsuzuri-san probably handled the cover-up. Other than that, nothing particularly interesting in the news. I guess I'll kill time by watching some anime on a streaming service. Maybe I'll finally get around to watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes or something. Just as I was setting it up, I heard a knock at the door. Come in. When I called out, the Takanashi sisters and Tamo-chan stepped into the room, along with a woman who closely resembled the sisters, and a towering, muscular man with a gaze sharp enough to kill someone. Hey there, Haru. Yuuki-san. Gaia. Before I could finish my greeting, the two of them leapt at me, making my still-healing bones creak under the pressure. Oh. It hurt like hell, but since they were crying their eyes out, I couldn't exactly shove them away. I just had to endure it. Actually, no, this hurts too much. Time to use a bit more healing magic. Section. They cried for about 10 minutes before finally settling down. All right. You too, Yuuki-san has been making a really pained face this whole time trying to endure it. You should let go now. Ugh, I'm sorry, Yuuki-san. I'm sorry, Oni-san. A woman, who was probably their mother or older sister, pulled the twins away. They apologized right after. It's okay. More importantly, are you two hurt at all? I'd already used healing magic, but there was always a chance the fight had caused some lingering damage. We're fine. Thanks to you, we're feeling great. Yeah, no issues at all. Seeing them looking so lively warmed my heart. I'm really glad I pushed myself back then. Hey, you two. Introduce yourselves properly first. Okay. I'll go first. I'm Takanashi Haruka, 16 years old. My favorite things are Yuuki-san, my family, and Tamo-chan. My dream is to become Yuuki-san's wife. Did she just drop a bombshell? No fair, Haruka. First come, first served. The sisters ignored my reaction and started bickering with each other. Then the woman who pulled them away earlier shot them a glare, and they quickly straightened up. Ahem. I'm Takanashi Tauka, also 16. My favorite things are Yuuki Oniasan, my family, sweets, and Tamo-chan. My dream is to become Yuuki Oniasan's wife too. That's another bombshell. Next is me. I am Tsumugi Tamo. My favorite things are Haruka-chan and Tauka-chan, and nothing else. I also like wagashi. She glanced at me for a moment before looking away. Must have been my imagination. Come to think of it, wagashi makes sense. Tamo-chan is a little, well-rounded in certain areas, and she has this refined aura like she's from a prestigious family. Once the three of them finished introducing themselves, the two adults stepped forward. Next is me. I'm Takanashi Haimka, the twins' mother. I am deeply grateful to you for risking your life to save them. As Haimka-san spoke, she and the others bowed deeply. No, really, I would have died too if I hadn't fought back in that situation. Besides, if those two hadn't been there, I wouldn't have survived either. Honestly, that fight was dangerously close. Haruka blocked the initial strike that could have been fatal, and Tauka delivered a decisive blow while keeping the enemy distracted. If they hadn't been there, I definitely would have lost. And this is, Haimka-san prompted the man standing beside her. Nice to meet you. I'm Takanashi Shuji, Haimka's husband and the twins' father. Shuji-san had a rugged face and bowed his head slightly, but he was still looking at me with those piercing eyes. Sorry about him. He's completely hopeless when it comes to social skills because he's been focused on martial arts his whole life. Yeah, Dad, your scary face is going to make Oni-san nervous. Shuji-san's eyes widened in shock. Shuji-san looked visibly shaken by Tauka's words. Haimka-san quickly stepped in to cover for him. He may be quiet, but he's really grateful to you, Yuuki-kun. After that, I introduced myself properly. and we all sat around chatting while snacking on the sweets they'd brought as a get-well gift. About an hour later, Shuji-san suddenly spoke up. "By the way, which one of my daughters are you planning to marry?" "Shuji-san, why are you digging up what we were all trying to ignore? And why are your eyes even sharper than before?" I literally just met them yesterday." "I know, but my wife and I got married after 3 days." 3 days? That's pretty fast." "She pushed me into it." "Of course I did. He saved me when I was about to get into an accident. In that moment, I just knew I could entrust my life to him. My instincts were right, weren't they?" "Wow, that's a thing that actually happens. Anyway, I should probably give a clear answer too. 8, I'm not really thinking about marriage right now. Plus, I already have someone I like." "I see Haruka, Tauka, what will you do?" Shuji-san turned his sharp gaze toward his daughters. "I'm not giving up." "Me neither. I'll make him fall for me." Both of them responded with unwavering determination, meeting Shuji-san's gaze head-on. "I see." Shuji-san took his time, processing their responses, before turning back to me. "Kaminagi-kun, my daughters are willful, stubborn, and free-spirited, but they're precious to me. Whether you choose them or not, please take the time to look at them properly. That's all I ask." With those words, he bowed his head respectfully. "Ugh, but..." Just as I was struggling to find the right words, the hospital room door suddenly burst open. Chapter 29, Please Marry Me. "Yuoki." With that shout, Hikari burst into the hospital room and immediately threw her arms around me. This scene feels oddly familiar. Didn't something like this just happen earlier? Deja vu, maybe? "Are you okay? Feeling all right? Do you have a fever? Are you eating properly? Do you need me to wipe you down? Are you able to go to the bathroom on your own?" She fired off one question after another. It was hard to even get a word in with her clinging to me like this. I'm fine, really. Just stop clinging to me. Everyone's watching." "Huh?" I pointed toward the others, and with a creaking motion that almost made an audible sound, Hikari slowly turned her head to look. She hurriedly adjusted her posture and smoothed out her clothes, then sat up straight on the bed in a formal seiza position. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Mizushiro Hikari, Yuuki's childhood friend." "It's nice to meet you too. I'm Takanashi Himeka, the mother of these two, Haruka and Tauka. This is my husband, Shuji, and this is their childhood friend, Tomo-chan." Following Himeka-san's introduction, everyone gave a polite bow. "Well then, I think it's about time we left. Visiting hours are almost over, and I'm sure Yuuki-kun and Mizushiro-san have a lot to catch up on." But I wanted to talk a bit more. "Tauka, Yuuki-san just woke up. You shouldn't be tiring him out too much. Do you understand?" Himeka-san's final remark had a chilling tone to it, making Tauka's face go pale as she quickly stood up. That was intense. Even I felt a chill run down my spine. After being effectively scolded, Tauka rushed to the door, but before leaving, she called out, "Okay, Yuuki-san, think about that thing, okay? Bye-bye." She practically bolted out of the room. Honestly, Tauka is such a handful. "Well then, Yuuki-san, we'll come visit again soon. Our room is just 2 doors to the right, so if you get lonely at night, feel free to stop by. See you later." Haruka left with a mischievous smile, but Hikari's glare was drilling holes into the side of my head. "All right then, shall we go too, Shuji-san, Tomo-chan?" "Yes, Himeka-san." Tomo-chan answered cheerfully, while Shuji-san just gave a silent nod. As they were leaving, Tomo-chan turned back toward me and asked, "Can I come visit again sometime?" "Anytime you want." Hearing that, her face lit up with a happy smile as she followed the others out of the room. Section. Once the two of us were alone, the only sound in the room was the steady ticking of the wall clock. I can't stay silent forever. Scratching my head awkwardly, I finally opened my mouth to speak to Hikari, who was sitting directly in front of me. Hikari, there's something I need to tell you. You know those girls who were here earlier? The one with the cherry blossom-colored hair and the one with the sky-blue hair. Yeah, they were cute. What about them? They told me they liked me and asked me to marry them." "Huh, that's nice. So why are you telling me this?" Hikari's voice suddenly turned cold. "Yeah, can't blame her for reacting like that after hearing something like this out of nowhere. I turned them down, but their father asked me to reconsider." "Well, that makes sense. So, I plan to give them a proper answer." "Yeah, that's probably for the best. Getting left hanging would be the worst outcome." "Ugh, yeah, you're right, sorry. What the hell am I saying? Why am I even reporting this to Hikari?" Silence settled over us again. I knew there was something I really wanted to say, but my thoughts were all tangled up. No, Aito, there's something else I need to tell you. It's about my job. I know, or rather, the God-sama told me everything. About how you were sent to another world, how I can use magic, and about you being a brave, and even about that brave prefer romance thing. Seriously, what the hell, God-sama? So, what do you want to do, Yuuki? Huh? Do you like those two girls? Well, if I had to say whether I liked them or not, I didn't hate the fact that they liked me. I mean, it's not like I dislike being liked. What about me? I like you, Yuuki. Wah. I started thinking, what do I want to do about Hikari? I like Hikari. It sounds corny, but I'd take on the entire world for her. But right now, I'm not strong enough to make that a reality. And, after what happened in that other world, losing someone precious to me because I was too much of a coward. I never want to go through that again. So, Yuuki, what do you want to do? If it's allowed, I want to use this power to its fullest. I was too arrogant this time. I thought that since I'd saved the world once, I could handle anything, and this is where that got me. I looked down at my bandaged arms and legs. But if that's the case, you don't have to force yourself to build a harem, right? I'll work hard to get stronger too. Yeah, I don't plan to stay like this either. I want to become stronger, but that's not enough. Because, if I don't, I won't be able to protect you, Hikari. I paused and looked straight at Hikari's face. The face of someone precious to me, who had been by my side for over 10 years. That's why, if you'll forgive me, will you become my number one? My face burned with heat. I finally said it. Yuuki, are you saying? Hikari's face flushed as the meaning of my words sank in. Will you marry me? Hikari lowered her head for a moment, then raised it again with tears in her eyes and a radiant smile on her face. If you're okay with me, I'd be happy to be your wife, Yuuki. She jumped into my arms, and I held her close as we gazed at each other. Fufufu. Ehata. And then we both started laughing together. Section. After laughing for a while, the conversation shifted to what had happened while we were apart. Hikari told me how Utori-san had approached her parents to make her an explorer, and how her parents had been targeted by agents. Rina-san and I did some spy movie stuff together. It was really fun. Seriously, that sounds intense. Yeah, it was pretty wild. We hopped between different hotels, even got into a car chase. A car chase? Hikari laughed sheepishly. That's way more dangerous than I expected. Oh, right, I heard you helped out your classmates in the dungeon. Yeah, that did happen. When Yamanaga-san said, as expected from the husband, I was so shocked. I'd completely forgotten about that. I was mentally drained that day and just passed out. And then the next day at school, they accused me of cheating. What? I need to hear more about that. And no, it wasn't anything interesting. Come on, Yuuki. It's not every day you get cornered by your classmates, that's rare. They weren't bad people, but I'm just not good at handling that kind of attention. Anyway, you said you met God-sama. Where did that happen? About that. Hikari met God-sama when her consciousness was transferred during the return flight. Apparently, that's when she learned that I had saved another world. It seems like they left out the part about Aerith and the others, thank God. Right before the plane landed, Tsuzuri-san told Utori-san about my injuries, and Hikari found out from Utori-san. After that, as soon as the plane landed, she got into a car that had been arranged in advance and sped to the hospital. Honestly, I was already planning to say yes if you ever asked me to join your harem. But I didn't expect you to propose. Well, after thinking about a lot of things. I've loved you since we were kids, but you never showed any signs of liking me back, you know. Well, no point in hiding it anymore. It's going to come out eventually. You know how I went to another world, right? Well, I kind of fell for someone there. But I always knew I'd have to come back eventually, and besides, that girl already had someone she liked. So, thanks to that person, you were finally able to think seriously about me. Yeah, pretty much. Hikari crossed her arms and thought deeply. I was bracing myself for a scolding. Not being your first love is definitely guilty, but I'll forgive you. My first love came true, and thanks to that person, you finally sorted out your feelings for me. So all's well that ends well. Thank you for your boundless mercy. I bowed my head dramatically, and Hikari laughed. Knock knock, who could that be? I wonder. It's not Mom. Might as well let them in. Yeah, come in. The door slowly opened. Epilogue, then let's aim for a harem. Yuuki-kun, I heard you were awake, so I brought your phone and stuff. The one who came in was Tsuzuri-san, looking exhausted with dark circles under her eyes. She was holding the bag I'd left at the exam site. I figured you'd want your phone right away, so I charged it while bringing it over. Thank you so much, that really helps. Thankfully, my phone was fully charged when she handed it back. Oh, so you had left your phone with her. I didn't know, so I kept calling like crazy after I got off the plane. I should have messaged you about that. When I unlocked my phone, there were nearly 100 missed calls in the log. Still, you two sure are lovey-dovey. Tsuzuri-san grinned teasingly, though she looked like she might collapse at any moment. Maybe I should heal her a little just in case. I cast a silent heal. The dark circles under her eyes didn't go away, but her complexion improved a bit. Are you okay? You seem really tired. I'm fine. Besides, I just confirmed something I wanted to check. Confirm? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, right, there's something I want to ask you too. Yuuki-kun, you can use healing magic, right? Huh? Both Hikari and I let out dumbfounded noises at the sudden direct question. What are you talking about, Tsuzuri-san? Why yeah, there's no way such a convenient magic exists. No need to hide it, I'm already pretty much cert. And if you don't tell me properly, I won't be able to protect you if something happens. Ugh, but how did you? You literally just used it in front of me, didn't you? Tsuzuri-san rubbed at the dark circles under her eyes. Her makeup smudged, revealing her clear skin underneath. I've been had. Sorry, I really am sleepy, but I couldn't pass up the chance to use that to confirm it. Idiot Yuoki. So how much can you heal? How bad can the injury be? Honestly, as long as they're not dead, I can pretty much heal anything. It's easier to reattach and heal damaged parts than to regrow them from scratch. But I can't cure diseases. I can recover stamina and relieve muscle pain, though. I see. So that means it really was you who healed that woman attacked by goblins near your house, huh? Yeah, that was me. Got it. I'll keep that a secret. Don't worry, can you heal old wounds too? I think so, but I've never actually tried. Aerith's healing magic could restore old scars and even regenerate lost limbs. But I've never tried anything like that myself. Huh? Then Yuuki, take it off. Wah, Hikari. Whoa, Hikari-chan. I get that you're head over heels, but maybe don't start getting frisky out of nowhere. No, that's not what Hikari finally seemed to realize what Tsuzuri-san and I were talking about, and her face instantly turned bright red. And no, that's not what I meant. I was talking about the surgery scar you had on your back and shoulder from before. Oh yeah, that, but how do you even remember that? Never mind that, just take it off. Hey. Stop, you don't. Hikari forcefully stripped off my shirt, and both she and Tsuzuri-san stared at my back. Hikari then told me the scar from my surgery was completely gone. Sniff, now I can never get married. It's supposed to be the other way around, seriously. Anyway, now we know how powerful your healing magic is. I'll report this to the higher-ups, but I'll just tell them your ability is limited to minor cuts and scrapes healing a little faster. Are you sure that's okay? It'd technically be a false report. Honestly, I'd feel bad if Tsuzuri-san got into trouble over it. I mean, I could tell them the truth, but if I did, you'd definitely end up as a lab rat, being able to heal anything except diseases. That's way beyond modern medicine. If they found out, you'd spend the rest of your life as nothing but a healing machine. Yeah, modern medicine can't exactly regrow limbs or anything. Understood. Thank you. Okay, that's enough serious talk. I'm heading home now. I got some sleep before driving here, but I'm still pretty wiped. Should I cast a proper healing spell for you? Really? You don't mind? Well, it only really works for fatigue, muscle pain, and stuff like that. That'd be a lifesaver. My shoulders have been killing me. Maybe that's because of her chest. Yuuki. Hiya. Hikari's gaze was terrifying. Did she seriously catch that from just a quick glance? Yuuki-kun, hate to say it, but I'll do it. Your staring is kinda obvious, you know. Seriously. Both of them nodded slowly. Well then, I'll see you later. Thank you. Kill me, just kill me. Ignoring my despair, Tsuzuri-san waved casually and left the room. Or so I thought. She suddenly popped back in. Oh, almost forgot. Yuuki-kun, you passed the transfer exam. I'll bring the pamphlets and stuff later. Leaving that casual bombshell behind, Tsuzuri-san finally left. Just then, the bell signaling the end of visiting hours rang. It was almost time for dinner. Well, it's a shame, but I guess I should head out too. Hikari stood up as she said that. I see. Don't make that sad face. I'll come again tomorrow. But don't you have school? We're still on break. Besides, my mom and dad are back in town right now. I'll fill them in on everything that happened today. Hey. Hikari casually dropped that terrifying statement, but before I could say anything, she suddenly turned around and kissed me on the lips. MMPH. Her face turned red all the way to her ears as she said, "See you tomorrow," and hurried out of the room. That was surprising. When the nurse came in with my dinner afterward, she gave me a really strange look. Interlude 3, Haruka's Feelings. Takanashi Haruka's Point of View. The day Yuuki-san saved us in the dungeon, we were being driven to the hospital by Tsuzuri-san for a medical checkup. That was rough for you three, huh? Yeah, I honestly thought we were going to die. Totally. Getting surrounded by goblins and attacked by that silver high ogre or whatever, that was seriously bad. I'm sorry, I was the only one who ended up somewhere safe. It's fine, Tamo-chan. Falling into that pit was just bad luck, and if you hadn't called for help, we wouldn't even be here right now. Exactly. Yuuki Oniya-chan only showed up because of you, Tamo-chan. Haruka-chan, Tauka-chan. Tamo-chan's wide eyes filled with tears. She must have felt guilty for worrying us and relieved that we all survived thanks to Yuuki-san. By the way, Tsuzuri-san, what was that room where all those goblins showed up? That was what's called a monster house, a trap where a large number of monsters appear once you step inside. It's extremely rare for one to show up in a beginner dungeon, though. Huh, I see. You two sound pretty calm about it, but it was actually a really bad situation. In the US, a whole squad of special forces got wiped out when they triggered a monster house in an intermediate-level dungeon. It was full of lizard men, humanoid lizards that bullets don't work on. It was a total massacre. Tsuzuri-san's words made our faces go pale. It really hit home just how incredibly lucky we were to have survived that. But Yuuki-kun saving you too was a huge relief. Still, Tsuzuri-san, you tried to stop Yuki-san back there, didn't you? Ugh, I do have a job to think about, you know. Come to think of it, is Yuuki Oniya-san okay? Tsuzuri-san, is Yuuki-san all right? I'd been so relieved that we were safe, but Yuuki-san had been carried away before I knew it. I knew it was selfish to hope, but was he okay? There wasn't any word before we left. I'll check in when we stop at the next rest area. Okay, I hope he's okay. Section, when we reached the rest area, we headed for a short break. Wearing a tracksuit made me stand out a bit, but I couldn't stop worrying about Yuuki-san, even while eating. Come on, you guys. You need to eat properly or you'll get hungry later. Okay. All three of us were still looking down, barely able to summon any appetite. Ping, Tsuzuri-san's phone beeped with a notification. She glanced at the screen and let out a breath. The hospital just contacted me. Yuuki-kun made it through the worst of it. He's regained consciousness and is out of danger. Thank goodness. Yeah. I'm so glad. Growl. Our relief was short-lived, as our stomachs started growling in unison. We all laughed together and finally started eating our dinner. Section. Afterward, we got back in the car and resumed our trip. Partway through the drive, Tsuzuri-san received another call. I see, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up, she turned toward us with a somber expression. Haruka-chan, Tauka-chan, Tamo-chan's asleep, huh? Did something happen? I just got some important news, and I thought I should tell you both. Should we wake up Tamo-chan? No, let her sleep for now. Just listen, okay? Okay. With a heavy look on her face, Tsuzuri-san began to speak. It's about Yuuki-kun. He survived, but almost every bone in his body was shattered or broken. The doctor said it'll take an incredibly long time for him to recover. It might take years, that's what the doctors just told me. As an explorer, his future looks bleak. It felt like I'd been struck in the head. At the same time, it was like the blood was draining from my body. When I glanced over at Tauka, her face had gone pale, and tears were welling up in her eyes. But there's still hope. If he undergoes surgery, he should at least be able to return to a normal life. Ugh. But still, I wanted to punch myself for feeling so happy earlier. Of course it came to this, he took a direct hit from a monster like that. The fact that he was even alive was already a miracle. Also, you two will be staying in the hospital for a few days for tests, just to be safe. I've already contacted your parents, they'll be coming by tomorrow. I need to tell my parents about this, and I need to become someone who can support Yuuki-san for the rest of his life. That's what I can do for him, understood. Come on, Tauka, wipe those tears. I gently wiped Tauka's tears, trying to reassure her as best I could. It's still going to be a long drive to the hospital. You two can sleep if you want, Tomo-chan's already out. Just let me know if you need anything. We were stuck in traffic. The navigation showed that we still had about an hour left to go. Tomo-chan, who had been quiet for a while, was fast asleep. Drool had soaked into her chest, leaving a little stain on her shirt. Yuki-san. He risked his life to protect us. I want to do whatever I can for him. As I thought about what I could possibly do, drowsiness soon overtook me. Interlude 4. A bed of nails and Tauka's feelings. Yuuki's point of view. The day after I proposed to Hikari, she came by in the morning to bring me some things on behalf of my mom. She mentioned that she'd be busy with Utori-san for the next couple of days, so she wouldn't be able to visit tomorrow or the day after. In the evening, the Takanashi sisters showed up. Hello, Yuki-san. Hi, Yuki Oniachin. Hey, you two. Yesterday, I got caught up in the moment and confessed, or rather, proposed to Hikari. On top of that, Haruka-chan and Tauka-chan confessed or reverse proposed to me too. I doubt they realize that I actually proposed to Hikari. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? But avoiding it isn't going to solve anything. Listen, you two. Yes. What is it? There's something I need to tell you. I told them that I had confessed to Hikari, and that she had accepted. After that, I explained my ability, laying it all out without hiding anything. Partway through, Tauka asked about my injuries, the treatment, and the healing magic, so I told them everything as honestly as I could. So what do you think? Please, just give me a little time to think. Haruka's voice trembled like she was about to cry, while Tauka had a serious expression, clearly troubled by something. It might be selfish of me, but I can't marry you two legally, and you'll never be first in line. But if you're okay with that, I'll do everything I can to make you happy. Wait, am I not sounding like a total scumbag right now? Without saying a word, the two of them left the hospital room. Can't blame them. Section, Takanashi Tauka's point of view. The day after our parents met with Yuuki Oniachin, Haruka and I visited his hospital room again, and were hit with a massive shock. Oniachin told us that he was going to marry Hikari-san. This was, without a doubt, the biggest crisis in my life, unprecedented in human history. This is bad, really bad. It was already tough enough having Haruka, my own flesh and blood, as a rival. But now the strongest opponent had just moved in for the checkmate. When I glanced at Haruka, her tears were on the verge of breaking through. Oniachin, seeing this, was freaking out. Then, Oniachin started talking about his ability. Apparently, the more wives he has, the stronger he becomes, a completely ridiculous power. It might be selfish of me, but I can't marry you two legally, and you'll never be first in line. But if you're okay with that, I'll do everything I can to make you happy. If we were willing to accept that, he said he'd seriously think about us. Afterward, Haruka and I returned to the hospital room and started talking about what to do next. Haruka, what are you going to do? Actually, I guess I don't even need to ask, huh? What do you mean, what am I going to do? Oh, about Yuuki-san? I'm going to support him, of course, because I love him. What about you, Tauka? You said you liked him too. Haruka, whose tears had dried up, widened her eyes and assumed a stance our dad had taught us to psych herself up. Honestly, I think it's fate. I mean, he was seriously cool, right? Haruka froze mid-motion at my words. Why is she so surprised? Wait, that's surprising coming from you, Tauka. You're always talking about how you like model so-and-so or actor so-and-so. Yeah, that's true, but cool guys are just cool, you know. My heart never really skipped a beat for them. But after hearing about how Mom and Dad first got together, I realized, oh, this is what love feels like. You get it too, right, Haruka? I started feeling it when Yuuki-san saved me in the dungeon. And after hearing about Mom and Dad, it all just clicked. Haruka's eyes were filled with determination. She had already decided that she was going to stay by Yuuki Oniasan's side forever. I'm her sister, so I can tell. No matter how many handsome actors or celebrities I saw at school, or even the most popular guy in class, none of them ever made my heart race like this. But when I think about Yuuki Oniasen, oh no, I'm really crazy about Yuuki Oniasen. I've never seen you like this before, Tauka. Just thinking about Yuuki Oniasen makes my head feel like it's going to overheat. I need to change the subject. Anyway, Yuuki-san's unique ability really saved us, huh? Thanks to that, we didn't have to fight over him, right, Haruka? I pretended to wipe sweat off my forehead, but Haruka stopped and gave me a surprised look. Huh? She doesn't get it, does she? She has no idea how popular she is at school, even though there's an unspoken agreement among the guys to leave her alone. Huh. Haruka, you're more popular than me, you know. You're the most popular girl in school. I've even been confessed to as your substitute more times than I can count. Oh. Crap, I let that slip. Tauka, what do you mean by that? I tried to play it off with a laugh. If Haruka got mad about this, things were going to get ugly, but it was pointless. I can't believe this. While mentally apologizing to all the guys at school, I spent the rest of the time trying to calm Haruka down, right up until our parents came to pick us up. Interlude 5: Hikari and the sister's mother. Mizuki Hikari's point of view. 5 days had passed since Yuuki and I became a couple. On this particular day, I had just finished some paperwork with Rina-san for my transfer and had undergone a physical examination. I also submitted a report to the state confirming that I still couldn't use magic. Once that was done, I headed to Yuuki's hospital room at the usual time, only to find the Takanashi sisters already there. Ah, Hikari, welcome back. Done with your errands. Hello, Hikari Wanasan. Hi, Hikari Nichin. All three of them greeted me. Ever since we first met a few days ago, the Takanashi sisters had started calling me Hikari Wanasan or Hikari Nichin. Yeah, it was the usual, just tests to see if my magic's back and whether there's anything wrong with my body. So, what's going on here? Well, I wanted to talk to you about something first. I'm thinking of adding these two to the harem. Yuuki's voice trailed off toward the end, sounding awkward and uncertain. Seriously, just when I thought he'd been getting cooler lately, he goes back to being a total wimp about stuff like this. I don't mind. More importantly, have you explained your ability to them? Yeah, I told them. And even after that, they said they definitely want to be part of it. So you figured you'd check with your wife first before going ahead with it? Yeah, that's about right. Yuuki's eyes darted around nervously, as if he were trying to pull off a breakdance with his gaze. Sai, Yuuki, you've thought this through, right? If you believe these two are the right choice, I don't have any reason to stop you. Unless they're planning to use you like a slave, exploit you for money, or push you into committing crimes, then I'd have to step in. I'd never let someone like that in. I've got a decent eye for people, you know. Then it's fine. But Yuuki, if you ever feel uneasy about handling this on your own, we can talk about it properly. Does that sound okay to you too as well? I turned toward the Takanashi sisters, who had been watching with bated breath. They both straightened up and answered brightly, why yes. All right then. Basically, Yuuki will take the lead, but if anything comes up, just talk to me about it. Got it, thanks. Yuuki's face softened into a cheerful smile. I've lost count of how many times that smile has made me melt over the years. I do like the serious, confident look he's been showing lately. But in the end, Yuuki is definitely more of the cute type. As I indulged in that thought, I suddenly felt the Takanashi twins' intense stares on me. By the way, Hikari-san, how long have you been with Yuuki Oniachin? The Takanashi sisters fired off their questions in perfect sync. Let's see, since kindergarten, so about 13 years now. At that, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, do you have any funny stories about Yuuki Oniachin? Of course I do. Hikari. Wait, Tauka. That's not something you should ask. Then Haruka, you don't want to hear them. I do, but... Then it's settled. Hikari Wanachin, please tell us. Before I knew it, it felt like I'd gained two adorable little sisters. As an only child, the feeling was surprisingly nice. I wrapped my arms around them affectionately. When I glanced over at Yuuki, I caught him sneaking a glance at my chest, which had been pushed up slightly by my crossed arms. Well, that's nothing new. All right then, let's start with how Yuuki is currently staring at my chest. Hey Hikari. I've told you before, haven't I? It's totally obvious. The Takanashi sisters jumped in without missing a beat. Oni-san, you perv. Yuuki Oniasan, you're the worst. After that, the three of us took turns teasing Yuuki, whose face was flushed bright red the entire time. Section. Since Yuuki had gone for his medical tests, I found myself with some free time. I decided to stop by the store and pick up some snacks before heading to the Takanashi sisters' room. Excuse me. When I entered, I found their father, Shuji-san, and their mother, Himeka-san, sitting inside. Ah, Hikari-san. Hikari-san. The two girls waved happily at me, but since their parents were there, I figured I was probably intruding. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize your parents were here. I'll drop by later so you can have some family time. Shuji-san, Himeka-san, excuse me. Just as I turned to leave, Himeka-san's composed voice stopped me. Hikari-san, may I have a moment of your time? Ah, yes, of course. At her invitation, I sat down. Shuji-san, looking a little awkward, moved a chair to the corner of the room and sat there quietly. Ah, if you don't mind, I bought some snacks at the store earlier. I pulled out the snacks I'd picked up, some potato sticks. They might not like them, but I figured it was worth a try. Thank you very much. Oh, these are Jageriko. I love these. Himeka-san's eyes lit up with genuine delight. Himeka-san opened the snack immediately and started eating without hesitation. Ah, Mom, that's not fair. Yeah, Mom. If we leave you alone, you'll eat them all yourself. So the twins like these two. I did buy them with the two of them in mind, but I didn't expect Himeka-san to like them as well. Just as the atmosphere started to relax, the Takanashi sisters launched an attack. Mom, didn't you say you had something to talk about with Hikari-chan? Yeah, what's the conversation about? Himeka-san flinched at her daughter's words, her ears turning red as she mumbled, I'm sorry, with an embarrassed smile. It's fine. If you'd like, I have another one, so please go ahead. Ah, thank you very much, ahaha. She gave an awkward laugh and quickly tucked the snack into her sleeve to keep it from being snatched away by the twins. So, what did you want to talk about? Yes, I heard from my daughters. Hikari-san, I understand you're engaged to Yuuki-san. Himeka-san smiled warmly, but the moment those words left her lips, my stomach tightened with nerves. Why yes. And just earlier, I heard that Haruka and Tauka are considering becoming Yuuki-san's kanku and consorts. Is that true? Why yes. The pressure coming off her was intense. I answered as calmly as I could, but I was definitely feeling the weight of it. I see, and you two are really okay with that. Himeka-san turned toward Haruka-chan and Tauka-chan. The twins, completely unfazed, kept munching on their snacks like hamsters. Yeah, I've already decided that no matter what happens, I'm going to devote myself to Yuuki-san for life. He's thousands of times cooler than any other guy, you know. After that rescue, my classmates and other guys just seem like kids now. Besides, he saved Mom's children's life. How could I not fall for him? Haruka-chan answered firmly, looking straight into Himeka-san's eyes, while Tauka-chan spoke casually but with a serious gleam in her eyes. I see, in that case, Hikari-san, I have a few questions for you. Why yes. What kind of person do you think Yuuki-san is? What kind of person? Yes, I understand you've known him since childhood, so I'd like to hear what you think about him as a person. Himeka-san's gaze was sharp. Wait, did Shuji-san sit in the corner to avoid this on purpose? Hikari-san. Well. Himeka-san smiled sweetly, but her eyes told me this was no easy question. As I internally cursed Yuuki for putting me in this situation, I began to speak about my thoughts and feelings for him, stretching all the way back to our childhood. Interlude 6. A skeptical meeting and a scumbag. Tsuzuri's point of view. Still, I find it hard to believe that an ordinary student could take down a mutant ogre. Yes, but here is the proof of subjugation. Couldn't it be? A case of falsification just to secure a better exam result. Do you think it looks that way? I shot a sharp glare at the skeptical higher-ups. Ugh, well, for now, I'll accept it. What about the boy in question? Yes, thanks to his natural healing magic, his recovery is progressing rapidly. Healing magic? From the reports we received from the hospital, it seems like it does more than just speed up recovery. Indeed. From here on out, we'll have to let his growth progress naturally. As I set down the report with a sigh, I could tell from their sour expressions that they were displeased by the lack of any real breakthroughs. Very well. We'll keep an eye on him for now. Make sure the surveillance is thorough. Understood. I'll arrange things so that he acts on his own without feeling pressured. I'm counting on you. If this works out, we'll be able to climb the ranks, and that means a promotion for you too. Yes, sir. After being unceremoniously dismissed from the meeting, I walked down the hallway. Ugh, seriously hopeless. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. My superiors are former bureaucrats or people who used to hold high positions, living off the system's sweet nectar. After the change in administration, their influence dwindled, and they crawled their way to the dungeon bureau to avoid getting cut off. Well, at least thanks to that person, I'm not being forced to deal with all the trouble. Bizazizate, bizazizate. My phone vibrated. When I checked the screen, I saw that it was from the old man. Hello. Suzuri-kun, it's me. Ah, good evening, Hieraga-san. The voice on the other end wasn't that of an old man's. It was young and lively. I wanted to ask you about something, so I called. Do you have time later today? Yes, I'm free today. Good, then let's have a chat with my wife as well. I'll send a car to pick you up in about an hour. Understood. All right, see you then. The call ended. Ha Yuuki-kun, you're gonna owe me for this. As I adjusted my schedule to accommodate this new appointment, I couldn't help but feel the workload related to Yuuki-kun was steadily increasing. He's probably off flirting with Akari-chan, right now anyway tch. Every time I've gone to observe him, I always end up walking in on them being all lovey-dovey. Why is that? Are they doing this just to spite me? Are they rubbing it in because I'm nearing my 30s and still single? These days, it's not unusual for someone my age to be unmarried. But for some reason, my luck with men has been particularly bad lately. Isn't there a decent guy out there somewhere? With slumped shoulders, I headed back toward my department. Section, unknown side. All right, that's a wrap. Great job, everyone. Phew, seriously, how long did they expect me to wait? I packed up my stuff after finishing my modeling gig. Sure, the shoot was rescheduled last minute, but the sheer disorganization meant I was stuck waiting forever. Naturally, my irritation was through the roof. Masking my frustration, I went around greeting the staff when today's co-model, Rena, walked over. Hey, Kia-kun, are you free after this? If you're up for it, wanna grab some dinner together? As clueless and annoying as always, but at least she's got the looks and body for it. I haven't had a chance to talk to Akari lately, so I guess I'll just make do with a girl like her. Sure, sounds good. I don't have school tomorrow anyway. Yay, great, my treat okay. What do you feel like eating? I haven't eaten out in a while. Do you know any good places? Hearing that, Rena pulled out her phone and scrolled through some pictures from restaurants she'd visited. Let's see. Oh, how about this place? It's a yakiniku spot I went to with my friends recently. The food was amazing. Would that be all right? She showed me her phone while looping her arm around mine. The pack of losers who'd been eyeing her all day, hoping to ask her out after the shoot, shot daggers at me with their envious stares. Sure, she's one of the girls who fawns over me, but she's way out of your league, you pathetic trash. Sounds good, that place looks delicious, let's go. I flashed Rena the kind of smile that could make any girl melt, playing up the sweet, boyish act she loved. Easy, she was always quick to fall for that. We hopped into a taxi her manager arranged, had dinner, and afterward, we ended up at a hotel where I had my fun. Ugh, spending time with an airhead really drains me. The next morning, I returned home after sneaking out early. A letter had arrived, the results from an ability assessment I'd taken at my manager's request some time ago. An ability test, I didn't care much about this, but wait a second. As I read through it, I couldn't contain my excitement. I knew it, I've got everything going for me. The letter revealed that my assigned job class was the rare and prestigious knight. Alongside, it was a pamphlet for transfer enrollment into a newly established school for explorers. With this, I can finally steal Hikari away from that loser. No, this isn't just about her. The whole world's gonna kneel before me. I couldn't hold back the laughter bubbling inside me. Ha 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 ha. Characters list. Characters listed with their parents directly below them. Protagonist, Kaminaga Yuuki, 16 years old. Yuuki considers his face plain, but he actually has a cute appearance and is quietly popular. His growth spurt is slower than average. Currently standing at 158 cm, he will grow to 180 cm over the next 5 years. In 5 years, he will become a baby-faced Eichmann. Since returning from the other world, he's become more assertive toward Hikari without realizing it. His job in the other world was hero, which has now evolved into brave in this world. His preferred weapons are the sword and magic. In the other world, he mainly used support and attack magic. In this world, he uses the sword, shield, by copying techniques from a holy knight and attack magic, including chantless casting. Brave, the evolved form of hero, granted by the god after saving the other world, possesses multiple unique abilities. Unique ability, brave prefer romance. Protects those who have sworn love to him or formed a bond with him, growing stronger the more people he protects. The key is being loved by others. He grows even stronger if they are emotionally connected. Conversely, if the love fades or their feelings waver, he weakens. Power increases in the following order: spouse, mutual love, romantic interest, affection. While affection provides a small boost, only mutual love or higher will qualify as a target for protection. Gained ability. Boosts the abilities of those under his protection. Harem. Allows him to use the abilities of those he protects if he has the aptitude. Unique ability, Brave's Tale. Becomes stronger after overcoming hardships and challenges. Gains an explosive boost when rescuing someone has been left behind or captured. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he becomes. Family. Kaminagi Shinji and Yuyuka. Yuuki's parents. His father is a special rescue squad member, and his mother is a nurse. Yuuki comes from a family dedicated to helping others. Paternal grandfather, policeman. Paternal grandmother, lawyer. Maternal grandfather, firefighter. Maternal grandmother, administrative scribe. Main heroines. Mizushiro Hikari, 16 years old. Hair color, black with a hint of gray. Yuuki's childhood friend, they've grown up together since kindergarten. Her mother is Ukrainian and her father is Japanese, making her half Japanese. She has an exceptionally beautiful face, with heterochromatic eyes. Her nose is slightly high, and her lips are somewhat full. She stands at 168 cm with a glamorous figure, including a D to E cup. Her black hair with a gray tint comes from a recessive gene inherited from her grandmother, who had platinum blonde hair. She lives across from Yuuki's house, and their families are close. Her parents are currently on a business trip overseas. Although she and Yuuki aren't dating, her feelings for him are at 120%. If he confessed, she would gladly go out with him. She sees Yuuki as the only one she'd ever consider marrying, and no other guys even register to her. She's very popular but has rejected every confession she's received. In this world, she's the first ever mage. Job, maid. Can use magic. Starts with weak spells but can evolve into a sage depending on her effort. Mizushiro Seigo and Alina. Hikari's parents, who work for a trading company. They are currently stationed at the Barcelona branch. Utori Rina, 17 years old. Hair color, a mix of glossy black and crimson. The only daughter of the chief of the Metropolitan Police. She has a strong sense of justice, shaped by growing up watching her father's back with admiration and respect. After the death of her parents, she awakened. Her hair turned into a mix of glossy black and crimson. The media refers to her as the Shining Night Princess. She originally had the potential for the warrior job, but after her awakening through rage, it transformed into berserker. Job, berserker. When angry, her abilities skyrocket. If she loses control, her movements can become predictable, which poses a risk. Her chest size is close to an A but technically a B. Takanashi Haruka and Tauka, 15 years old. Hair color, Haruka has pink hair, Tauka has deep blue hair. Haruka, born into a martial arts dojo. She's trained with swords and naginata since childhood. She took up the role of a shield user because of her admiration for a certain anime character. She has a relatively gentle personality, but is reliable and capable. At school, a non-aggression pact is in place, so no one confesses to her, leaving her unaware of how popular she actually is. She's also a member of the library committee, where securing a spot is known to be highly competitive every year. Tauka, similar to Haruka, but she has shown a strong interest in archery and ranged weapons from a young age, a trait inherited from her mother. She's talented enough to have won consecutive All-Japan elementary and middle school archery tournaments. Inspired by a certain character from an overseas movie, she's secretly training to be able to shoot while moving. Her personality is clingy but clever. Unlike Haruka, she frequently gets confessed to at school, but since she prefers older guys, she rejects them all. Both sisters are around a B cup, but not quite a C. Their mother has a large chest, so there's potential for future growth. Job of the two, martial artist. Able to wield various weapons and master martial arts. Requires practice to be able to use them effectively, but mastering them comes more easily. A job commonly seen among those who have studied martial arts or ancient fighting techniques. Takanashi Himeka and Shuji, 33 years old and 38 years old. Haruka and Tauka's parents. Himeka has a calm personality, but can become highly passionate once something sparks her interest. Thanks to that intensity, she became skilled enough in archery to compete in world tournaments after picking up the sport in high school. During her university years, Shuji saved her from an oncoming traffic accident. Himeka fell in love at first sight, and they got married just 3 days later. Shuji has a quiet but straightforward personality. He was struggling with his path as a martial artist when Himeka helped him find his way. He is the 8th successor of the Takanashi-style dojo. Tsumugi Tamo, 15 years old. A daughter of the Tsumugi family, which has a history dating back to the Edo period. Her family has ties with the Takanashi family. Their houses are next to each other. She's responsible but somewhat shy. She attends a prestigious all-girls school. She loves cooking, especially baking. Since her parents are busy, Himeka has stepped in as a mother figure for her. Seeing Haruka and Tauka attending school motivated her to take the entrance exam. She's big. What exactly is big isn't specified, but she's an E-cup despite being a middle schooler. Her hairstyle is black twin braids. She's a swordswoman who can use both a naginata and a katana. Job. Shurabyoshi. A Japan-specific job involving mastery of both dance and martial arts. A rare job with only a few known holders in Japan. Subheroine. Tsuzuri Nui, 25 years old. Works for the Cabinet Office's Dungeon Countermeasure Division, England Quarter. She has a stunning figure that doesn't seem Japanese and has deep purple hair. Her combat ability is relatively low. Estimated G-cup, Shuratori Tsugumi. Blonde hair and lightly tanned skin, essentially a Gyaru. She's one of Hikari's friends. In middle school, she used to have braided pigtails and thick glasses. She's devoted to her younger sister and currently lives with her grandmother and sister. Has large breasts estimated between D and F cups. Her speech style is distinctly Gyaru-like, referring to herself as Ashi. New characters in the revised version. Takyo Yamanaga, classmate of Yuuki and Hikari. She was attacked by orcs in a dungeon along with Kana and was saved by Yuuki. Kana Kazama. Takyo's close friend. She was seriously injured but fully healed by Yuuki's magic. Her family is poor, so she entered the dungeon to earn money. Others. Hisazumi Kia, 17 years old. Top student with excellent grades and conduct, well regarded by teachers. He's also a magazine model outside of school, a handsome and popular figure. However, his intelligence drops to the level of a fool, IQ of about 3 when it comes to Hikari and Yuuki. He believes that only someone as competent as himself deserves to be with exceptional women like Hikari and Rina, which makes him obsessed with them. He shows his true colors only to the protagonist. He mistakenly believes that becoming a knight makes him a chosen. Job, knight. Skilled in weapon handling. Increased strength and stamina. Thief, 28 years old. Just an incredibly skilled older guy, a wolf beastkin. He supported Yuuki during his journey. He's hopelessly obsessed with his little sister and has no interest in other women. After defeating the evil god, he immediately returned to the countryside and will not reappear. His little sister had been suffering from a severe illness, so he agreed to join Yuuki's journey in exchange for her being treated at the castle. Thanks to an elixir obtained by Yuuki, his little sister has made a full recovery. End of Volume 1.